And it's difficult because you have to acquire that over time. Because you know how irritating it sounds to listen to somebody who has a different point of view and not being able to hold them to task. It's very hard. Like you have to endure some of the shit that they say. But
Socratic. That's the Socratic method, wouldn't it be, Brother Miggy?
Well, I mean, we're gonna go through what terms are defined as, but that's more of like in the middle of like what they're talking about. But what I'm saying is having to listen to their side of the story, because we've heard it before, right? Like, how many times a day does somebody come in here and says, "Look, okay, so we're like amoebas on a beach ball," like, and you can roll your eyes when you hear that. And you're like, "Oh, here we go again," right? But I would be like, "Yeah, okay. What do you think? We're amoebas on a beach ball. Like, what else is there?" And I think I could hear them out saying that. But you, who have heard it many times over, want to be like, "Dude, shut up. Just tell me if the Earth is curved or not." Like, maybe that's you right now, because I was there. That's what I would be doing. But yeah, I'm trying to shift my style into yeah, tell me more about it. What else is there? And at some point they're gonna run out. They're not gonna have more to say. Then I shift into the other. Well, let's look at this, right? Now, is this a worldview that you learned all by your lonesome, or is this something that you were told? And go through that process. It's a bit more kind of psychological, if you want to say that, I guess.
Well, you're deconstructing their house of cards, right?
Yeah. I'm letting them say what it is. Like the individual last night, if you were a part of that conversation, and I don't mind people jumping in when I'm in the middle of like deconstructing them, but at the same time, if you want to hear the full process happen, you got to let them and me interact so that you can hear what happens when I take somebody to fruition. Then you're like, oh shit, that's what he had in mind the whole time. But if you feel like you want to cut him off at the knees immediately, then please, by all means, jump in. I'm not going to be like, no, don't jump in. Although sometimes I do feel that way. Not going to lie. But, I mean, if you do you. This is what this channel's all about, man. It's about everybody's ability to shellac somebody with the, common sense knowledge that the Earth isn't a globe.
Kind of like the old days, Maggie? When we came to this, we talked it out. We had people let us talk and let us get all these things and concepts and ideas and stuff we'd learned and been told. They let us get it out, and then you start to listen, and it makes a difference, man.
Yeah, it does.
It's like it's. I don't know if it's time in the game, and I'm not bragging or anything like that. But the longer you're here, the more you see the similarities. For me, you see the similarities with everyone, and that's why I have to try and treat everyone as an individual. I can't just group them all in.
Yeah, I'm looking more these days for a way that we can have a seat at a table, right? And it's kind of hard to listen. I'm not going to lie, man. It is difficult because you have this knowledge, or at least a knowledge base, of common sense, reality, reason, logic, all of that is on your side. And to have somebody see that point of view where they've given all that up, they're like, there's no way I can know if the Earth is whatever. I just say that I wouldn't know, like counting themselves out. But you have to put them in a position where they can realize we're all in this together. That's kind of like the conversation I was trying to have with the other guy that was in here. Yeah, it's more like that. It's like, yeah, but that's fine. You could feel like you have no part to play, or let the scientists deal with it and you're just going to go about your daily tasks. But then you got to realize, like, at some point you are invested in what you think the Earth is, and what you contemplate your part to play in this whole cosmos is. It involves you to some extent. It's not just like, don't bother me, I'm going to live out in the woods and kind of fend for myself kind of attitude. I mean, isn't that another way of saying that you're running away? Like, you can do that and run away from the taking part of like humanity, or you can have the idea that you're going to leave a planet and go seed another one and think that you're running away that way. So I think you could be somebody who's a naturalist and run away from your society and that too. So
Or you can take the evolution route and believe that you came from a monkey, or Michelle Fowler, that we are actually cousins of rocks. Oh my.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what's behind somebody's mindset of what they're thinking, and sometimes it's an amalgamation of just different like thought processes. Was what you hear. Like people are saying, "Well, I believe in glow, but I think that the creator made it." And so it's like you never know what it's going to be, because it's always like a Frankenstein version of like reality. Well, I like flat Earth, but I just like space too. So can we have both of those? You know, it's just they're trying to square reality and they want to have the best of both worlds, right? There was what was his name? He had an alien avatar. He had like and Turnip, right there. Not Turnip. Is that Turnip I'm thinking about? He liked the idea of flat Earth, but he also liked space at the same time.
Was that E.T.?
Maybe. Yeah. He liked the idea of space, but he just also liked flat Earth. He liked flat Earth. When we talked about the ground, he was like, he's all about flat Earth. He's like, just leave my space alone, because yeah, if that went away, it would be too much.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've been talking. Yeah, go ahead.
Let go of that. Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything useful. Go ahead. Try the show.
No, I was just gonna. There was gonna be some people in the room. I want to see if they wanted to speak.
Yep. Do that.
We got QE that just joined in. QE, he's got a name. QE. Welcome.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Not much. What about you guys?
Pretty good, man. It says Flat Earth Gator.
Yes.
Have you been listening to the conversation as far as like what we've been talking about in these rooms, like 24/7? Like what? I've seen you here a couple of times, but I don't know how long have you been like listening to what we talk about here?
To you guys, I've been here before in the past a few times, so I've been listening attentively. So now you guys are doing a great job. So I commend you guys.
Yeah. What do you what's your position right now? Thinking or realizing that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. Like, what do you?
Oh yes, I 100% know it is flat. It is measured flat. It is observed flat. Yeah, sorry to disappoint. I am not going to provide you guys with some bad arguments for a space ball.
Oh yeah, that's fine. And so you've been talking to people about this in here or just in different forums?
I don't usually talk too often. I'm quite busy. But I've been around for a little bit, for about maybe over a year, I would say.
Okay. That's cool, man. Well, welcome to the group. I want to see if there's
Thank you very much.
See if there's anybody else that wants to chime in that are new that I don't recognize their name. I've seen Sauvignon Blanc. Isn't that a name of a wine? I don't know. I don't recognize your name.
I agree with that. It is.
He must really like it because he named himself after that name.
Or maybe he just
It's getting lifted.
What'd you say, Matrix?
Maybe he just does wine. That's why he's named himself that. Or
Probably.
herself that.
But I don't think I'm pronouncing it correctly. So Sauvignon Blanc, if you're there. It says on your tags PNR Pro, so you must have been in PNR for a while. You're Pentecostal, charismatic, slave of God, Asia. So I don't know if you're Asian. Two of the roles. Born of the Spirit and Jesus follower. Okay. Well, welcome to the channel. Let's see. I think that's it between all of us. You're up early, Heretic, or you haven't went to bed yet? Either one.
I don't want to say. Which kind of answers the question?
Oh. We have Eric as well, who joined our channel. It feels different, man, waking up in the morning and being a part of like the morning crowd.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing. I'm still up. I'm part of that crowd.
Shifting over, man. I'm telling you, it just feels better. I know, getting up in the morning with the sunlight. Why the
It
heck
does have a different feeling. This is decrepit. I don't recommend it. Never do it.
Yeah. I was happy to
Mornings.
transition, dude. I can't tell you.
Mornings are my gem of the day, brothers. I absolutely love the mornings. Get up, get it cracking, and set the tone for the day. Kick ass continually.
Get it done.
Who else is here with us? It's just us 4? And, well, 5 with Crit. We got some people in here. Oh, dude.
Yeah, I'm here just listening, brother.
Yeah, I'm not going to go too far into it just on the surface, but QE was mentioning Nathan Oakley and what transpired off of that. But, I mean, he was advocating for him. That's fine. I think what happened, though, is it had a rippling effect. It's not just that he was saying that, but people hold a pretty hard stance on someone saying those kind of words. And, you know, it doesn't matter how much you appeal to, like, oh, you know, let's give him a mulligan. I think some people are just going to be put off by that. Just the way life is. I mean, you can't tell somebody to get over it if they're not going to wanna, you know. No, you know, some people just feel like that's it. Anyway.
Well, I mean, they were already on edge about him for a long time before that massive TOS violation. Like, the admins were always kind of like, well, they hate him, you know?
Yeah. I get it. Yeah, I don't know. It is.
And there's so many people complaining, but at the same time, it's a double-edged sword because he does drive a lot of traffic to the place and gets the place kind of going. So they were kind of always on the fence about what to do with it because, like, I mean, the admins of that server, they always disliked him, but they did recognize the traffic, but I don't know. Sort of a conundrum.
Yep. And I guess they were appealing to that part of it. It's like, what do we do? I mean, you can get rid of the guy who's actually driving traffic, or you're going to, you know, allow him to continue.
Yeah.
Is what it is. But yeah, I'm just, you know, I was just kind of going over a little bit last night when QB brought it up, and I just felt like, you know, some people, they have their own mind of like, well, I've been listening to him for a while, and I deal with like the way he is, but at the same time, when I hear other people saying things about it, you know, there's like, some people advocate for him, some people don't.
Well,
I guess at the end of the day, just up to the person. You don't really.
I guess those two things I mentioned kind of go hand in hand because the hate boners are kind of what drives all those people to be in there in the channel and try to argue with them. Like, it's kind of what populates the place, you know? The fact that there are all these politics goons that are just outraged with Nathan Oakley, it makes them show up. But yeah, you've got the double-edged effect where they complain nonstop, and the admins are like, "This is a problem." And I mean, he's always been kind of TOS, like on the edge.
Yeah,
of that.
There's a line that's there that he's just like, as soon as you cross that line.
Yeah.
That's good stuff, man. We still got a lot of content to provide.
Yeah, we'll keep going.
I always put us like in a different category than everybody else. Because individuals that come here, they're always recommend. What can you guys recommend me? You know me, man. I'm always 24/7, 24/7, 24/7. Because you can go anywhere else, but you ain't gonna get the kind of quality, dynamic content that you get here. Because you never know what the day brings, right? It might have Crit and Heretic. It might have me and QE. It might have just just never know. And that's it keeps it fresh. That keeps it moving, man. I think.
I was and some of the people too. Like last night, the old boy came to me and said, "Crit, you gotta come talk here. We're talking in diversity room about how flat earthers are rage baiters." And I'm like, "How am I rage baiting?" He said, "I don't know. They're making the claim." I'm like, "Well, just tell them that flat earthers are doing their own thing, minding their own business, and don't include themselves in what other people are doing."
They want to take you out of this place and put you in their place because they want to control what you say. And it's like, dude, why do you think people come in here? They know that if they step out of bounds that we're going to control the mic. Like, they already know that. Like, that's just the way it is. Like, you know full well when you come in here, if you're not going to allow anybody to speak, you're going to talk through them, that you're going to wind up. That's just, everybody would do that, like in any channel. But if you know that's the case here, and you're like, well, you got to just come to my place and where it's fair and moderated nicely. No, dude, you just want to do what we do in here. That's it. That's all there is to it.
Fair or moderated. Because nothing would change your mind. Because I said, well, here is 2016, back-to-back hit pieces by mainstream media, Guardian, calling Flat Earth a dangerous online cult. What I tried to go into the Barbara Streisand effect. Yeah, nothing would change your mind. It's like bricked. It's like talking to a brick wall. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you don't say. Your mere existence is an insult to their sensibilities.
They need Crit to keep the party going, man. You were like the guy who was going to bring the beer or something.
Yeah.
Crit, come on, man. Without you, bud, it's just ain't a party. You're like,
It's so funny, too, because it was our diversity room. Like we were talking about earlier. Like, they think they're so great. They're so open-minded people.
Yep.
All ideas are welcome. Cause look at this heliocentric model we live on. Like, we are the people. Like, that commercial where everyone's holding hands all, around the whole earth.
Yeah, fake news. Yep.
They're for flat earthers. Like, they always got to find some group to marginalize.
Yeah. Everybody, welcome everybody, but those guys. Because, those guys, they're not really a part of society. Society it's made up of those who accept the globe. Like, come on in. We accept anybody, all races, it doesn't matter. Religious backgrounds, come on in. But that's not the case. You've said it many times before, like what the standard conservative, right-wing Christian, you're like, those are the guys that they want to put on top. And it's like, they put a Bible on the moon. Like, this is kind of like it all started back with those guys propagating that information and making it like a thing. Like, that's what we want.
Yeah, they call it the right stuff. Like, that's the right stuff to make a good human being. They have to have a solid moral compass. They have to be God-fearing. They have to have the right economic values.
Yeah, economics, man. That's a whole other ball of wax right there. Sauvignon Blanc already put into the chat. Did you see it? He got a tricky dick on a image.
Oh yeah, there he is. Yeah, Dick Nixon.
Yeah, that whole moon doctrine. I think it's got people all wound up about space travel and commercial space flight and all that stuff. Well, we went to the moon, so we can travel commercially.
Yeah, but they don't think about the the historic context. of that time frame. To them, it's just an abstraction, something that happened in the past.
Dude, you're fucking hilarious. That's so true. But it has that feel of a double entendre at the same time.
Yeah, it works on multiple levels.
Yeah. Oh my god. No Globies this morning except for riding on eggshells, who's muted. He probably got muted for a reason, for cause. What'd you do this time, Meg?
I think he's on
Talk
the
about-
mute list.
Oh, is he really?
There's like a list.
Yeah, I haven't-
That's the one thing you can do in the server. You can voice suppress, but you can do it permanent, so they never can use their mic.
Holy smokes.
So that means it's to the discretion of the moderators for the room, or room operators as they're called over here. And yeah, if he happens to come in at a busy time,
Yeah,
He
how
can't-
about,
doesn't like him, that's their
There you go.
problem.
there you go, Eggs, can you talk?
Unmute the
I
Zealot.
can if you want. What do you want to
There we
talk
go.
about?
I just was trying to
listening before heading back to the.
Do you
Oh,
think
okay,
that do you think that commercial space flight is the next leap forward in human progress?
I don't know about the next leap forward. I think that if it was possible to harvest things off asteroids and bring them back to Earth, that would become huge, an absolutely massive industry where suddenly everything would be made out of titanium or something. Like we moved away from plastic and everything was metal.
Like if we found out adamantium was in a space rock somewhere floating around, and we'd be
yeah.
using
I
them
don't know
like
if that
Wolverine's
could happen.
claws and stuff.
Yeah, I've tried it in Kerbal, and it's pretty difficult to pull an asteroid and not just hit the Earth with it. Or
Well, aren't
Like-
you the space ranger?
yeah, but I think it could be interesting. I think what it would do, though, which is what a lot of the ones like the Expanse do, is suggest you would have this subclass now of just workers who pretty much live in space, and because they've got terrible bone density, they can't come back to Earth anymore. So they're just a group of humans that have really sickly.
So then the term "sucks to be them" would be applicable, right?
Yeah, they
massive-
become space noodles. Oh my.
How could
Yeah.
you work with being a space noodle? You can't pull any levers, push any buttons. You just be like a big bowl of Jello floating
I
around.
mean, a leaf blowing in the wind.
Except there's no
yeah,
wind.
you'd be the
Except for there to be
minimum
no wind.
viable human. Just enough human to get shit done in
Yeah.
space, but nothing else.
Dude, we don't want that kind of person seeding planets. Come on, bro. Like it's
Exactly.
so fragile, so frail. I mean, it's already thought of as humans are fragile and frail, even at our best. Imagine
You
putting a
imagine-
human in that state. I mean, you couldn't
Exactly.
even. That's like throwing out of the pan into the fire, out of the frying pan into the fire. Like so,
Stick it
we
with
need people more healthy, not more.
Exactly. So how do you
You
do
know,
that though? I don't
with
know. how
no
you do it.
pressure. How do you maintain
Well-
the covalent bond of the human being?
I don't know
Well,
what
it's
that
simple. I got a solution to the problem. I'm glad you asked, because I've been thinking about like how to square space reality, and I figured out that all we need to do is create artificial gravity. Yeah.
means. Okay. I like
Yeah,
it.
that really works.
How are you going to do that? What's step one?
Well, it's easy, man. All you need is a craft that is. And I'm talking about from what I've seen in these like movies that propose like how it's possible. It's not something you can turn on and off. I think it has to be more of like something you create, because spin and momentum are always the thing that you want to actually achieve, so that you can continue to create this artificial gravity, which means that like in a Halo type environment. Have you seen the game Halo, where it looks like if you thought of like putting something inside of like a ball and spin that sucker around and you get stuck to the ground?
Yeah, The Expanse, the TV show The Expanse does this a lot, where the only two ways you've got gravity on a ship, exactly as you say, I think you're nailing it, I don't know why I'm interrupting, is that the craft spins around and you're stuck to the outside wall through centrifugal force, a pseudo force, but nonetheless you're stuck
Mhm.
to the ground with 9.8 meters per second if you spin it fast enough. And thrust. So if you're currently accelerating, then you'll experience that many.
Well, I don't know about accelerating because that also depends on where you're going. So how would you control something in the like say you're going in? There's no direction in space, obviously. Because it'd be
There is.
omnidirectional. Well, it's
There is, but
omnidirectional
what
to
you'll
the.
do is generally thrust in a single direction. So you might do a burn that lasts for. It could like I don't know, spaceflight in the future. You could have a burn that lasts for weeks, but at the moment, spacecrafts have burns that last for like 15 seconds. On my mark, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you turn on the thrusters. And for the time the thrusters are on, you're going to be experiencing inertia, right? Your mass is going to want to be inert and drag behind, but the craft is now pushing into your back.
Yeah,
So
but
you're
that's
gonna
only
experience
because
something like gravity in that moment.
I think you're missing the part where that's only due to the fact that the idea of space and what it entails is that you're on something that already is creating that gravity that you're trying to get away from. So you're resisting that gravitational pull. You know.
Sure. Yeah.
So then the reason why you're doing what you're doing in that craft is because you're trying to get away from the massive body that is creating that gravity well. So when you get away from that, then it's going to be a whole new ball game. You're not a part of that system anymore.
Yeah, but I think that happens anytime a body is in free fall. That's what physics says anyway. So if you put the body in free fall, then there's no net forces acting on it, and then from there you can start again fresh. Is I think how the idea.
But you have to be far away from something that doesn't give that gravitational influence.
So you never get, because it's an inverse square law. There's no point at which the gravity gets to zero. But what there's claimed to be for the people on the ISS is they're in free fall. So they're missing the Earth. They're going so fast forwards that they're falling at 9.8 meters per second. But that 9.8 meters per second is parallel with the ground. They end up just going around the ground because they're missing it going forwards at the same speed they're falling. So they're.
I don't know. I find a lot of like holes within the thought process of like how that could even be a process, because of the fact that I think you're not factoring. There's some variables that even in your own paradigm you're not factoring in.
Sure.
So that's what I see as the issue.
Mind bending in it.
No, that was one of Egg's flat smacks. One of his original flat smacks. Because I told him that. I said the ISS is not in zero gravity. It's falling towards Earth, but Earth just keeps moving out of the way. And he's like, Crit, that's the dumbest shit you ever said. What the fuck is wrong with you? I said that. No, I know. I'm elaborating. Yeah, I'm like,
he's putting a little pepper and salt on that one.
Yeah, little bit. Yeah. Then Eggshell did a Zig Heil and shat and ate it.
Yeah, just drop trow, just dropped a huge deuce on the floor. No, then
and he saluted with his arm up. You know.
Yeah. Then he looked it up. He's like, huh.
True. This is true.
Yeah, I was like, damn, Crit, you're right.
I had to play Kerbal. It didn't make sense. I kept trying to do things like, like they had a problem with fighter pilots when they could see the shuttle that they were aiming for, right? They finished their last burn and they end up within eye distance of the ISS or another craft. Sorry, the original is the lunar missions. You can't just point at it and go there, because going there is heading parallel to the surface of the planet they're orbiting at 20,000 something kilometers an hour, right? So it's really fucking fast. And so if you go for it, it's like you were in a car and you said, I'm going to hit the car in the lane next to me. If you just turn to face that car, you won't hit it, right? Because it's traveling forwards at the same speed you are. You're just going to miss behind it because these two objects are. And so there's this really weird way physics works that has some very strange parts about it, right? Because you are speeding up in your orbit. So if you have a really, really weird orbit, you could come scorching close to the Earth on one side and be going so fast that you miss it by like 10 times a greater distance on the other side. Some satellites are claimed to be in this orbit. So you like zoom past at one side, and then the exact opposite side of your orbit must be the very slowest point and 180 degrees from where you are now. And then you go, woo, and it takes you ages to get around the top bit, to go zipping past the bottom bit. And so what that says is there's a body with, I'll make this super quick, I realize I'm going on. What that says is you've got a body with mass, and mass is resistance to acceleration. And that body speeds up for the periapsis and then slows down for the apoapsis, with no energy going into the system. Well, that's a violation of physics. F equals ma says that it takes energy, it takes force to accelerate a mass.
Can I ask you something about that? Hold on, Nick. Can I ask you something about that?
Yeah.
Do you think that there's a better explanation that can be put forward instead of this conventional, old-timey kind of way of explaining, gravitational attraction? Like, I'm asking you because if you think this is the gold standard and we should like adopt this kind of thinking, then I don't know if you like some of the guys who want to propose new ideas of like gravitational explanations.
The only ones I have seen some. I think that Whitsitt like gave a good run at this kinematic equivalence thing, but I think all of the other ones end up ignoring, like only explaining 1/3 of what the current model does. I think that it is a really, really good solution. If you just ignore anything outside of our solar system, it is pretty much complete. Where it breaks down is when we try to guess of the weight of distant galaxies, which I think is just a fucking stupid idea, frankly.
But it still has to be something they contemplate because they're trying to square reality in the sense of saying that you can't discount the fact that things are going to be accounted for outside of your immediate purview. So right now you think that you're accounting for these things by using this conventional method, when in all reality it's not really that. There's greater things at play that you're not accounting for, and you're just using a very the way it sounded to me, the progress about these interpretations are one that we over time we've accumulated this knowledge, and it takes a while for the next advanced interpretation to come forward and say this is the next explanation for the gravitational explanation. You don't think that's the case? Like, because it seems like a lot of people use the conventional.
I certainly think that we haven't cracked what gravity is.
Oh,
the idea that it's
that was my question anyway.
Yeah, I don't think we've cracked what gravity is, because there are things about why isn't there anti-gravity, which is a question Flat Earthers asked, which is valid. There's a question about is it bending a concept of space and time, and again, time according to physics can go backwards. So again, there's like multiple things where, I've even heard of some theories that don't even make sense to me, where it's like, there is an equal and opposite universe that exists on anti-gravity, and our gravity is leaked gravity from an alternate dimension. I'm like, that just
like a mirror dimension.
All of that stuff I just ignore it, because I'm like, these are mathematical constructs that I cannot see ever having an application to my life.
Why?
I can't see myself ever having a gravity machine or something.
No, but why? Why doesn't it apply to the? You're discounting that new way of thinking, aren't you? Aren't you doing that?
My
sounds that way.
Kind of, yeah. My rule is, if you can test it, test it. If you can't, ignore it.
Well, you're not forward thinking then. You're not the guy.
How could you test it? Isn't that?
Well, that's not the point. I think the point is to actually have something put forward to say, this is a new way to think, and then you're just being like, well, we're going to stick to the old and faithful.
What's the new way to think?
Well, exactly what you just proposed, that there's a mirror dimension that's opposite to us. To them, we could be the anti to what they're. Cool. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What about
could be another?
If I could test it, if I could test it and see how it's relevant to my life,
you can.
I'd be all over it.
You can. There's such a thing as a reflection, right? Why does that exist? Why do reflections exist? Aren't they just reflecting what inverse of what you are? Reality? If that didn't exist in a paradigm where you live, then there wouldn't be a. Look at me putting up a case for this. Yeah, just think about it. If you see yourself in the mirror, why does a reflection exist? Any reflection. It's because there's something against
bounces.
Well, I mean, just as well as you could see into the mirror, doesn't the mirror look like it's your reflection looking like it's looking at you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, how do you know that's not another version of you looking at you?
Yeah, I used to think that as a kid. I went through a whole 6 months of thinking there was another me behind.
Well, why isn't that true? And the moment you let's say you wanted to distort that reality, you put your fist and break that mirror. Well, couldn't be the other person on the other side, which is you again, doing the very same thing and breaking the mirror on the other side?
It could be, yeah. Like again, if I could test it, I'd be all over it. If I can't test it, I'm just going to largely ignore
Well,
it.
I'm just telling you that if that wasn't the case, well, why do reflections exist?
I'm about to admit you method.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm not. Can you lay it out for me again? Reflections exist.
Yeah.
and-
Therefore, the idea that there could be an alternate or anti-dimension, which would be opposite to us, it would just be a mirror world, essentially. In that mirror world, everything's inverse to this world. But if you look at it from their perspective, it would be the same. We're the opposite to them.
Yeah.
But we exist in the same.
Because our realities must be perfectly mirrored, right?
Yes.
He can't have a different reason for having a lighter in his pocket. We must both have the same reason for having a lighter in our pocket when we appear to one another in the mirror. So there are two humans. What that would that's an interesting idea. There would be two humans experiencing what it's like to be Alpha Veritas.
Yep.
Existing right at the same time, anywhere at all times.
Yep.
And when one dies, they both die in exactly the same instant.
Yep. And what happens is maybe that dimension crosses a boundary where things shift, and then all of a sudden you're in that reality and they're in yours. But you don't know the shift because everything looks the same. So, yeah, I don't know. I can get into some really deep conversations, bro, because it's like, I'm pretty sure everybody's thought of these things just kind of passing by. It's a little bit out. It's a pie in the sky. But anyway, it's just...
I think it's because it like makes you think like what would be the necessary consequence of that?
Yeah.
Or I think it's a fun thought experiment. And that was my other one. I remember taking it so far that I remember poking the mirror with my finger, thinking, if I poke it from this side, I'll feel it bend if it's not attached to the wall, right? If the wall is not real and this is just a piece of glass to another reality. But then I remember thinking, actually, no, the other person must be pressing the glass with exactly the same amount of force.
Same force. Yeah, think about it like this.
How does that work? Because our fingers would just be pressing tip, tip. And so then my next test was like, I'm going to wipe my finger along the mirror sideways to feel if like the bulge in the mirror and the person pressing from the other side is at the same point. And then I came to the point where I was like, no, if you're pressing the same force all the time, every time, you would never be able to feel the other finger because it would always be pressing in the same place at the same amount.
Let me tell you something that might bake your noodle on what we're talking about. Put something like a sheet of paper or something that's, that would block a view from you seeing something, and then put like a small little small little toy, like a thimble or something, like a small Monopoly little piece, like a little house. Put that on top of the piece of paper. Then get up as close as you can to the mirror and look on the other side. You could see that little red house or the little thing, the thimble, on the other side of the paper, on the other side of the mirror. Have you ever done that?
I've seen the clips you're talking about. Yeah, it's
What do you think about that?
That's just mirrors working exactly the way their mirrors work.
But you're looking beyond, like you're looking on the other side.
Is that it surprises people. I'm like, this is why.
But like you're trying to rationalize the fact that that's even a thing.
No, it's angle of incidence. It's mathematics. As you can do it with geometry. Angle of incidence equals angle of reflection. So you just go, if you're taking really obtuse angles, so you're coming in really narrow to the glass, then it'll bounce back out at a narrow angle. So it'll go like same as a ball, right? You throw a ball and it barely skims the ground. It doesn't bounce very high. Whereas if you peg it straight down to the ground, it bounces straight back up where it started. We understand this with balls, and this is the way light works. So all you're doing is going, if I bounced a stone on a river and I bounced it really narrowly, could I hit something that was, on the top of a raft? Yeah, of course. Right? You're hitting it at a narrow angle. That's why you can see what's behind the paper.
You're just a mirror world denier, writing.
I might be. I mean, your mirror world idea is good. That paper test is bad.
Well, you're just a denier, so I'll accept that.
I accept mirror world
as your concession.
I do not accept this as evidence for it. I think mirror world is a great idea.
But why do people make movies? Like, I don't know. It's in people's psyche, so that's something.
Speaking of mirror world, Would you say if one were to take, not saying you do, if you were to take as above, so below, literally, and thinking of mirror worlds, I would think that if I were a flat earther and I thought as above, so below, that would necessitate that there is a nearly identical reality, 90 degrees opposite to me with our toes touching one another. That would be what it would mean to be as above, so below. That this reality is mirrored below me.
No, the as above, so below means because you look up and you see balls in space, you must be on the ball too. That's the as above, so below.
Yeah, that is true.
Like the moon's a ball, therefore Earth's a ball.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, but shifting. Yeah, I was gonna.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, but shifting back into like what we're discussing with the empirical and the physical and natural world, like I think that we only go by what can be tested and what can be verified. So there's a lot that leaves out, and that's people getting into like the conversations that we're talking about. I'm just talking about stuff like I could box with the people that are in the Globe Earth community because I lived in that world. So there's no, I mean, you think about things because of that. Like the world that I used to remember back before all of this was that world, was contemplating ideas that were far out of reality. And because there was no limitation to the absurd things you could think of, right? It wasn't grounded in truth. It was just, whatever. And how could anyone discredit that kind of mindset when if you're not able to think about something in that way, then what's going to limit like that could exist? Like if I said mirror world exists because I thought about it and I gave you a good idea about it, you couldn't discount it and say like, oh, that can't, we figured out the math. Don't worry about it. Exactly. That's just you being dismissive.
And that's why my system on it is that same as dark matter and any of that stuff is it going to affect my life is one of the heuristics, and the other heuristic is can I test it? And if I can't test it, just ignore it because it doesn't matter if it's true.
Yeah, but see, you're not. Doesn't that make you kind of a flat earther in a way?
Yeah, that's why I'm agreeing with you. Like you've got to be able to test it.
Okay.
But I think that where we differ is what we consider a test. Whereas to me, just running something by a logic filter and going, does that hold up to scrutiny, is good enough for a test. I don't need to go out and...
So were you that way always? Or is that your being the way you always were before you even came across this forum? Or did we wear you down to where you're now thinking that way?
I think I adopted this as a result of I stopped believing that 9/11 was an inside job. And I then spent a lot of time...
Oh, I get it. Yeah, your diet woke.
Conclusion.
That's a term that we use, kind of diet woke, means like you're partially, you're dipping your toe in skepticism. So you're like, oh, let me see what this doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, there's not like a particular type of person that's in flat earth, because even within here, people are talking about like esoteric things. Kind of like what I was bringing up before, the conversation about mirror world and stuff. Like that would be something that people would adopt into flat earth. I don't, because I know what it is. It's all just like, these pie in the sky ideas, and they has nothing to do with the physical and natural world. So there are people in flat earth that would adopt it into flat earth. They're like, yeah, but we can't not talk about it because how do you know that doesn't exist beyond the limitations of our realm? Like there could be a fourth dimension, like stuff like that. So they're trying to... Huh?
Can we test the flat earth? Is there some test we can do that would, rather than test the globe, like we falsified 3959 million times over, is there a test we could do for the flat earth?
Well, I mean, there are tests that we do all day, every day. So most of it has to deal with the acceptance of your natural senses. So in order for you to get to a point where you say, let's test something, you're going to have to come to terms with your own self and say that your ability to cognitively represent the world around you will be something in the way of a standard. It becomes a standard that you can use your senses to do tests such as one that you would have for the physical natural world. Now, if you can't say that, then already out the gate, you're not in a good place. you can't make any tests. If you have the mindset that your cognitive abilities are not going to be able to be good enough to test. That's the issue. So it's not the fact that you can't have a test. It's the fact that you will say, even after all our testing, well, we're just too small to see the world for what it really is. So therefore, it's not valid. You get me? So that's the problem we're having. It's not the fact that tests can't be done. The fact is you're going to discredit the fact that tests can be done because of our cognitive abilities are not viable for a Earth that's too big. Yeah? Too big to test.
I don't think it's too big to test. I've given.
No.
I think the thing to test is spin, and that's testable with a very small budget. I think.
Yeah, but you're more into a nuanced version of what you think reality is because you're assuming it's
spin
like
includes flat. Spin shows you it's not flat, so it's solved.
Yeah, your gyroscope test only leads to you having more questions, and the questions are never going to be the solution. The solution is a solution. So when you find
What
that,
does that mean? I don't follow that.
so it's a question proof. Well, what else can it be? It has to be spinning. So you're going to be question proofs are not proof in and of themselves. They're asking. They're trying to put it like a dichotomy, whether it's either this or that. Yeah,
You just made that up, though. You just go, oh, it's a
No, it's
question
not.
proof. Did I say the question proof, or did you?
Yeah, you did.
Out of your mouth?
No, out of yours. Like we've
did I
had
say?
this
What did I
conversation.
say? What
Yeah,
were the words
so
I
we've
used?
had this conversation before. Your evidence of a gyroscope would be one that you're testing the spin of the Earth. Yeah, isn't that what you're doing?
No, it's contrapositive. I'm testing whether it's flat, and I'm showing that
With the gyroscope?
That flat would falsify a certain.
No, you were
condition,
talking about the spin before we were talking about the gyroscope.
You're trying to tell if the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, that's what you were saying you were testing, not that the Earth is
So
flat.
The test is it still? Sorry, flat. I might have used the word flat. Is it still? Is it non-rotating? If it is non-rotating, then a gyroscope affixed to a non-moving object must measure zero consistent rotation in a given direction.
We haven't had the conversation.
The gyro does not register zero. It registers a very specific 15 degrees per hour in a very specific direction for every one that's anywhere affixed to a fixed object on Earth. Therefore, it is not sensible to say that the Earth is not rotating, because millions of rotation detection devices across the Earth every day detect a very specific and very reliable direction and speed of rotation. Therefore, it is very improbable that we're on an object that is not rotating, that is still.
Yeah,
so it's a contrapositive modus tollens.
Yeah, that's a affirming the consequent illogical fallacy.
No, it's not. It's not affirming the consequent because it's a contrapositive. You can't be.
No,
it's a contrapositive. I'm saying
you're putting out the statement that
it cannot be the case that the Earth is non-rotating.
Yeah, but you've asserted that it cannot be rotating.
Nope. I'm testing it. I'm assuming it's non-rotating and saying, here's what I must see if it's non-rotating. And if it's non-rotating, I must see gyros recording non-rotation, because I know
but whatever happened to
is rotation.
You're basing it on a device. The device is giving you the information, not the actual physical natural world. The physical natural world should be the thing you're looking to find out whether nature is doing something or not. I think we've had this conversation many times. So the problem is like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you come from the stance that you can trust your senses. And did we talk about that or not prior to this?
In terms of rotation, I would trust a gyro over myself. I think there is a
but that's what I'm trying to tell you, dude. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. But your interpretation of the data that you're going to gather is using your senses. So at some point, it's going to cross the boundary from you saying, I understand this is something to deal with what I think it is based on my senses. Like, your senses are still engaged. You can't say, I'm going to remove my senses and only trust whatever information comes out, what data comes out from the gyroscope. You're going to have to say, my senses are engaged, so either I trust my senses or I don't. That's what I'm asking you. Do you trust your senses?
For anything, if you say, do you trust anything, I will say I'll rely on a variety of data. and trust some things more than others. So do I trust my eyes? Mostly. For things like if it was just, does this readout from this?
I guess he don't like you talking. Like,
No, that's just not
hold on.
Maybe
Sigma.
Load proof.
Dude, settle down. Go ahead, Eggs.
I think if I read numbers on a page and it said 15 degrees an hour eastward, I wouldn't doubt my senses much. But if I saw a car wavering off in the distance on a hot highway and other things about what I know about cars and what I know about what happens on warm roads over highways might make me doubt my senses in a way that I wouldn't
Really?
just reading a number off a bit of paper.
Well, you're kind of in a pickle there, because yeah, you're in a pickle. Because if you say I can't trust my senses because a car looks other than what I know a car to be, then you've already compromised your senses. Because you said I cannot trust them. But this is the thing. You made a distinction of what you're looking at. You said the car looks different than I remember it being. Like, I know what a car looks like. So when I see it looking distorted and maybe wavy on a hot day, that's not what a car looks like. But you've made the distinction with your senses engaged. So you're in a pickle. To either you understand that the car doesn't look like what you normally remember it as, or like you said, the other way is where I cannot trust my senses any longer because it doesn't look like the car that I remember it as.
Yeah, I think we're both agreeing. Like, sometimes you might trust your senses, sometimes less so.
No, I'm not. I'm advocating for the position that your senses. Yes, because otherwise the distinction couldn't be understood.
So clearly a hot, and the moon is also a ball, dusty-looking ball.
No. You made the distinction
at all.
Yeah, you made the
you deeply mistrust your senses.
You're energetic about this, and I see that because you're trying for it to be a position where it's either this or that. So it's either the senses are engaged and trusting, or they're not being able to be trusted when they're engaged. So and what I'm telling you,
and
what I'm telling you is because they're engaged.
The you're getting, in that most 90% of my day, I'm walking around, I'm just catching taxis and living life, right?
Yeah,
going to the shopping center. If I suddenly saw somebody flying on a dragon, I would suddenly start doubting my senses. I would suddenly start going, Jesus,
don't do that.
I've had some magic mushrooms or
yeah. That's wait a minute. But you don't realize that could just be something that could be for hold on, because that could be just something that's in the physical natural world that you didn't account for, like a drone or something, and you're just already saying, "Oh shit, I can't trust my senses because I see a flying dragon." Like, it could be something that you didn't account for. It was something that's done with some contraption or whatever, made it look like there was a flying dragon. So your senses are engaged. You see something. Now, there's a very different thing to think of. Like, I'll give you another example. You're having some type of mental breakdown. That is something very different. You enter a different state of mind, right? That's not the sober state mind. Like I talk about this, like a sober state mind who's alert and capable, that cognitive, with your abilities. That's not the mindset we're talking about. We're talking about when you are in a different state of mind, like you're experiencing a psychotic breakdown, right? That sort of thing.
Are you aware that you are not of sober mind when you're not of sober mind?
See, that's the thing.
No. If your answer is no, then we can't use this as a test, because I might not know whether I can trust my senses when I see the bend on Pontchartrain Bridge.
Yeah. Right? But we're only talking about.
I'm going to just be picking and going, I guess the other times I was being crazy. Right?
No, we're talking about like your epistemology.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that leaving that door is the door through which you will creep to do Texas sharpshooting and not realize it, and only pick the ones that work for you.
Well, that's the problem, though, because your epistemology is already compromised. And I think that worldview. I was talking to a guy here yesterday who, not similarly like you, but in the same vein as what you're describing, would want to borrow a worldview that they could depend on their senses and at the same time not depend on their senses. It violates the law of non-contradiction, which means that you're entering two states of.
I'm not. You're talking to that guy. You're talking to me.
Yeah, but I'd say similar, right? Because I said in the same vein.
Rely on our senses quite a lot, but I think I can come up with tens of examples for you where your senses would lie to you and you're better repolling.
But they're not lying to you. You just don't understand what you're looking at. And what I'm saying is, it could be the case, right? It could be the case that it's something you didn't account for. And that's what I'm providing to tell you, is that when you don't account for it, you're already being dismissive. You're saying, I can't trust my senses, when you didn't fully investigate what it could be. Like you said on a hot day, and use the example of what you said. You said on a hot day, the car experiences like the distortion in the distance, right? It looks wavy. It looks like, oh, I can't trust my senses. But in actuality, your senses were engaged and gave you the discernment whether or not the car was in a hot heat wave, causing a distortion. That you needed your senses to have the ability to discern whether or not what you're looking at and how it was being used between you and the distance where the car was, the target distance. So if you didn't have your senses engaged, you wouldn't be able to discern whether or not that was the case. And in many instances,
senses engaged, though, I don't understand that. Nobody's suggesting you switch off your senses in order to make decisions.
Well, that's kind of like what you're saying, right? Like when you are not sure, like, and let me put it to you this way.
When did I say anything like that?
It's your epistemology. No, it's your epistemology. It's
the car ripples, but no, your senses aren't your brain, right? Your brain
you want to say that, Eggs. You want to say that, but let me let you finish. Go ahead and finish.
It's go on then.
No, I'm saying I feel like because the epistemology that you have, it borrows from a logical reasoning position, which you could say, I want to have the position that I can say I can trust my senses, and there's instances where I can, and I want to feel like I'm grounded in that way. But you're playing at both sides of your mouth, right? Because then at the same time, I could tell you, okay, that thing that you saw at that one time that you said you were really sure of, now, we're going to come down to the fact that you can trust your senses to say that you can know that thing was there at the time you said you had. But then you could turn around to me and say, I don't know if that's true or not, to say that it's a true statement and absolute, because I could be experiencing a psychotic episode. Whereas I thought I was seeing a car at that one time, but perhaps I was just experiencing some kind of mental breakdown, and I thought I saw it there. So you could... At the same time, you could be sure, you could be unsure. That exists in both.
Be sure. You're making this whole scenario up and trying to stuff it into my mouth. I think you need to take responsibility that if this is what you think, great, tell us about it. But don't try and then get to the end and be like, that's what you think. No, it's not. That's dumb.
Yeah. Are you not a solipsist?
But you don't get to tell me what I think. If you want to know
exactly what solipsistic worldview. It's one that you want to declare that
what you think. Tell me more about
what you declare that you can.
That anybody here should be tricked into thinking that I think that dumb shit, because that's dumb.
Well, that's what. Well, just because I'm pointing a mirror to you, right, and I'm showing you exactly what it sounds like to us. Yeah, it's rubbing you the wrong way. It's rubbing you the wrong way because now you can see that you can't borrow from an epistemology of logic and reason and then say that your worldview is one that doesn't exist. You can't have it both ways. You're going to have to pick a lane. Either you trust your senses.
Making stuff up. You just keep telling me I'm saying things. I didn't say either of those things. I don't think your worldview can't exist. That's weird. Many worldviews can exist. It would be weird to... What? Where are you getting this? Do you wander around thinking that other people think like this all day long?
You said you cannot trust your senses. This came from you. No, you cannot trust your senses.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
So you can, at all times, you can trust your senses.
What did I say?
At all times.
Try and remember it, please, Alpha. Try and remember.
Yeah, at all times that your mind is engaged, right, in a sober mind state. In a sober mind state, when you're engaged with reality and your cognitive ability is that you see something, would you say that that thing is 100% true? Like, let's say, for instance, you see a car. Hold on. You see a car, right? You see a car, and it's close, right? You see a car, it's red, whatever, Lamborghini. You see that thing, it's there. Would you say that you're able to recognize that car in the reality that you exist in 100%?
100%? What does 100% mean?
Means that absolute. It's there. It's reality. I can touch it. It's tangibly there. Or would you say that you cannot trust your... Hold on, Eggs. You want me to tell you. You cannot experience the car in the physical natural world because you could be experiencing a schizophrenic episode.
Like it's certainly not the thing that comes to mind. If I'm sitting there looking,
Can you
at a
answer my
car,
question?
I'm
answer my
answering your question. I'm answering your question. If I sit there and saw a car, I wouldn't suspect that I've had a psychotic break because a car is a completely ordinary thing to see. Is it possible that I was experiencing a psychotic break that involved me seeing a car, but because a car was so mundane, I didn't recognize that as symptomatic of my psychotic break? Sure. But I'm not going to sit there looking for cars and going, maybe that's not real. That's this weird thing this weird straw man you're trying to present.
You just finished saying it both ways, dude. You just finished telling us that.
Let me ask you a really simple question.
You just said it right now.
Let me ask you a really simple question that I want a very clear answer
You
to.
doubled back and said that you're not that way. You just finished saying, I see the car there, but then it's not true that it could be there because I could be experiencing this. You said exactly what I said, except for you're trying to make it sound like you're not saying that. What?
Does the moon appear to be a sphere? Yes or no? Does the moon appear to be a sphere? Yes or no?
It has features of one, but I wouldn't say that I would go so far as to say that it's a sphere.
Does it appear to be a sphere?
No, it looks like half of one. How about that?
So it
looks like half of one.
It appears to be all of a sphere you'd ever see.
No, half of one. Looks like half of one.
You ever see more than half of a sphere? Or do you always see a protein?
No, I only see the half that looks like it could be like a dome.
Every sphere you do
see,
a dome. With every sphere you do see, would you agree that at any given point in time you can only see a protein?
No, I'm telling you what I perceive. You can't give it to me like the way you want it to sound like. It looks like a dome to me, like a.
Okay,
yeah,
so you're not trusting your senses.
No, I am. But I'm telling you, I'm engaged with my senses. I'm telling you what it looks like, and if that's not good enough for you, I mean, I don't know. I can't help you. It's just what it looks like to me. It looks like a dome.
You say it looks like a dome. So when you look at it, you go. So when you look at other things that share that dome perfectly facing you, would you agree that the dome? You're not seeing the edges of the dome. You're not seeing a lip. You're not seeing a middle. It is a dome that is always pointing directly at you.
Sure.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree that every sphere you do see, every basketball, pool table ball, like beach ball, all of the balls always appear to be a sphere perfectly, a dome perfectly pointing at you?
Yeah, because I can experience that object in a space that I can't experience the other one that I'm looking at. To qualify it as an object, I'm not able to say the same thing as I would as those things you mentioned. So it's a different category. It's in a category where I can't tangibly experience that thing that you call an object. It could be something that's physical. I don't know. It looks that way. But what I'm telling you is what it looks like, and nothing more.
Sure. Look, and also you've seen the videos of it librating, right? It does librations where you see slightly to the left and slightly to the right as it wobbles back and forth.
Well, like I said, like it only appears a certain way to me, but I can't say anything. Any more information would be a speculation. I can only tell you what I see. My observation is such that I can tell you what I see it as.
Do you trust your senses? Where it appears to be a dome facing you with a contiguous surface, do you go, therefore it is probably a physical dome facing me?
Well, yeah, probabilistic, right? That's just a realm of what we think. It's like basically a speculation. It still would be a mystery, of course, like because it could defy what my speculation is and be something completely entirely different. But what it appears to me as,
say that thing is probably what it looks like. That's what you're asking me about the red car, right? You were scoffing at me about the red car, going,
yes, but that's in a different space.
You might be having a psychotic episode and think that there's seeing a red car, and I'm asking you that sphere up there that clearly looks like
it's not a sphere.
Might it not be a sphere? And you're like, I don't know that. Could be anything. I trust
but here's the thing.
Tell me sphere. They clearly tell you sphere.
Yeah. You're trying to make a comparison. You're trying to make a comparison to something that is not tangible. You cannot interact with that moon that you look at. You cannot interact with it. In no way can you tell me. Yeah, you can see it. You can see it, but that's as far as it gets, and that's only engaged with one of your senses.
Can you bounce a radio transmission off it? Can you?
No, that's going into what you think in your paradigm, and I don't want to go there just yet. Let's do this.
Bounce an encrypted radio transmission off it, such that.
Dude, you want to go there? I'm going to ask you how do you know it's bouncing off? How do you know it's bouncing off the moon and not some other thing in between?
So could something be bounced? Yeah. So could something? This is what we're proposing.
No, but then you're going to put it in a question form. I want you to answer straight. Yeah. It's a closed-ended question. How do you know it's something that's not interfering with your test with the radar or laser? Excuse me.
I would note the size of it and the location of it. And
You don't know that.
Yes,
That's
you do.
all unknown.
Where it appears in your eye. It's a
Yeah, but
fucking
that's
moon.
only-
You can see it.
Okay, just settle down there. But what I'm saying is, what you don't know is the information.
Where is it? It might be
The
over my
distance.
left shoulder.
Yeah, the distance from where it is to you is unknown. Also, the size is unknown. You can't know the size or the
I'm
distance.
not using that. I didn't use that.
You
You're
just said
making
so.
this up. You're making this up. No, I said, where is it in your sky? Like, am I looking at it? And if I point something at it and I'm looking at it, and exactly the thing that I'm looking at is exactly the reflection pattern that bounces a signal back to Earth, and the bits that are black next to
How
the
do you
moon
know?
don't reflect that.
You're
Because you can
taking
do
a
an
lot of
Earth
liberty
moon,
with
Earth
saying.
radio.
You're taking a lot of liberty with saying that you could bounce something off of it.
Do this with a
I
couple
think you
$100 worth of equipment. You can do this with a ham radio.
How do you know it's not bouncing off something other than the moon? How do you know that's not something?
Exactly where the moon is.
How do you know
That's
where
what-
it is?
Because
How do you know?
fucking looking at it. You're looking
Yeah,
at
so
it.
what?
Right
Looking
there.
at something doesn't
You're
denote
standing-
distance.
You don't
Looking
need
at
to
something.
look. If you're standing at the radar transmission, you're looking
Yeah.
down the same parallel line of sight. It could be right in front of you, 100 kilometers away. It doesn't matter. It's there. You're looking at it.
Yeah, but you
You're
don't know
looking at it from
distance
the
to
place
say that
the
I'm going to
radio
bounce it
transmission
off
is
of the
leaving
thing.
from.
You don't know the distance to say that you're going to bounce some type of laser or radar off of it and then say I'm going to get a signal back and therefore the distance is known because of that bounce back. You can't know that. What if it's bouncing off of something
yeah.
before the moon? What if it's bouncing off of something before the moon? You don't know the information. It's not complete.
Yeah, and even after the moon, you don't know. You're not sure. I was about to say that, and thank you. You don't know if the moon is something that can make those waves bounce, and it doesn't just go through the moon and bounce from something behind the moon. You don't know.
Yeah, you don't know that.
So what we've got proposing,
or like
I can understand it.
Yeah,
We're
the proposal.
saying there could be a moon-like object.
No. You don't misconstrue. Don't misconstrue. You're misconstruing it. It's not other than the moon. What you're identifying is that when you're pointing something at the moon, you're saying it's hitting the moon. So you're making this inference.
What it is you're saying. So I'm not getting it wrong. It sounds
I'm
like
t-
what you're both proposing is there could be something like the moon that is exactly in the position
No.
the moon is from my observation point.
No, that's
could
not
be
it.
at different places on the surface of the Earth.
No.
It could be something that is
I'm telling
either
you, no.
in front of it or behind it.
You're continuing. I'm telling you, no.
Reflects
not it.
back in the same signal as if it was touching a physical surface, which is also what the moon appears to be.
Yeah, appears
And
to
it's
be.
bouncing
Yeah.
it back as if it would if it was the thing that it appears to be, but we can't tell if that's the moon.
Yeah. How can you verify it's the moon? That's the question.
Yeah, good question. At that point,
There you go.
that is a great
Then that
question.
should clarify
If that
the reason
doesn't
why that
verify
doesn't
it
work.
for you, if that doesn't meet your standard, what would? If bouncing
actual-
your own encrypted transmission off the thing to go, is that a physical surface? Is
Because
the
you're
thing like-
already assuming that it's bouncing off of it as if it were something there physically. What if it's not? What if it's bouncing off of something in between the moon and you? What if it's bouncing off of something behind them? You never know what. You're asserting there's these assumptions that you're making, right, to the mystery of what the moon is, and then you're making this grand claim that you're gonna bounce something off of something. So you're making this claim that that thing is
What is
exactly
right
what
now?
you think it. Dude, you're making a claim that you think that that's exactly what you think it is, but you don't know. You're
I
in
think
a
it's
you're
right
in
now.
an area where there's a lot of unknowns, man.
I think it's radio bouncing off a physical surface.
That's good.
Would you-
Good for you. Good for you.
So what
Now
else
you
would it-
believe
would it
that.
bounce off?
You believe that. That's fine, but you
Other
can't
thing in
verify
front
it.
or behind- this other thing that we also can't verify that's in front or behind the moon that might be there, that we
Yep.
can't prove isn't there, so maybe it is. Is it physical?
That we don't know. But what we're saying is you discounted all the possibilities, variables of what it could be instead of what you think it actually is. So you're discounting the fact that it could be something interrupting that, and in between the moon or beyond the moon is causing that thing to happen the way you see it. The perception of what your radar is giving you that impression that you're doing something that's effective, saying that you're bouncing something off the moon. But the
So the
fact
moon
is you cannot verify that it's hitting the moon. That's the
Well,
thing you
if it's
cannot
something
do.
Physical, I think it is. I can't.
That's
conceive
fine.
Another thing. It might
You
be
can
hitting-
think whatever you want, dude. You can think whatever you want, but it's not verified.
Would it
that's true.
have to be hitting something physical?
It's not
What else
verified,
bounces
eggs.
radio. What else bounces radio but physical surfaces?
It's not. Yeah, the reason why you asked that question is going to lead you to more questions. So you don't know, which is the part that I'm telling you to realize. You don't know. It's just something you
I know
can't
radio
verify.
does bounce off physical surfaces. Does it bounce off any non-physical things?
Yeah, that's not for me to tell you. It's for you to actually say that. Well, then,
You don't have a single
if
second
I'm
thought.
asking these questions, you should ask yourself, if I'm asking these questions, that means I can't verify it. If I'm asking all these questions.
Exactly. If you
Yeah.
can dream up some wild possible alternate moon,
don't
that
need
may
to.
or may not be physical, and you can't disprove my alternate may or may not.
You
be
don't
physical moon,
need to.
Then you
All
haven't
you got to
proved
do
it
is say
doesn't
that you
exist,
can't verify it.
and that might be true. I get it.
You can't-
I get it.
Yeah, you can't verify it, and I think that's the issue.
Exactly.
You
I
have
can't
you have
verify
a
your made-up moon isn't real.
no,
Doesn't matter.
you have a burning desire to say that it's your way or no other way. It's like no, you can say that since you can't verify it, it could be anybody's guess. And I've only given you one, and Necros gave you another. But it's anybody's guess as to why it does what it does when you say you shoot your laser there. So there's no way to verify it's actually hitting the moon. You can't verify that.
Well, we can see that there's nothing else there, right? We can see points of light that disappear behind every other bit of space. And we can
You
see
can
that the
keep
moon's
making
blocked
this
out.
argument. It's still going to amount to, at the end
And
of
you
it,
guys
is that you can't
proposed-
verify it.
Yeah, you guys are proposing, though, there might be something that
No.
behaves as if it was a physical surface.
It
that's
could be
hanging
anything.
out- that's
Yeah, it could be
hanging out
anything.
in front or behind of the moon.
Yeah, it could be
for
anything.
any observer that may or may not be physical, that bounces radio as if it was physical, as if it was the moon.
Yeah. Do you know what it is?
Because you haven't proven that's not true.
No, you haven't proven it, dude. It's your claim.
That's what I'm saying.
You
Yeah,
think
yeah,
you're bouncing radio signals off, but I'm telling you is you can't provide evidence that that's the case. You only made your inference, and then you want to hang on the inference like it's true. It's not, because I can
they're made up,
easily, I
non-physical-
easily debunked it. I easily debunked it by saying you can't verify it, and you're just writing, contorting, and saying that well, you guys are the ones saying that it's something. No, you can't
You've
verify it. Therefore, it's debunked. Until you provide concrete evidence empirically that is exactly what it is, then you're in the state of unknown right now.
Sure. Like, I don't need to know. I just come to the conclusion.
There you go. Round of applause. We finally got there. Thank you,
Are
eggshells.
almost definitely a physical
Yeah.
object.
Of
right,
course,
where
of
we
course.
That it's not like this is not good evidence that it might not be a physical object.
No,
It's
you
that it's
can't
behaving a
verify
lot-
it is good evidence.
But your argument is it's behaving a lot like a physical object, isn't it?
No, my argument is that you can't verify it. I've been saying this whole time.
But your only posited alternate solutions are that there is something in front or behind of it reflecting as if it was a physical surface.
Yeah, I
Both
just
of those
posited some idea, but it could be anything
Yeah.
else.
would be
If
a
an Indian, if an Indian hear you, he will say, it is the god, the black sun, that god of the black sun called Rahu. Have you ever heard about that thing that the Indians believe? That black
Rahu
sun?
and Rahu and Ketu. Yeah, with
Yeah,
lunar
Rahu.
eclipses, solar eclipses.
Yeah. So, are you detecting Rahu?
Yeah, he doesn't
no,
know.
I
What
think Rahu's made up. I think if you could
You don't know.
same
You
as
don't.
can detect these things
You
that
don't
pretend to be the
Someone
moon.
will say, no, you don't know. Someone will say, you are detecting it.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's Rahu.
and Ketu.
Okay. How did they detect it?
Well, that's the thing. You couldn't
did.
do it. You can't do it
I
either.
couldn't meet the standard. You're right. I couldn't.
There
You
go.
set a standard so unbelievably bizarre that I couldn't meet it.
Oh, and you did it?
No, I failed to meet it. You're right. You win.
No, I'm saying,
right.
yeah, of course, but it's not about that. The thing is, you can't verify the information, so therefore it's in a realm of just inference, which is what you have. You're just inferring.
Sure. Yeah. That's
Well,
all
then
you do now.
we can walk away from this discussion knowing that you're just making an inference, and we're saying it can't be verified. That's all.
I wasn't, because I wasn't able to disprove the existence of something behaving like a moon that hangs out right in front and behind the moon, having the same angular size
Nah,
of the moon.
you want that to be the argument.
Observer of the moon. that can
You
bounce
want that to be
radio
the argument,
signals.
Eggs, but it's not the argument.
Which is
The-
what
the
it
thing-
looks to be.
Necros just gave you a third option. Somebody else can give you a fourth. Someone else can give you a fifth. We're only
They're all the
proposing that.
same. They're all the same.
could be-
all of them
yeah.
are just, it's not physical, but it really, really, really, really seems like it's physical. It looks like a physical sphere. It
So, do you
bounces
know what
radar
it
like a
is?
physical sphere, but it
Do you
might
know
not
what it
be.
is?
That's
Do you
the
know
whole
what it is?
argument.
Do you
looks
know what
like
it is?
some people believe that
Almost
it is
definitely
sun.
a sphere.
Almost definitely. Almost doesn't count, bro. It
my
either
sen-
is or
if
is
I
not
trusted
what
my
you say it
senses
is.
implicitly, if I really trusted do you trust your senses?
I told you many times I do.
Okay. What is it? What's the moon?
Well, I can't tell you what it is. I could. That
you
nice
can't
try.
trust the senses. And you can't
Well,
trust
I
the
think it's a big block of cheese.
You
Like,
can't
no,
trust
you
the
can't
senses.
say that.
No, but what shape is it? Your eyes can tell you what
I've
shape.
already told you what it interprets to me as a dome. Looks like a dome.
Dome perfectly facing you. That
Well,
also
I mean,
vibrates, so you see more
It
than
does.
half.
It's facing me, but I mean, it has vibration, so you can see a little bit more of
You
it.
see more than half of it, so it can't be half a dome. It's got to be at least 2/3 of a sphere.
Oh, that's
if you
fine.
can see around the corners.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
fine.
2/3 of a sphere.
I can
So
run with
that's
that. I can run with that.
But it might have a weird missing chunk just in the bit you can't see. That's possible. Not probably.
Okay.
but
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah, there you go. Well, then you're a half moon. You're a half
Looks
moon
like
kind of guy too, huh?
object. Yeah, well, more than half. We're going to 2/3 of a sphere.
Well, more
now.
than half. You're more than half a moon kind of guy too, huh?
Yeah, and it looks
Okay.
like a physical object. And if we do a test to see if it's a physical object, like bouncing radio,
If we do a test to see if it is a physical object, your standard is set to some sort of device that we have. So then you can say, aha,
stuff.
we have reached the pinnacle of information. We now know it's a sphere and
Could you
it's
shine a light
solid.
at it?
You could throw a piece of gum at it, dude. Like, doesn't matter. Like, is it verifying the fact that it is what you think it is, or is it just an inference?
I don't think we'll ever get there. No, there could
There
be
you
other
go.
objects appearing to be
That's what I'm talking about, man.
like a physical spherical surface. But would you agree then that it seems like what you are describing is a reality in which you are tricked in a variety of ways?
No,
Your
that's
senses
misrepresentation. No, you can see
Your
it for what it
senses-
is, and it looks like exactly what everybody else could say it looks like. That's all. There's
So-
nothing different. We're not saying that it looks like a bowl of
think it's
spaghetti
nothing-
or something. It just looks like the moon, what you detail it to be. Looks like it has
just
little
don't-
craters on it and stuff. Yeah, looks all that.
I just
all
don't
that
think
way.
you can claim to be the people who trust your senses if you don't say it looks pretty much like it's almost definitely a physical sphere.
Yeah, almost definitely. Yeah, you use these words like, oh man, if we were just there to say it is a sphere, to say it truly is, then we'd have it. But we don't.
Okay,
We
1
don't-
minute past the hour. That is a video from Soundly of the Pontchartrain Bridge. Could you
Oh.
tell me, using your senses, is that bridge curved or is it straight?
It looks that way from the thumbnail. Yeah.
Play the video. The video is the bit that really gets the juice out of it.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
If it
I
takes
could
10
play it, but I
Was
don't.
it
I don't want
It's
to.
like it's a looping 6-second GIF.
That's too long,
Would you
dude.
say if you trust your would you say if you trust your senses that to you, your senses tell you that's a curved bridge?
It looks that way from the image. Now, whether or not I can test to see if it actually is, that would be a whole different ballgame, isn't it? Aha!
You trust your senses that it's
We
curved?
got him, boys.
So how do you have?
Dude, you can't get out of this. There isn't anything you can show me that I wouldn't agree that what it looks like until I test and verify the thing to be what
So
it is.
You're not
I wouldn't
trusting
know.
your senses. You would need to test and verify sometimes. Your senses
Yes.
show you that's curved, but in those situations, you
Yeah,
need to
not
trust-
your senses, just your eyesight. What you see looks that way.
Sure.
But then you test
Now
to
you
see
need
if it is or isn't the thing that you thought it was, and then you find out. Aha,
I didn't
it's
need
not
to test
that what I thought it
before.
was.
because we trusted our senses, but now we sometimes need to do tests as well.
No.
Doubt our
You-
senses that
trusting your
senses
senses
could be
means
wrong.
that trusting your senses means like I see it visually. The visual aspect of seeing something is using your senses, right? You see it.
Mhm.
Now
Sure.
the discernment happens when you test it. Let's see if it is the thing we think it is. And then when
Right.
you test it,
Test it,
oh wait a
sure.
minute, we got more information. Now we can touch it. We can measure it. We can do things with it tangibly. Now we know what it is. Huh?
Right. So we've done
Yeah.
tests and we've done laser tests and we know that the Earth is flat. So now with
Oh,
that
so we're
knowledge-
shifting over to flat Earth. What about globe? We forgot all about that thing.
We're still here.
No,
so
we're
now we
not.
know the
We
Earth is
shifted over
flat.
to flat Earth,
We
where
didn't
you're
care.
trying to make
I'm
it seem like.
I'm just asking you about the thing you just said. You
Go ahead.
said we use our senses, then we test. I just want to ask you about that.
Yes.
So now we've used our senses. We've gone, that looks like a curved bridge. Then we do the test. We do laser test. And the test comes back showing we're on a flat Earth. What does that tell us that we should do with the information we're getting from our senses when we look at that video?
That we
What
need
should we
discernment.
do?
And we need to understand.
Discernment.
Yeah, we need to understand how is this. Well, if you want the answer, you're going to have to let me tell you. So when we see this image, we have one representation of what it looks like. Then we can go there to that location and test and verify whether or not the information that we see is correct. So we're going to be engaged with our senses to test and verify that thing that we thought it was. And then we're going to find out more information and then be able to make a knowledge claim about it. Simple.
So we can see if the information our senses gave us was correct, I think was the words used, yeah?
Yeah, the information is partial. So that means that our sensory... when you engage with one sense, which would be just your eyesight, right? Looking at something, that's one part. And then it's fully engaged with two or more senses. Then you can start to have better discernment and you can have a knowledge base. For sure.
Right. And so it could come back that despite the fact that we see something one way, our discernment and the tests we've done could tell us to not trust our senses when we see it.
Incorrect. No, that we could trust our senses, but we're gonna categorize things. Now that means that what we can say is that what we see at a distance could be one thing. When we're able to engage with more senses, we can have a discernment now and say, let's categorize this. At a distance, I could see it this way, but when I got up close and I measured and I tested and I verified, it now is because of the fact that our vision operates in a very specific manner and that it shows us what the world looks like at a distance. And yeah, we can still trust it. Yes.
Yeah, you can trust, and it shows you exactly the thing how it is. So you won't say because you see a mirage, you want to trust your eyes because your eyes will fail you if they don't show you that optical phenomena.
Yes.
Light
correct.
bending and working like that. That's the thing happening really. So if your eyes don't show you that at that moment, yeah, you can say, oh, I can't trust my eyes because they don't show me everything, but they show you everything 100%.
Yep. Every time.
So we can't. So when we see that bent bridge, we can't trust, or we can trust our eyes.
We can trust. That's what I've been telling you.
The bridge is bent.
No, that is not bent. We only can see visually. Listen, it looks at. Yeah, I'm telling you from a visual. Eggs, relax, dude. I'm telling you from a visual perspective, it looks one certain kind of way. But when we are engaged with, when we're engaged with more than one sense, then we can identify a knowledge claim or a knowledge base. So we can say now that, it looked this way from a distance, but as I got closer, you know what? It was that I saw it a particular way. So now that what that means, all that means is that I've.
What do you mean by that? Did you get close to the Pontchartrain Bridge? We're not getting close to one video.
I'm able to test and verify the water underneath, maybe perhaps the bridge itself. And I could tell you the physical features. I could tell you the reason why it was constructed in a way because I could identify the materials that were used to build the bridge. So more senses are engaged, which means I have more information, which means I have a better discernment, which means that now I could lay a knowledge claim to it. Yeah, that's simple. It's not hard, Eggs, to get to this place.
Well, you're doing a lot of footwork to run away from the fact that
no, I'm actually running towards, not running away.
If that bridge appears to you as curved, before and after you've done that, you must come to the conclusion that you can't trust your senses about the curvature.
No, that's what you're saying. You're giving it a narrow viewpoint. You can't say that that's the case. You're putting a hypothetical example.
Name the sense. Is it
you've given a hypothetical example that it doesn't change either way. How do you know that? Did you engage with going there and testing for yourself? Because I don't think that's the case.
We're just going with your senses. It's just about what you can see in the video. It's just about
only what you see. But what you see is not always what you get. So you have to go farther than that.
What you see is not what you get. Thank you.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. He does not trust his senses, and he's finally admitted.
I do. Because it's going to look like it's bent, but when you appear to measure it, you might find out that it's not because of how you saw it at the distance. So you're misrepresenting a position by trying to make it sound like you can't trust your senses. And I'm telling you, that's how you know.
They were your words.
Yeah, because it looks a certain way from a distance. Of course not.
Right. Exactly.
Yes.
It looks curved from a distance, correct?
Yes. But until you engage with two or more senses, you wouldn't be able to have more knowledge on it.
What are the other senses? Your smell?
Well, your touch, your measure, like you can
How's your
account
touch?
for things, the materials that are being used, the elements.
Does that
You know,
make
there's
sense?
a lot of things that are involved here. Like it's not
senses, though. You're just making weird stuff up.
what
It doesn't
taste,
tell you
touch,
what you look-
hear,
If
like
I-
all those are senses.
None of this makes sense. If I see a bent
It does.
bridge, you're saying I should withhold judgment and not trust my senses yet. but I'm
No,
still
no, no,
trusting
no, no,
them
no,
now.
no, no.
And then I go up and I touch
No, no,
it.
I never said that. You keep
And
saying
now
that.
because I know
You
materials
keep saying that.
of the
Eggs, you're
amount
putting words in my
of
mouth.
Bent bridge.
Eggs, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say you can't trust your senses. You keep making it sound like that's what I'm saying. I am not saying that you are.
How does my touching the bridge help me determine how curved it is?
No, you're able to identify what elements are being used for that bridge. There could be some type of material that reflects light and then causes that distortion of light from a distance to make it dude, let me finish. What it appears that the bridge is doing, right, in your visual spectrum from a distance could cause it to make it look like a certain way. So when you got up closer, you identified the elements that are being used in the specific bridge building, and then you could say, hey, well, this reflects light in a particular manner, which causes the effect that it looks like it's curving from a distance, but it's really not because I identified the element. Sorry.
You've got a great imagination to dream.
No,
up
it's
that-
not. It's just knowing that the physical and natural world are comprised of such things as elements that react differently with the environment around it that you're discounting.
Yeah, you have to process the information.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just pointing out that you're
Okay.
agreeing with me.
I
It
don't
is
think so.
possible that you could go to the bridge and go down there and touch it and go, oh, tungsten. Tungsten behaves really weird in this heat. Yeah, it'd look bent even if it was straight.
Duh.
All of that, if that were true, which I don't think you'd need to touch it to know that. And you
Yeah,
don't need to
because
go
that's
there.
you.
All the rest of it are unnecessary steps. But all of that, if I took it as granted, said, fine, the bridge is made of tungsten, tungsten reflects funny, so it's going to look bent when it is straight. All of that I would use to reach the conclusion that if the bridge looks bent, mistrust your senses because I know this information in my brain, which is not a sense, it is my reasoning capacity, my discernment, as you put it. So I'm going to mistrust my senses and know that that bridge is not bent despite my senses telling me it is.
Yeah, but that's you, not
Exactly
me.
what I've been saying for hours, which is
That's you, not me. I'm going to tell you that you still have to be engaged in trusting your senses because you saw it a particular way at a distance, right? So then the discernment happens when you categorize something as what it is. You could say it's an effect. It's an effect of my vision when I see it. So I can trust my senses to every time that I see it at a specific distance, I can tell you this is the effect that occurs over a hot day depending on this type of light environment. So the light, the way it's striking the object is going to cause a visual perspective to be identified in this way, which means that I can now categorize it, which means that in certain instances, people categorize mirage effects, right? There's many different categorizations as what people see in the distance, but they couldn't get to the categorization unless they identified at a specific distance, at a specific range of, weather. They would be able to tell you that what they see is a particular thing, like looming, towering, stooping, lowering. All these types of superior mirages that occur were categorized. They couldn't trust their senses. They could trust their senses. They needed to categorize what they're looking at. So then now they have a specific category. So now they can say, I know that's lowering. What I'm looking at, that superior mirage that's occurring, I can trust my senses to have discernment to say that specific thing that's occurring is lowering, not towering, not stooping. It has very specific connotation to what I can see. I can trust my senses. Therefore, when I appear to get closer to it, I know that the effect that was at a visual range at a distance of where I was is categorized in a very specific way. So yes, you can trust your senses because you have discernment to know what it was because you categorize it that way. That's what we're doing. That's it.
Well, it's hopeful. I still think that you are doing the same thing I am, and I think this.
I doubt it.
If you were walking towards that bridge,
yes,
right, and you came across the hill wherever this was taken, right? I don't think there's a hill here. I think it's a drone, but whatever. And you saw the bridge in that aspect. You would form a view about the curved or flat, straight nature of that bridge.
Is that your dog?
And you would no, it's somebody else's. And you would form a view of that until you got down to in front of it, and then you claim somehow by touching it you're going to know something about refractive gradients and then have information to tell you the bridge is straight.
Sure.
What they would say is, up until you did this touching that told you things about the bridge and refractive gradients, you would have had a view that the bridge was curved. You would have, in your mind, conceived of a curved bridge because you'd just seen a curved bridge with your eyes.
Okay.
Then what you're saying with discernment is you would adjust that position once you had more information.
Bingo, spot on. I think the man's just he arrived. All right, so we're now walking together. So now what?
So the point is, during the time that you were walking towards the bridge, based upon your senses, based upon your trust of your senses, you had the incorrect view about reality up until you went to touch the bridge.
Nope. It's not incorrect. It was correct. It was spot on. But I wasn't able to identify that. This is the part where we go astray. So I wasn't able to identify at a distance what my visual range was, the capability. Like I wasn't able to categorize it. So therefore, I could say what you probably think is you can't trust your senses, but that's not the case. When I had more information, I could say this. Right? The difference is you can make a distinction between what your way of thinking and mine would be. Okay, I was at, we'll just put an arbitrary distance, 15 miles or whatever. Let's do that. 15 miles away. 15 miles away, it looked a particular way. But let me examine the conditions of the day. Let me examine the range of light that was striking the object. It could be noon, it could be morning, who knows? Whatever time it was, and when I saw that the way I did, I'm going to have to identify what that was in my visual range. Then I could say, let's put it in a category, right? Because the bridge looked a specific way. Now I've categorized it. So every time with those specific conditions, I will see this phenomena occur. Or maybe it's something else. Who knows? But I will be able to have it as a category. Therefore, with my senses engaged and trusting them, I could tell you what it is that I've identified and have discernment of. So that I could say, yes, the bridge looks exactly the way I see it. But here's the thing. I know that because of the information of the day included, and not only that, but the materials that the thing is made of, made it look this way. That's how logic works, how reasoning works. We're able to identify, logically have discernment, and then come to a conclusion and say, this is the reason why. Not because we cannot trust our senses, but because we could.
May I tell me what it means to trust? What does it mean when you say trust your senses? What does that phrase mean?
We're engaged with our senses, and the information that we're receiving visually is interpreted in such a way that we're able to tell people what we see, as far as like just the physical and natural world, the interpretation of how our eyes perceive the world. So if we're saying, hey, I look at the moon and it looks this particular way, to somebody it's not far-fetched. It's not like I'm saying I'm looking at a tree in the sky and you're like, dude, that's not a tree. What do you mean? Like that would be akin to what you're saying. You can't trust your senses because you're looking at something that's identifiably not the thing that everybody notices it to be. But as it were, identifiably, it looks like a specific thing, right? It looks like that thing, but it's, So
what does it mean to, as short as you can for a working definition for the sake of this debate, so we can say whether something we do or don't trust them? Because my charge to you is, I trust mine about the same as you do yours. And when things violate other biases I have, like dragons don't exist or the Earth's a globe, then I might question my senses, and I think you're in the same position. I think you're trying to do fancy footwork to get out of the same position.
Yeah,
and
no, it's not questioning.
You're saying you either trust your senses or you don't, and I'm saying I sometimes do and I doubt them in this circumstance. So do you. What does it mean? Crucial to this argument is, what does it mean to trust your senses? Give me a shortest, most pithy.
Correctly trust your senses. Yeah. I mean, simply, I guess just being able to have the greatest amount of discernment with the available information.
Discernment is trusting
with the available information. So if you say that you see something, right? You could even say the moon. I don't care what you put it as. But it has to be the greatest amount of information that could be gathered, and that can only happen with the full engagement of, I think, 2 or more senses. I think that's what it is. 2 or more senses.
But where does discernment come into it? Why does discernment?
The interpretation. It's the interpretation of the physical natural world per your senses.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That seems separate
Yeah.
to senses. There seems like there's sensing information and trusting your sensing, and your discernment and trust of your discernment and trust of working both together. I don't really see, if you say, do you trust your senses? And you go, oh yeah, but trusting my senses to me involves discerning when a bridge that appears curved is not. I would go, it sounds like you just...
May I respond to that very
That's
fast?
what I've been arguing against for me. Like,
So
if you
the
say
bridge
trust your
is not
I mean, I get why you're saying that, but go ahead, Necros.
it's not your eyes that are bending the bridge. Your eyes are transmitting to you the information, the raw information of the light entering your eyes. So that bridge is bent whether or not your eyes are there, because of the light coming from that bridge. You put a droplet of water and a tree or a wall or something like that, like a rock behind that water, it will transmit to you the same exact damn image that your eyes are showing to you. It's optics.
Sure.
It's the optics. It's not dependent to us humans. You can get rid of humans and animals and just have those things. It will happen.
Yeah,
It will
I agree.
always, because it's not your eyes. Your eyes are 100%, like I said earlier, transmitting to you the raw information with no modification. You
Yeah.
can change your
I
eyes and
think you're
put a lens and the camera. It will show you that exact thing. It's not. You won't say, "I'm not trusting the camera." If you process the information that is given to you from the image by the camera or the image inside your eyes, so you just have to process the information. You see water on the road. It's not water. It's light bending and reflecting on the road, and you can see the image of the guy that is walking on that road. So the guy and his image below him. So you won't say, oh, it's a guy walking on himself. No, it's not correct. You have to process the information and give the exact correct idea of what you see. If you understand the optical phenomena,
I agree with that.
I think I agree. It's like when I would say I trust my senses, I think Necros is nailing it, which is this difference between what would a photograph taken from, like if you just replaced my eyeball with a camera with a lens in the same spot, my senses is like, snap, there's a photograph, and now I could hold a ruler up to it, or I could go, was it a sunny day that day? Or
But you can't do that with just visual.
When you say discernment, I would go, well, I do need to know the X, Y, and Z things about whether that bridge is made.
Would you say Would you say that's illogical to say that? Make that statement?
No, it's not. No, it's not illogical to deploy other things. That's what I've spent this whole time saying. That's what we both do.
Then you can still trust your senses, though. At no time do you not trust them.
You are doing it.
Maybe it's just a wording. You know what? Maybe it's just a wording. We're probably saying the same thing. You're saying it in a different way, saying that not to trust. We're saying that's not what we're saying, though.
Use your discernment, your logic, or your wealth of experiences to go, I've just never seen a dragon before. So the very first time I see a dragon, if
you say the words, I cannot trust my senses.
Very outside my experience. Well, I don't think I won't. I don't see it as a binary where it's like, well, suddenly my eyes are useless. It's like, well, clearly something is happening that is very dragon-like. So even if I'm mistrusting the first thing I'm thinking when I see that, which is dragon, right, which is trusting my senses, it's still quite probable that this is a drone display or some sort of projection on a building or a trick of the light or a sort of funny angle to see a tree at, or indeed I could be having a psychotic episode. But those things are so improbable that, you know, I'm going to filter through them quite slowly and just look for information and just use my discernment with each one until I come upon a probable answer, which is like, oh, it's Chinese New Year. They're just, you know, the people inside a suit.
Yeah,
who
That's
knows?
That's why you don't use tools to walk in the street. You trust your eyes. You understand. You understood the basics, the first basics, like, for example, the road that is straight in front of you, but it appears to ramp up toward your eyes, so that horizon or that edge of that road appears to be at the elevation of your eyes. So you will think that, oh, the road is that part of the road is that as the same elevation as me. But it's not, because you understand the thing, you process the information very fast, so you walk on the street being confident. You know what you are doing. You trust your eyes 100%.
Yeah, I guess just to wrap it up, I don't know if you have anything more to add, Egg. Just gonna kick it to the room, see if there's anybody in here. So, yeah, was that it?
I think so.
I think if there's anybody else that wants to chime in, because there was some people that popped in here, go ahead and chime in if you're brand new to the forum. Welcome everybody to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on religion and politics. I forget what server I'm on. So you guys can chime in if you want. We're asking the question in here, what do you think the Earth is, and how do you know what it is? So if you're in here brand new, go ahead and chime in. See a lot of new faces and maybe some of the old ones. Somebody was asleep during that. I know eggs can be boring, but I mean, snoring on the mic, come on. You put them right to sleep, man. It wasn't me. I guarantee you, I have more riveting conversation. Huh?
Right in my feelings.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't that kind of sucks, right? When you're having a discussion, somebody just snores away. You're like, whatever, dude.
Oh yeah, I do training, and I do take it super personally when people nod off.
That's different. You're actually having information that they need to know, and they're snoring. So that, yeah. We got Murph that just joined in. Murph, are you there?
Bring us your globe proof. Tell us why you think you live on a spinny, wobbly ball of anachronistic atheism.
Oh God, that's a lot of labels. Murph, are you there? I think you've unmuted your mic.
Yeah, I'm just joined. Sorry.
You're kind of low, but what brought you to this?
Up today.
What brought you to this room?
Oh, just seeing everybody in here, seeing what the conversation was going.
You're still a bit low. Somebody's probably turning you up. But
we're trying to get to the bottom of why people think they live on a ball.
Yeah. Do you think you live on a Earth that's a globe, Murph?
I do, and I don't know where all this flat Earth stuff comes from. Yeah, I thought it was already settled science.
Well, yeah, I know, right? So let's... Dude, I don't know. Is there some way you can fix your mic? Because we do want to hear what you're saying. So
let me see if I can do something.
Maybe it's just the distance.
Go into your Windows settings as well. I had that a problem before. People kept telling me I turned it up in Discord, and then just go into the Windows settings and it fixes.
You can do a mic check anytime you need.
Science was a good one.
Yeah, he did say he thought it was settled science. So
I thought it was settled science, not we know it's settled science. So he gets points for that.
We also have AZ that joined the group. AZ, if you're there. A lot of people just chiming in, listening in. We got CB in the house. What's up, CB?
What's going on, chat?
Are we live?
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Any better?
Yeah. You're a little bit better, Murph. Yep.
Yep. All right. This is what it is, I think.
All right. So, in what way do you think it's settled science that you've heard of?
Well, it kind of goes back to Copernicus, right? And then everybody else from there, and then all the science that's been out there. But it's just kind of seems like it's people want to go back a couple centuries.
Yeah, these knuckle draggers. How dare they? All right, so
I'm not calling anybody any names, though.
I'm not pointing any fingers, but anyways, maybe you point hairy knuckles at some. What I'm saying though, bro, is like, yeah, you might think that, but think about this: if the question was ever asked you, if somebody pulled you over on the street and like, dude, do you know this Earth's a globe? How can you prove it? What would you tell them to prove it?
The thing is Do you guys know anything about firearms?
Yes.
Okay, so you know about the Coriolis effect then, about how snipers have to take in the curvature of the Earth.
They don't.
Okay. But let me put it this way: the sniper community does, and what do you
Oof.
call it? They do have to take depending on which.
As a real life sniper, they don't.
Okay.
Yeah, we have military people in this room, Murph, that are flat earthers. So that what you're going to be met with is people that have the argument down on that particular side of things. Where that's an old argument, actually. But are you coming from a position that you are yourself a military sniper and have the ability to?
I know people that are.
Oh, you know people that are.
And they tell me all about the calculations they have to make in order to get the bullet to go where they want it.
Really? Do you think people in the field do this? What they're saying?
The ones that sneak around with the ghillie suits on and stuff and take those long shots, yeah.
Yeah.
Not the ones that are just actively moving around. I mean, that's really hard to do.
So the guys who are in a prone position, sitting there for hours, if not a day or two.
Real sniper team, yeah.
All right, your cough sounded louder than your voice. So when
I just kind of got up, and I'm not looking for a huge debate, but
no, I mean I just want to know your perspective. To be honest, man, why you think it's a globe, and it seems like you're leading more back into a derivative topic, which would be that sniper bullets are effectively the reason why you think Coriolis exists, but you've already started from a topic that is borrowing from the premise, which is that the Earth is in motion, which is spinning.
Oh, what I was trying to do is bring up an example that you.
Yeah, I get it. But what I'm saying is that particular argument is usually one that is going from the Earth is already spinning, therefore the Coriolis effect is essentially the reason why sniper bullets are doing what they do. So I'm telling you that that's your kind of like way of saying that what you might think that the Earth is a globe by, but it's already borrowing from the premise. So we're already like at least away from the premise to say that how did you know that the Earth is in motion, spinning? That would be the thing to establish before you go to Coriolis, and the effect or the physics that operate on the spinning globe would be such that you would be able to tell me how you arrived at the position you are by already detailing to me how you know the Earth is in motion with axial rotation. Does that make sense? Like you would already tell me, establish how you know the Earth is spinning.
I don't know.
For Coriolis to be affecting a sniper bullet.
Physicists to be able to have an educated conversation about it.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is using a derivative argument, which the one that you would like to have with the sniper bullet, or at least talking to your friends that are snipers, and saying that they've arrived at a sort of a premise to say that their bullets, they have to account for the curvature, or the spin of the Earth. I think lends from the premise of the Earth's already spinning. And we're trying to establish that in the first place, like if the Earth is actually spinning like people say that it is. And how do we arrive at that position to then forward any derivative topics such as sniper bullets being affected by Coriolis?
No, if the Earth was flat, though, how would it be spinning to have any kind of effect on anything? Would it be like an LP?
Yeah, because it is flat. We only account for three things. It says Coriolis in the manuals. No one's trying to be rude. No one's trying to make fun of you. But it does say that in the manuals. But in real life, in sniper school and ranger school, they only tell you three things to account for. They say do. You account for distance, elevation, and wind. If it's a farther away target, you have to lift your rifle up to account for the drop over distance of the bullet. It's going to fall eventually because what goes up must come down. You're not counting for the spin of the Earth or anything. It says it in the manuals, but the only thing you account for is distance, elevation, and wind, because you have to lift that rifle up a bit because you know that bullet's going to fall and hit that target.
Is that similar to what your buddies tell you, Murph?
East, you should have a different elevation.
Yeah, because the target drops over distance. Sometimes you're higher than the target. Sometimes the target's higher than you. And you have to account for the distance, the elevation, and the wind. That's all you account for, and never the spin of the earth.
Those are three main factors that anybody that has to take a long distance shot would have to account for sure. But it's funny that his name's Murph, like Murphy's Law. Like, it's funny that he said what goes up must come down.
Yeah, I caught that. That's really what triggered it.
That's kind of weird. Yeah. Anyway.
It's a World War II hero that I actually.
No, I've just been to Iraq and Afghanistan in real life, and I went to sniper school, ranger school, where you learn these things.
I don't know. I just telling you what.
You learn them.
They go out to what was it? First Sight out in Nevada, and all these.
Yeah, I think but Flat Earth Ranger just told you he's not beating around the bush about it. He's like, yeah, it does say that in the manual, but what you do in the field is something very specific, which is what you said, essentially.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, getting back to like if somebody was to ask you on the street like how you know the Earth is a globe, it resulted in you going into a derivative conversation about the Earth's already spinning and sniper bullets are being affected by the Coriolis force. But that's the problem, though. It's like you're arguing already from a borrowed premise that you think that the Earth is spinning. And you said essentially that if you wanted to know if the Earth was spinning, you'd have to ask an astrophysicist. But I think that would even be the wrong person to ask, because they wouldn't have Earth science on their mind. They would have, the stars on their mind. Astrophysicists, they're studying according to what they say is the, stars above and, everything that's out there, not where we're at. So I think that would still be, I get what you're saying. You need to ask somebody qualified enough to talk about it. But
other than
who's that person,
Videos of, the space program with people being up in space, or even if you've traveled in an airplane, you can see that the Earth does have an arc to it.
Yeah, but that's people always say that, Murph. But have you ever been in a plane and seen that yourself? I mean,
actually, I have.
You've seen the curvature from an airplane.
Yeah, you get up to about 40,000 feet.
Okay, I guess there is a counter view that people say they saw the Earth looking flat. So counter to your curvature visual, people say, "Hey, I saw the Earth looking flat from up there." So how do we square that? Murph?
I was traveling from the States over to Germany, so from the States over to Japan.
Yeah. You saw the Earth looking like a curve. It was curved Earth. But from 40,000 feet. And if somebody said, I was at 40,000 feet too, and I saw the Earth looking flat, how do we rectify that? How do we get to the bottom of this? How do we know who's right? Someone said that there were 40, because there's people that are taking flights, a lot of the people in here now, and they say, yeah, the Earth looks flat from up there. You say it looks like a curved surface. How do we know who's right?
I guess you got to get a ticket.
No, you do it yourself. Let's find out. No, but that's the thing, though.
You think,
No, I mean, yeah, you could say that people can take a flight themselves, but everybody's gonna start saying, globe, flat, flat. Like, you're never gonna get to the bottom of
depends on your
seeing something. Yeah, we were talking about this prior to you coming in here. Riding on eggshells and I were talking about, you could see something, right? But that doesn't denote the fact that what you're seeing is exactly what it is, because your eyes perceive the physical and natural world one way. But then when you test it or you measure something or you verify the thing, then you find out that it's not really what you thought you saw. You get me?
When you look out the window on an airplane at 40,000 feet.
Yeah, it's flat. Everybody films it from start to finish.
It's flat, right?
It's perfectly flat. Yeah, you would have to get a video and circle where it's rounded at, where it curves somewhere. Do you have that?
Yeah.
You do? You got footage where you circled where it curves at in your airplane window?
Well, I wasn't taking a video of it.
Oh, so now you don't. Okay, well, that's what you need to get. Somebody needs to figure out whether it's round up there or flat up there. It can't be both. Do you comprehend, brother? It can only be one. Can only be one. Which one is it? Bob says flat, you say round. We got two guys, 50-50.
Yeah, there needs to be a way to settle this, is what I was asking you, Murph. Did Murph leave? See ya, Murph. Ah, well. Could hardly hear the guy anyways. He was very low. Most people probably thought I was talking into the air.
I could hear him. I could hear him okay. He was low, but you could still kind of hear him. I just want him to circle where it's at. Like, bring the footage back you took or whatever you're saying is around where in the airplane window. Pause the video and circle it. I'm like, what the?
It's not. They'll never have. Well, yeah. I think trying to perceive the Earth as a globe because you've been believing it for such a long time is the reason why they say that. Because it, they've just been believing it for such a long time that even though they see flat Earth, they'll say it's a globe. It's weird, right?
They couldn't even imagine anything else, even though they're looking at reality.
Yeah. And that's the thing, too. Their senses perceive the Earth for what it looks like, and then as they test and verify that it's not the Earth they think it is, like a globe, then it makes it all too real, so. Who else we got in here? We got Mateo that joined in. Mateo, welcome. I think that's it. We got Rebel Andrus that joined us right now over fences. Oh, Murph's back. Murph is back. Welcome back, Murph.
I got disconnected or something.
Yep.
I find it interesting that I've flown so much in my life, right? Like, especially in the last few years, huge distances, never seen any curvature whatsoever, right? I lived next to the beach my whole life, boating, fishing, surfing, watching cruise ships, fishing boats go out all the time. Never saw a boat go over the horizon. But these people come in here and they're like, yeah, I saw it from an Earth, from an airplane. Yeah, I saw boats go over the horizon. What are these guys looking at? Are they lying or what's going on? You don't see any curvature from an airplane. You wouldn't see any curvature from the airplane even if the Earth was a globe, right? So that's straight up bullshit, right? Maybe if you film with your phone lens or something out the window or your GoPro and then you watch the footage back later, yeah, it might show some curvature, right? Just because of the lens distortion. But this boats over the horizon thing, right? That's a straight up lie. When people come in there, yeah, I see that. And you don't see that. Right? Even Phil Bell, the physicist, right, that hates flat Earth that comes in here. He said you could never ever see a boat go over the horizon with your naked eye anyway, even if the Earth was a globe. So, I don't know. Some people seem to be lying just for the point of making arguments that they've heard in their life that are against flat Earth.
What up, what up? Who else is there? APOC's in here? What's up, APOC?
Hey, what's up? I was just listening to that Elder Bear, Mayoka video.
What Heyoka and Elder Bear video? What are you talking about?
So in Nathan Oakley's show, I guess Elderbear's voice came through Heyoka's mic, and they found out. Yeah, I don't know if he's using he's just faking a voice or doing a AI voice. I don't know, but apparently it's the same person. So he's been exposed. Hey, Flat Earth Ranger, you were there, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
everybody's suspicions are that, but Heyoka's kind of the same. Him and I'll tell you the three: Fallen Friends, Heyoka, and Elderbear. They seem to be the same person. They have the same arguments. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess Elderbear's voice was on Heyoka's mic, so they put it together. What happened, Flutter? Tell us what exactly happened. If you can, if you want to. Oh, maybe you had to step away. What's up, man? How you been?
Good, bro. Just hanging out in the mornings. My shift has changed, so now I'm with the Daywalkers.
Oh, shit. You get some daylight time, huh?
Hell yeah, dude. Feels good to be in the mornings. You know?
Yeah. I haven't gone to bed, so I've been awake since yesterday.
Oh, you haven't gone to bed?
Nah, I've been awake since 2:00 yesterday. My sleep all messed up, bro.
Your sleep is jacked, bro.
Yeah, it's all messed up. I'll probably go to bed like around 10, 11 o'clock my time. Wake up like around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's all jacked up, especially because it's the weekend. Ain't got nothing to do. So we'll see what happens.
Well, you can shellac Globers, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, let him come.
Yeah,
I came. What's that saying? I came for something and kicking ass. And it's like I'm low on, or I'm out of something, whatever it is. I forget.
Bubblegum.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'm coming kicking ass. I'm out of bubblegum. Why not?
Ain't really much going on. We have a few people in here that haven't chimed in yet, like AZ. We got Eric. He's got the Geraldo Rivero in a funny eyebrow thing.
His name. Can't remember his original name. But he. What's your original name again, Eric? Eric. It's not Eric.
Oh, it's not?
Is he talking at all?
No, he hasn't been. He hasn't been.
Yeah, that's what's his name. I can't remember. Hold on, Omnivore fucking DM me. Fucking Omnivore. I don't want to talk to him.
I want to know why Elderbear. What's up with Elderbear? Making freaking bears look bad.
it's Heyoka.
Usually, freaking bears are pretty freaking high trust. I don't know what's up with him. He needs to take that bear off his name.
Oh, it's just me. Yeah.
Hey, that was a pretty good impression.
He always does that to kind of put a little spin on the character. Oh, yeah. Oh,
he tries hard.
Yeah, he tries. Bless his heart. But they usually I don't really care who they pretend to be. It's just like Peter had a voice changer the other day.
Really? Oh yeah, he got exposed. That's right.
Yeah. And he was talking to Eli, and me and Amish were talking, and like, dude, that's Peter, man, with the voice changer. No. He's like, yeah, dude, it's you. And then he skedaddled afterwards.
Dude, I forgot. Here, let me look at our old. No. I forgot who it is. Hold on, let me check. Hold on. I DM'd him. I'll find out. Unless he doesn't. Anyways. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe they're just away from their mic, but they're in here. I don't know.
Where everyone here believes the Earth is flat.
It's not a belief, just an observation of the physical and natural world. That's all.
Can you substantiate?
Yeah, just go to the beach. You'll substantiate it right there. You'll see the watery parts of the earth looking flat. And then you can test and measure it. Yep.
Test and measure it? What do you mean by test and measure it?
Well, you can do things like laser test or use sea level for a baseline measurement because water is used as a level. So the median for, or at least the vertical point at which you take the mean sea level from the rise and fall of tides, that becomes a horizontal baseline by which you can denote elevation. And so you can
how many corners does that have?
What?
How many corners does the Earth have?
Nobody says it has corners. Why would you say that?
So is it round? Like
Nobody
flat,
knows
like
that.
round?
Yeah, the entire Earth as a whole is not known. That tells you more or less what we're saying. Flat is not a description of a shape. It's the aspect of a shape.
So if I can observe the Earth from a beach, why can't I observe satellite photos?
Well, it depends on what you think where the satellite is and whether or not the photo that you're showing is a representation of the physical and natural world as it is, or it's an altered version of what the physical and natural world is.
So would you say every single photo of the Earth that shows it being rounded is false?
Well, I would say because it hasn't been proven to be one, so yeah.
So it's a photo. What do you mean it hasn't been proven? Like you said, said looking at something is proof because you said go to the beach and look, and I can go look at a picture of a satellite. Thousands.
No, you're not going to. You're not going to look at a picture. A picture is presented to you. When you go out in the physical and natural world, your eyes are observing the world for what it is. Now, when you're looking at it through a different lens, which would be one, like you would say, a picture taken, then you first have to establish the information is like what they say it is. So if they're showing you a picture of something and you say, okay, let's take a look. What camera did they use? Where was this taken? Like all the information where the picture was taken. And you put it all together and then you try to say, okay, I wasn't there. So now I'm going to have to compare. What can I detail from this image that looks like my physical and natural world? Well, you take that image, you go outside, and you see if anything compares to what you see in the image to what outside looks like.
So how can I compare the image of the satellite showing the Earth where I'm a speck inside on the Earth? That makes absolutely no sense.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? They're showing you something that you can't actually do yourself. So what they're giving you is an idea. They're handing you an image of something that puts an idea in your mind. That's all it does. It doesn't give you verification of the thing that you're standing on. It's just putting an idea in your head of what you think you live on. That's it. It's just an idea. That's all. You can't verify that to be true.
Okay, so look, there are things like you say. There's nothing you can observe that shows the Earth is round.
Yeah, you have to say if that's possible that we have this Earth that looks like a globe.
Do you reject time zones? Do you reject time zones?
Do I reject time zones? Time zones are a construct that was invented for trade and commerce. Why would I reject?
Yeah, well, it's for a reason because it's day one place on the world, and if you call another place in the world, if you have family in a different country, it's obviously completely different. So how would you explain that?
Well, the sun's over one portion of the Earth, and it's not over another. That's how.
Yeah, but if it's if it's flat, it should cover all of the Earth.
If it's flat, it's going to cover
Yeah.
all the Earth. It's not
So
gonna
let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. How do you know that's what would happen?
Well, it only makes sense that that's what would happen. I
Aha.
mean, would you say? No,
Yeah.
hang
See.
on. Would you
Yeah.
say?
Let
Would
me
you,
just
look, look,
point
one
out.
sec, one sec.
I have to
So when
point out
it's
the logic.
nighttime, no. When it's nighttime, like when it's nighttime at where you're at, does that mean it's nighttime everywhere? Obviously not. So essentially, so let's say you're on the left side of the flat Earth. Okay, left side, yeah, and your other family is on the right side of the flat Earth. So, the flat Earth that you're on the right side of, the flat Earth that you're on the left side of is nighttime. The flat Earth that your family's on the right side of has no light. Okay, sorry, has light because it's daytime over there. So essentially, like the only way you would explain it is if the sun, I mean, look, I don't know how you can explain it. Also, okay, sure, like.
Listen,
I don't think you can.
if you grab a
Like,
piece
what do
of
you mean?
paper, yeah, and you grab your camera flashlight and you move it far enough,
Hold on,
you'll see that after the
Kabara.
piece of
Yeah,
paper.
hold on, Kabara, hold on. Yeah,
Okay, now-
I would like for the 24/7 to actually address this point, which I was having a conversation with the gentleman, so I was letting him finish, so being polite to let him finish. I want to address him. So if you're not a part of 24/7, I would just kind of hold off for a moment. Go ahead,
Easy
Tarek.
going.
Were you done?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, I'm done. Yeah, I just don't understand how you would even explain, like, just you
Yeah, I
can
could
go
give you.
explain it, yeah.
I could give you something to think about. How about that? So, the way light propagates through the air, because air is a medium. Would you agree with me so far? Air is a medium, and light travels through the air. Not saying something too weird yet, right?
Sure.
Just okay. So, light traveling through the air. Air is a medium. Medium would mean that light propagates through this medium at a very particular way, which means that at some distance away from where you are, where the sunlight is, there's going to be an extinction limit or a limitation to light. And as an example, right, you can tell that different mediums, light will propagate through different mediums differently. So within that context, we can say like, okay, on a sunny day, you can take a dive into the ocean, and as far down as you go, depending on what depth you are, light will not be able to penetrate the water all the way down to the bottom. So at some point, even on a clear sunny day, it will look like darkness underneath in the oceans because light is not able to penetrate the medium. So it can't propagate through water all the way down to the bottom. It just doesn't do that. So depending on the density of the medium, it would not be able to propagate through that medium all the way as it would with the idea that light can travel forever. There's this idea that you might have. Not only that, but how big the sun is compared to the earth could also be a factor, right? It could be that the sun is not this giant, huge ball of gas that you think it is, with the light emitting from it, the size that you think it is. It could be much smaller on the earth. I'm just saying these things you can consider because you've only thought of a cosmology that involves the sun.
For the sake of argument, the sake of argument, okay, sure. So, look, if the Earth was flat, I mean, the sun would just look smaller and dimmer. You can still see it.
No, it's not dimmer.
Don't see it. It fully disappears below the
It's not. Yeah,
horizon.
it's not
What
dimmer.
are you talking about?
It's not dimmer. So what
No, I'm
happens
saying,
is,
yeah, it's not dimmer. That's the point.
yeah, but
It's
light
not dimmer. You can't see it.
So light propagating through a medium causes you to see less of that light as its distance increases away from you. So that's all it is. It's just increasing its distance, and then as the light propagates through the medium, you're going to see different wavelengths of light. So
Yeah, but you're gonna still see the sun, wouldn't you?
Yes, but at a
Yes,
different.
but you don't see the sun. But you don't see the sun, because it disappears, like below the horizon. You don't see the sun. If the Earth is flat, you should still see the sun.
No, that's incorrect.
No, you saying no is not proof.
Yes, I'm telling you because at a different distance, the light propagating through the medium will cause the extinction of light to happen at a distance. So as it was with like twilight and also, like in the morning time, you start seeing different colors in the sky. That's because the wavelength of light that's reaching your eyes from that light is being propagated through a medium, and that medium at the distance that it is giving you a different spectrum of light. So you see the sun a different color in the morning that you do in complete daytime, like noon. So the propagation of light through the medium also constitutes how you visually see that light. So it's propagating through the medium, and it's causing the different light colorations, on the wavelength of light that you see. So its distance away from you is a big factor as to how you see the light from the sun, for sure.
Okay, so now you're moving to, atmosphere makes the sun disappear. Look,
well, it's not atmosphere. It's not only that, right? But I'm telling you that the light that you see, the way it propagates and why you see it the way you do, where it's not, you're using the word dimmer, but I get what you mean. You're just trying to talk about the different wavelengths of light that you see during the time it's coursed throughout the day. I mean, I get it, but
look, sure. I mean, look, the fact is, I mean, atmospheric bending is small. It cannot hide the sun. We actually see the sun slowly sink bottom first below the curve. That's a clear proof of around Earth, not just fading light. Like we literally see the sun, sinking bottom first, as if it were sinking, obviously. And you would see that if you looked at the beach. Okay, so I mean, you can't drive on a road and say, because all I see is flatness, that means it's just flatness. Because quite frankly, people have accidents on mountains because they think the road tile doesn't change or the road doesn't change. It just happens all of a sudden. There's a drop. And why when our people are driving rally cars, they've got someone next to them telling them how steep the slope is gonna be, or how
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Don't just take, for example, the information that because something is flat, that it just is flat all the time. Because you're trying to make an analogy to like how somebody's being guided to show that it's not just the terrain ahead of them that looks flat. It could be having like different depressions and
No, that's not the argument, my friend. So the argument was the fact that we see the sun slowly sinking bottom, like
I can address that.
Yeah, I mean,
Alpha, he stopped you because he changed the subject. What?
Yeah, I was just saying. I was just trying to cover the point that he made, but he wants to go back to this one. That's fine. We can talk about that. Yes.
Sorry, go on.
Something else to add?
No, but the point I made was for this specific purpose. Like, there's sometimes, yes, not seeing the end of when you're looking at a beach doesn't mean that you, again, because there's I referred back to the rally, driver where you don't see it because there's someone next to him telling him, because he actually doesn't see it, even though the bend does exist. So essentially,
let's talk about what we do know, right? What we do know. What we can know is how perspective operates. So perspective, how the visual, sight beyond what, like you'd say the curve of the earth and all that. If you're saying that you're making a statement to say that it needs to be this, I would say, how do you know it is what they've been telling you? Before I get into what I could explain for visual perspective, I want you to identify whether you know or not that it's actually dipping behind a curve. So can you say that with all certainty? Hold on,
sure. I just used the same logic that you put forth. Yeah, when I asked you, why do you believe the earth is flat? You said, because you can go to the beach and look at it. And I'm telling you, when I'm at the beach, I can see the sun slowly sinking bottom first below the curve.
We see that. Yeah, I'm not denying the fact that you see something happening right with the sun, and it looks this way. But what I'm asking for is whether or not you can detail that it's dipping behind a curve or not. That's something else. That's something else other than what we see. That's adding to the information that you can't detect. I would say you don't know that information, or would you challenge me and say that you know that information?
Yes, because I obviously believe the earth is not flat, so I do believe that.
Okay, let's figure this out.
From the scope, one sec, just from the scope of the argument, essentially, the main point is that I see the sun dipping, because if you said that when you said that the sun, essentially when I said why would the sun dip, because if it was flat, you said the light would disappear eventually. Yes, but we see the sun literally dipping. We don't see disappearance of light. We see the sun dipping.
Yes, you've said that like 3 or 4 times. I got the gist. I understand where you're coming from. So you don't have to repeat this again. I want to move the conversation forward. Now, where I want to take it now is to whether or not you know that it's going behind a curve. Now, I'm asking you this specific question. You can either tell me, yes, I know that it's going behind a curve, or no, I don't know it's going behind a curve. Which one of those is it, sir?
So yes, the sun dips because you're standing on a curved Earth. Okay, as it rotates, the curve cuts off your roof from the bottom up. So that's the point. Is how it cuts it off.
Yeah. You're telling me that based on an assumption that you live on an Earth that's curved, or do you know that you live on an Earth that's curved? There's an assumption. You can have an assumption that the Earth is curved.
No, I know it. By the way, I've got different reasons. Okay, but I'm not what you think of. By the way.
That's fine. If we're saying that it's curving and you know that the sun is going behind the curve, I want to know, I'm going to challenge you now, and for you to tell me how you know it's going behind a curve.
How I know it's going behind the curve?
Yes.
Well,
take your time, sir.
Behind a curve? What do you mean, like behind the curve? Like, you mean I see it curving?
Well, you said it's going behind the curve of the Earth, yes?
Yes, because I believe the Earth is rounded. That's why I said that. What do you mean?
Oh, it's a belief that you have that it's going behind a curve, not that you know that it's going behind a curve. Is that true, sir?
No, I know the Earth is rounded. I know it.
Okay, yeah, let's get to that bit. Let's try to figure this out.
Why do I believe it? Because there's evidence.
No.
And knowing is because
Yeah, knowing it would mean that there's some substantial evidence that you could put forward that it's actually curving, and you could put forward in this discussion how you know it's curving. So therefore, the sun is going behind the curve. I'm asking for the knowledge claim that you know it's going behind the curve.
But here's the thing: that the sun, when the sun sets, it sets from the bottom up, isn't it?
Is he going to say that thing he said already without answering your question?
Yeah. So you could see something happening. I don't discount that, right? We all see this visual perspective. We see something happening. What I'm asking you, though, is how do you know it's going behind the curve? Like, for sure. That's all I'm asking.
Behind, okay, so look, behind, so essentially, just by merely seeing the sun dip, I take that as by essentially substantiating behind the curve, just by mere fact of seeing the sun dip. Because again, it's not a disappearing light; it's seeing the sun itself disappear.
Sure.
Slowly.
What if I was
dipping away?
Yeah. What if I was to give you an alternate explanation that gives you something more to actually base reality on versus your idea of a belief system that it's going behind a curve?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Tell me how you think, if from a flat Earth perspective, that happens.
So
I think we already discussed it, but yeah, go on.
I don't think we've gotten into this part. That was only just the sun's propagation of light through the air, which is a medium. That's all we talked about. We didn't discuss perspective. Perspective is a huge reason why people, I'd say it like this. Perspective has been hijacked to give you an idea that the Earth is a globe. It isn't what the Earth is, it's how it's represented in your eyes. So in the way that we see the ground like it's a flat Earth, the sky above us, it seems to be arcing over our heads in a way such that we can kind of use this in a visual representation. So I'll give you an example. Have you ever seen down a long hallway? I'll use a hallway example. It kind of makes things a little condensed and easier. Have you ever been down a long hallway, sir? Like a long hallway, a corridor.
Been down a long hallway, like walking a long hallway?
Yes. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, okay, sure.
So you would say that the ceiling looks like it's ramping down. It's not really doing that. The ceiling and the floor are at a specific distance away from each other, all the way down the hallway. But your visual perspective makes it look like the ceiling is going down. So, I don't know, do you understand what I'm saying? Or I could give you another example.
Well, the hallway example doesn't work because when you're looking at something as big as the sun, you can't equate it with a hallway.
No. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I know what you mean, but it's not. What I'm trying to show you is that your visual perspective, when you see the world around you, your eyes are operating in a manner such that you're seeing everything converging in front of you to the eye line. So if you're looking horizontally across the surface of the earth, everything looks like it's converging at the far distance, which means that you see the earth, like the sky and the earth, look like they meet at a point and in the far distance. So that means that anything that moves away from your position, doesn't matter what it is. Like if there's a plane flying above you, it looks like it's going down above your head, and it's not really going down. It's flying at a cruising altitude that would be the same altitude above the ground. It's maintaining a level flight. But from your perspective, it looks like it's ramping downward, like it's going down. It's not really doing.
So what is ramping downward?
The plane above your head.
Sorry, go on again. Like, what's your example again?
So you can use anything as an example. You can use street lights. You can use a hallway. You can use a plane. It doesn't matter. Things look like they're converging to your eye line. That's just the way your eyes see the world. At a far distance away from you, things look to be visually, horizontally, like if you're looking straight across, like it's converging to the eye line.
Yeah. But see, here's the thing. Do these objects like get smaller when they're further away? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but the sun doesn't get smaller.
Yeah, because it's a light. Yeah, you can, because it's a light source, and the way light propagates through the medium is such that it causes a lensing effect. It's a light source.
So the sun is the distinct scenario. So essentially, you can't use
a light source. It's a light source.
You can't use the analogy you gave. Can you give me any other example of any other?
No, I can, because it's a light source. Light propagates through the medium. It uses a lensing effect when it actually gets to the thicker part of the air.
Yeah,
so it causes a distortion. It's a lensing effect, sir.
Look, the sun doesn't get smaller; it just gets cut off bottom first.
Let's put it this way.
Which means something is blocking it, not just
No. Hold on a second. It has a lensing effect, which means that in one instance, mostly, it does look like it's getting bigger, but that's because of the lensing effect. But check it out. On the other hand, it does look like it does get smaller in some instances, depending on the climate outside. So, and there's some, if you look at the text channel, there's some images of where it does get smaller, right? There's a GIF there that shows. In one instance, it does show that it gets smaller, and in another, it looks like it's getting bigger. So depending on the climate outside, you will see a different effect occur. And that's because that's what happens with the climate that's affecting the light, that the sun's light is traveling through the medium. That has this effect, sir. It does appear this way. In both instances, it gets smaller, and in some instances, it gets bigger.
Okay, but you can't equate that with the sun, because again, the sun, like you're saying, the sun gets smaller. I've never seen it get smaller. Like, what are you talking about?
There's a video of it in the text channel. If you just look at the text channel. It's in the text channel. Scroll up a little bit. There's a bunch of examples, and there's two types. One of them shows
the sun literally going down like this, it's not getting. This is not getting smaller. It's disappearing into the horizon. This is not getting smaller. Getting smaller would be, yes, it's getting smaller, disappearing in the horizon. Slowly.
Well, yes, it is, or no, it isn't. Which one is it? Do you not see 7 minutes after the hour?
It is.
No. What?
Yeah, Tarek, it's simple, man. It's not really hard. You've been fighting this fight about what you think the Earth is, based on you have gaps, Tarek. You have gaps of knowledge right now, and you're trying to fill those gaps with saying "nuh-uh." But what we can show you,
the fact that one sec. Everything you showed shows how it's sinking bottom first. It's not disappearing first. Whereas the hallway disappears, it doesn't sink or anything like that. The sun actually disappears bottom first. It doesn't sink, it sinks and doesn't just disappear or get smaller gradually. It actually sinks.
It happens both cases.
No, okay,
man.
Hang on. I'll grant you that it could happen, but it doesn't. It's not. Yes, I'll grant you. Okay, sure. In some instances, like the video you sent on a mountain, it could happen. Sure. I don't have a problem with that.
Then why are you saying no? It doesn't happen.
Even when it is happening that way.
No reason. Really quick.
Even when it is happening as the video you sent, it still shows sinking. It still changes the Earth, the shape from rounded to half cut off, as if. So again,
yeah, but we have information. I get what you're saying, Tarek, but we have information that substantiates that it's a visual perspective that's occurring. The reason why we see things happening the way they do is because everything's converging to the eye line. So we know that it's because of how perspective operates, how you see the world around you. That's not because the sun is going behind the curve of the earth. Like as in, if the earth was a ball and it was going underneath your feet. We don't say that because that's not proven, which I even gave you the floor to show us an example.
Okay.
If you know that if you know that to be true, then it has to follow that you get what I'm saying?
So-
like you have to prove the hard evidence that it
So
is.
if it's based on perspective, okay, am I wrong for believing the Earth is not flat?
No, you're not
Yes or no?
wrong because you brought up thinking this. So what
I'm not
I'd
wrong?
say is
Okay.
no,
You can
listen,
let
let
him
me
finish.
hold on,
You just
let me
asked
finish.
Eric, why
Let me
you
finish.
interrupting?
Just let me finish. The reason why
yes,
hold on, Tarek. I know
Just
you're
on
excited.
seeing it.
Just
on
relax,
seeing
dude.
it, I
Just
mean.
relax. The reason why you think that now is because this is the worldview that's been given to you, and you haven't thought about this in any capacity that has
That's what
challenged
I'm
you.
talking about.
So that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that the reason why you're
seeing
carrying
it.
this belief
No,
right now
no.
is only because you haven't been challenged. That's all.
No. I'm saying with seeing it. I said, because clearly we saw that it doesn't only disappear or get smaller, even with the videos you sent. It clearly, it's as if it gets cut off from its shape. Anything you sent literally shows that. So if I see that,
So it doesn't
and
get
I see the
smaller in
cutting
that
off,
example in 7 minutes
and
after
I
the
see the
hour, it
cutting,
doesn't get
I see
smaller.
the getting. One sec. I see the getting smaller because of the cutoff, as well as okay, sure. In some instances, it does get smaller. I'll grant you that. But
So
there's
why did
no
you just say it doesn't get smaller? Why do you keep contradicting yourself? Is my question. You keep doing it every sentence, every other sentence. You contradict
No.
yourself.
I said I'll grant you. I already said I'll grant you guys that it gets smaller. But again,
And the
it
second
also
before that,
not only
the sentence before that, you said it doesn't get smaller. Why do you keep contradicting yourself? Is my question.
yes, because I haven't seen it get smaller before. That's why I went to the chat.
Well, you see
I said
it
I'll
now.
grant you.
I mean, now that you
I
got
said
the
I'll grant
information.
you that. No. But here's the thing. I said that I grant you sometimes it gets smaller, although I haven't seen it personally. I already said that.
That's
But
fine.
Even when it gets smaller, even when that happens, you still see the sun not disappearing by getting smaller.
Dude, I'm telling
It
you,
sinks
Tarek.
into the earth.
Tarek,
It sinks into the earth, so it's both.
Tarek,
Yeah,
we're
go on.
still not reaching the point where we're crossing over to say we know that it's going behind the curve. We're never crossing that perspective. It's never going beyond what we see. It's never going beyond what we can see. If you start making this claim that it is going behind the curve, that's extra information that you're going to have to validate, which is not something we could see from any perspective that we could have. We don't have a perspective of things going behind the curve because that's not what's occurring.
No. Look. Okay, so essentially, when I say sinking into the earth, the videos you sent, you can see the sink as if it's sinking into the earth. So you can see the sink.
Yeah, we get the visual perspective. You don't have to
Yes, you
repeat
get
it, Tarek. I understand what you're saying.
So the sinking, even with the video you sent of the disappearing one, it's also showing sinking.
Yes,
not
but
only
now
showing
comes the
it's also
time.
showing
Now
sinking.
after this,
So you
yes,
can't say-
you keep repeating yourself. I only want you to tell me after
Yeah.
this,
So
after
it's both.
this.
So if it's both,
Tarek,
it's both. If it's both,
Tarek.
why can't I just not accept the flat
Tarek,
Earth?
Tarek, you're
Yeah,
gonna
go on,
have to
go on.
now. You're gonna have to now substantiate how that is occurring. Where the other information you're gonna have to show us is how you know it's going behind the curve. After you see this, that's fine. Whatever you think is happening, it's we all see the same thing. But the thing is, you're gonna have to detail to us how you know it's going behind the curve. Do that now.
Sure. So again, the reason I said going behind a curve is because
it's going to be something we
I
heard
believe.
100 times.
Do you want me to hear my answer or no?
No.
You don't want to hear my answer?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. So you're gonna stop talking and interrupting me?
I said go ahead.
Okay, can I get that yes that you're gonna stop talking and interrupting me?
No, you're not going to get it. So either
I
shut
think
up
you're
or move
stalling.
on.
Tarek, just go ahead and just tell us.
Oh, so you're gonna keep interrupting me?
Nobody's interrupting you. Just go ahead, sir. You've already been given the go ahead like 3 times.
Okay. So basically, okay. What was your question? Oh yeah.
You want me to ask it again?
Well, I get your question. Okay, so essentially, when I see, even though yes, in some instances we might see disappearing, the main thing we see is sinking. So if we see sinking, it's very rational to assume it's a curve and not flat,
Yeah, but we're
because
assuming. We don't know it. It's assumption. You're stating that within your.
Yes.
I guess your argument. You're trying to make it say is an
Yeah,
assumption.
something you said 100 times. He's responding. Stop talking.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
responding.
assuming, yes,
Stop
sir.
talking. He's
I'm
responding.
assuming,
Why are you
sir.
still talking?
Wait. No, but you
just
said
wanted
I'm
to rest on
assuming.
this
Yeah, I'm
premise, okay?
assuming
Go ahead.
the same way you assume that the Earth is flat.
No,
when you see
that's incorrect.
When you see the ocean.
No, that's not an assumption. It's just what we see. So we all see the same thing, Tarek. Even with the visual perspective, the sun looks like it's sinking. We're all in agreement. Everything looks the same. What I'm asking for now is the verification of the actual thing you think it is, and it's all built on an assumption. The extra information outside of what we all see is that it's actually going behind a curve. And what that is an assumption. I'm just pointing out to you that you're giving the assumption. We're only saying what it looks like, what it appears as. That's all we're saying. We're all witnessing the same phenomena, Tarek. You're the one that's adding the extra additive to say that it's going behind a curve. And when I ask you, how do you know that? It all came down to an assumption. I'm just pointing that out to you, that you realize it now, that you have an assumption.
By the way, again, I don't have. I said it's an assumption. I don't have a proof.
Yes. Well, and that's fine. But this is what we're trying to in this channel, Tarek, in this channel, we're trying to prove to everybody that all the globe Earth is an assumption. Even though people come in and say, "No, I know it's a globe," we're gonna show you it's just an assumption.
No,
that's all it is.
The assumption is not that the Earth is a globe. The assumption is that it's a globe. The assumption is that I can assume it's a globe and nothing else.
Yes.
Because I see the sinking of the sun.
That's fine. That's fine, Tarek.
He keeps
I agree. I agree that you're. I agree that you're saying. I agree that you're saying it's an assumption, which is the reason why we are demonstrating to everybody who comes in here that the Earth as a globe is just an assumption, and you're helping us on our point. You're demonstrating, yes, it is just an assumption. Okay, we're all agreeing with you. It is an assumption.
Yeah. So from the evidence I presented, do you agree it's an assumption?
That you think the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
That you think it is, not that I do. I wouldn't assume anything because I have to have a. I'm built on a knowledge base and not on an assumption base. You built your worldview. You built your worldview. Yeah, you build your worldview on an assumption base. I built mine on a knowledge base. It's either what I know it to be, or I can't agree that it's an assumption. Like you want it to be an assumption. That's fine. That's you. And everybody else who assumes it.
The assumption. Look, the assumption that it's going, it's sinking into a curve, specifically is an assumption. But
No.
That,
sinking into the Earth, like as in what it looks like it's doing, like it's sinking, is something that we all see it looking like it's doing, but it's not actually doing the thing that it's not going into the ground. Okay, so you can't say in some way that you know it's doing that thing because it's not. You can only assume. That it's a globe and it's going under your feet.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When the sun disappears, do you assume that it actually, in reality, disappeared?
It's not visible, so it doesn't disappear. It's just not visible.
So you don't assume that it disappeared?
No, disappear denotes the fact that it's not there anymore. It's just not visually been able to be seen.
Exactly.
You can't see
literally. I mean, I'm sorry, you proved my point. Like, because
it doesn't disappear though. It's not disappear denotes something just not existing. It's just gone. It's not gone. It's still there. It's just far away. You can't see it.
Yeah, exactly. So I assumed it goes into a curve because there's no other way of explaining why it sinks in this manner.
Told you.
I
I gave you another explanation. You're not accepting it. You're not accepting the other explanation. It's the other. Listen, Tarek. You accepting or not accepting the explanation I gave you is your prerogative. I can't tell you what to look. The physical and natural world demonstrates itself to us in our visual perspective to be one particular way, right? And that means that we see things, Tarek. We see things in an angle of degrees away from us. So that includes everything that's above our heads.
Yeah, but you didn't explain. How we actually see not only disappearing, also sinking. You didn't explain the sinking part. You said the light disappears, but I'm telling you, the light does not disappear because only it disappears. In some cases, when you see it, it sinks. So you did not explain that. So you made the argument that no, it disappears. But no, I'm saying it does not only disappear, it sinks. If it sinks, then we must assume
No, we don't.
by knowledge.
How profound! I've never heard such a statement before. So
Yeah,
profound.
you don't have to think that way. You choose to. You don't have to think that way. You're choosing to think that way. No, you don't.
But again, no. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's everyone. Listen. Okay, so when we said that you said the Earth sometimes disappear because when it goes through the air,
The moon, the sun, not the Earth.
The sun. Yeah, the sun's rays or the light disappears because when it's going through the airs on one part of the Earth, it disappears on the other. So I said it doesn't only disappear; it sinks into the Earth. Even when it's disappearing, what you sent it, you can see it sinking as well. Not only disappearing. Yes, in some cases you can see sinking, disappearing. In very rare places, whatever. But yes, okay, sure, I agree with it. I granted you that. Okay, sure, whatever. In most cases, even in disappearing, what we can see when it's disappearing, we can see sinking. So if we can still see sinking, then it must be a curve. It cannot be flat.
Your
If it's so bad.
Your assumption is not going to change the fact that it's just talking about perspective, and perspective has been hijacked by the Earth as a globe. So we don't have to adopt this way of thinking like you have. That's your prerogative. You can think that way all you want. That's why I said you don't have to change your mind. You could still continue to think that, but you're never going to be able to prove it, Tarek, ever.
No, but
you can't prove it.
Can you refute that if we can see sinking, then the Earth must not be flat? Can you refute that statement?
That if it's sinking,
you're not actually refuting it. You're just regurgitating the same thing. You're assuming. You're saying it's
not an assumption. You are assuming. You've declared it, sir. You've declared it. You have told us that you are assuming that it's going behind a curve. You said that yourself. Yes. You said it. Yes, you did.
Yes, I have no problem with that.
So then we're not assuming anything. We're not assuming anything.
No, but I'm telling you, when it's sinking, can you not assume anything else?
You don't need to. It could just be that the visual perspective is such that everything's converging to the eye line. Everything's converging, right?
Again,
the way you see the world, everything's converging to the eye line. So what it looks like.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
So that's the explanation. So it doesn't mean that the sun is going around your feet underneath and then going back around again. It's not doing that.
But we agree
doesn't necessitate that.
Yes, converging as you see the hallway. Again, we said it's just analogous because we don't see the sun disappearing. We see it sinking.
Yes, and so when you see it doing this phenomena, you can equate that to it being out of your visual perspective.
Yes, but why does it sink? Why doesn't it just disappear the hallway does?
I know, and we've been going over that. That's the effect of perspective. When you see the physical and natural world around you, things that are above your head and that are farther away from you are at a lower angle of degrees than things that are right above your head, which are at a 90-degree angle if they're right above your head. So a degree of angle away from you is what happens visually as things move across the sky, like clouds even. You could say the clouds are at a specific distance above the Earth's surface, right? And so like if you look down the way, farther down in the sky, you would say those clouds are like, 20 miles away from where I'm at, but they're at a lower angle of degrees from where I'm looking at the clouds above my head. But they're at the same distance above the ground. They would be, or however that high the clouds are, But then the ones farther away from you look at a lower angle of degrees because of visual perspective. It looks that way because everything's being converged to your eye line. It's
Again, you still
convergence
talk
of
about converging.
so basically,
you're not talking about sinking.
yeah, basically perspective has been hijacked by people
you
who
went back
believe
to
the
the
Earth
same
is a
thing.
globe.
You went back to the same thing. Again, it's disanalogous because, again, yes, while convergence can happen, sinking does
happening
not
all the
happen
time.
in any. Yes, okay, sure. But again, I granted you that. This is the 50 millionth time I'm telling you. You don't need to repeat the same point. Sinking does not happen in anything you gave. You cannot see
Yes,
the
it is.
sinking that you see of the sun. It's not. Give me an example,
Bro,
please.
I just gave you one. Everything that appears to move away from above you, it looks like it's going to a lower angle of degrees. That means that something above you, it looks like if it's 90 degrees from your position. Imagine this. You're using your hand to do this, so I can give you a visual. You have your hand straight up, something that's above your head. And as something moves across the sky, your hand will start moving at an angle lower than it was when it was 90 degrees from your position, which means that something is lowering or sinking in your vision. And as it gets farther away, guess what? It lowers even farther. This is a perspective, sir. It's what occurs when something moves away from your location above your head.
Okay, so
That's all that's happening.
So, look, a hallway, I mean, or whatever you compare it to a hallway when it's it's flat. Nothing gets blocked. I mean, on Earth, the sun doesn't just look. The main point is when you see sinking in any other way other than the sun. It's not only disanalogous because your perspective changes, the way you're standing, what you're looking at changes. When we're talking about the sun and the earth, I mean, just the magnitude of the sun and the earth, we cannot say that it's only a visual trick that,
Not
okay,
a trick.
it's
not a trick.
Your visual perspective affecting it specifically because I mean, how can it be just a visual trick if the size of the
Not a
sun?
trick. How do you know the size of the sun? There's assumptions being made baked into your rebuttal.
Oh wait,
which
so
means
the sun's not bigger than the earth?
How do you know that?
Oh, you don't believe the sun's bigger than the earth?
You're laughing, but I'm asking you a question that you can't answer. How do you know that?
How do I know that? I mean, I've been taught that. I mean, specifically
Right.
how I know that. I've been
Then
taught
how
that.
have you been taught? Okay, let's go that route. How have you been taught that it's bigger?
I mean, do you believe other planets exist? I don't know what to engage with you. Do you
Well, it's
believe other
simple.
planets exist?
No. Well, we don't have to go that route. You can just say I either know or I don't know. Being honest, right?
Oh, you want me
We're
to
just
say I
honest
know or
having
I
a
don't know?
conversation here.
Yeah, okay, but again, do you believe other planets exist or no?
Well, proving that the sun is a certain size doesn't require me to believe in anything. It just requires you to provide the evidence that you know that it's a certain size. So either you know or you don't know, Tarek.
Do I know how to prove it specifically?
Mm-hmm.
No, honestly, specifically how to prove it, I actually do not know how I can specifically prove that the sun is bigger than the earth. No, but I know that there's probably definitely evidence for it. I mean, I can try do a quick
Go
Google
ahead.
search and find it, but
Yeah, but see, this is the problem that we're having, Tarek, is that people are very confident to say that the things that they think they know, when in all reality, when I'm asking them just simple questions of how they know what they know, it turns out they don't really know what they thought they knew. And even though the chuckling came before, I told you it was going to be simple to show you that you don't really know that. You've just been told this information. Everybody has, Tarek. Everybody's been told this information.
Wait. So what do you believe about the sun? Do you believe it's bigger than the earth or no?
No, I mean, I don't have anything in the way of a belief. I would say I can see the sun and what it looks like in the sky and what it does and the effects I feel from it. But outside of that, I don't know any linear distance to it. I don't know the size of it. I don't know what it's made of. I just know the effects. I wouldn't say that. It doesn't appear. To me, it doesn't appear to be bigger than. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so essentially you're not refuting my point anyway. So you're saying,
No,
you just
it's
assume
not
that
about
based on-
refuting
I'm
your
telling you
point.
based- I'm
Tarek,
telling
it's
you
not
based
about
on based on what.
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
You
I'm
finish.
saying you're not refuting my point. I'm saying you're not refuting my point, but the comment you made on my assumption or my how I know it is because I've been told that's how I know. Yes, I've been told. Thousands of people before me have been told that the sun is bigger than the earth. And if anything, that's more evidence that what you ever the answer you gave is I don't know.
Yeah,
So if
well,
anything,
that's
if we
okay.
go by strict probabilities, I have more of a chance of being right than you. If we just go by strict probabilities, that's it.
So you have a more right of chance of being right than me when I said I don't know, and you said you don't have evidence. So who's more right in this?
If you said I don't know and I gave an answer, I definitely have a higher probability than you.
Yeah.
Because I
Okay.
gave an answer.
So let's just
and
say you have
didn't.
a high probability.
So I'm more right
you
than
didn't
you.
give an answer.
Probabilistically, I'm actually
Tarek-
more right than you.
Tarek, you didn't give an answer. We're still search. You said let me go search for it online. You didn't give me an answer. Did you thought you gave me an answer?
I said the sun's bigger than the earth, of course.
How do you know that?
I told you. The fact that I said it and you said I don't know.
you said it.
I said there's more probability of me being right and you being wrong.
You just said it though. It's not just I say that the sun is smaller. Now you said the sun is bigger. Who's right and who's wrong?
What?
You said the sun is bigger than the earth. Yeah?
Yeah, and then you made a claim about how I how I know.
Yeah.
Because only because I've been told.
Right.
And
is that the only reason why?
No. Yes, but you said how I know because only I've been told, and you guys, everyone just follows what they're told, and you made a statement upon me that I only follow what I've
Isn't
been
that
told.
true? Isn't that true? Right now you're following what you've been told.
On the sun being bigger than the earth.
Yes.
Yes, on the sun being bigger than the earth. Yes.
Okay.
What's the issue with that?
Well, then that's the thing, though. You haven't any way to substantiate that claim. You don't know how to. You just somebody said, "Hey, Tarek, the sun is bigger than the earth," and you're like, "Okay." You didn't even question how that's the case. You've just accepted a worldview that doesn't have any substance, and then you mock or you laugh. You're like, "You guys think it's smaller or something else."
That's funny.
That's the problem, though. Just like most people, they don't realize that they don't know themselves until I actually show them a mirror, and now you realize, oh shit, I don't even know.
Yeah, but you saying I don't know doesn't refute me. You don't understand it, man.
You don't know, Tarek. You don't even know.
No, I said even if thousands of people before me like that came and claimed this, okay?
Yeah.
And I adopted their view, there's a higher chance of me being right than you being wrong.
How do you know that? How did you what's the standard for that probability? What's the metric there? How did you figure that out?
Yeah, simply because people claimed it based on the evidence that they've seen.
Really? What evidence, sir?
Okay, so now you want to talk about evidences.
Yes, I do.
Okay, sure. So, okay, look, I already said, yeah, for sure. Personally, I already said personally, I don't specifically know how to prove that to you. But again,
back to square one.
The fact that I've been told by specific people in the field, like, okay, I can. What stops me from taking an astronomer over your view?
Well, the fact that they can't prove it to you. How's that?
No, an astronomer can't prove it to me.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, go ask them. Go ask them. You seem to think they have the answer, dude. You haven't proven how they. What is the way?
No. So let's Google. Let's Google astronom.
Google. I'm not gonna Google. I don't need to go look this information up.
Astronomer statements. Okay.
Yeah, go and look for that. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
What are we looking for, Tarek? Did you remember what we're looking for?
Yeah, we're looking for.
What?
What do you mean you don't?
What are we looking for?
We said that, as I said, you said astronomers do not know why the sun is bigger than the Earth.
Yeah.
So I said I'm gonna look up statements
Go
of
look it up.
astronomers saying why they believe the sun is bigger
go
than
look
the
it. Go look it up. Yep. Go do that.
Yeah, sure. What's the problem with that?
Take your
I
time.
mean, there's just yeah,
we're
there's
here
just
we're here 24/7, man.
yeah, I know. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Truth. Listen, I'll tell you like this, man. Truth never fears the fullest of investigations. So if it is true, then it's true. If it's not true, well, you're gonna find out.
Listen, man. Honestly, I don't think anything I go on like any of the on the first page on Google will tell me that the Earth is bigger than the sun.
Really? So you're now saying, wait a minute, I might not find it right away.
No. I'm on it
Dude,
right
that's
now.
such
No, I'm
little
telling
faith you have.
I'm telling. No. I'm telling you. No, that's not what I said.
What are you
I'm
telling me?
telling you. I'm telling you that whatever you think I'm gonna find, that you said, "Oh, there's a chance I'm gonna find that the Earth is bigger than the sun." I mean, it's absolutely
I never said that.
diabolical.
I never said that.
Sure, you never said that. Okay.
Yeah, but take your time, man. Just hurry up. We're here 24/7, dude. Once you find that information, maybe you could come in here and like enlighten us.
Yeah. Okay. So, what's on this?
If you want, I could call upon somebody else and have a conversation with them while you look that up. No pressure, man. Like,
no, all good. So I think I found something good enough.
All right, what did you find?
Yeah. So if you go to education.national that's basically National Geographic, yeah. It says the sun is about 150 million kilometers from Earth, a distance called basically astronomical unit. It says that the radius of the sun, or the distance from the very center, is basically how they calculate, essentially, because they've got the distance of the sun, how they calculate the radius of the sun because they've got the distance. From every center to the outermost is 700,000. The distance is about. So it's essentially mathematical proof. What I'm looking at, I can take a screenshot and show it.
Yeah, we kind of know the narrative, but you can do what you want. You can post it in the text if you like.
Yeah, so you'd fault it?
Did I what now?
You would fault that narrative?
No, it's a calculation, which means that it's only mathematical construct. The thing we're looking for is how they know that the distance or the size has been taken in any way. Mathematics are just a description of what someone's interpretation of what they think could be the case. What we're looking for is a little bit of cowbell, right? We're looking for things that can be measured and tested and verified. I don't think that's what this is.
Also, you don't think mathematicals is measured?
Well, no, tell me how it's been measured, because it's a calculation from what you just read. Calculation and measurements are two different things. Two very different things.
Oh yes, but it's been calculated based on the measurement of the what's it called? Like
what's it called?
The light distance between the sun and the Earth.
Sun and the Earth. How do we know this?
Well, they measured it.
Who did?
Some astronomers.
Which one?
As I said.
I know you're saying things, but I don't know. You haven't provided evidence of this.
Astronomers that work for the National Geographic, which I'm on their website.
Which one measured it like what you just exclaimed right now? Which one measured it?
Andrew Torgion, Elizabeth Morse.
And they said they measured it.
Yeah, well, they wrote the article, yeah.
Well, I didn't hear measurement in what you said. I only heard calculation. Maybe you need to read it again.
What, did they make it up?
No, I'd never heard measurement. You didn't read measurement. You read calculation. That's all I heard.
No, but calculation is based on measurement.
No, how do you know that? I didn't hear you say that.
I already what I said. It's based on the measurement of the distance between the sun and the Earth. What do you mean?
Where did it say that in the what you just read?
Oh wait, let me take a screenshot for you. 1 second.
Take a screenshot.
Okay, here it is. So I want to ask something as well. Like, why would you do this? Like, what's the
Sure.
point?
Well, to give everybody a foothold on what reality is versus what they've been told. I think that truth is of the highest importance, and knowing truth sets you free from any deception. So I think it just, like, as a person that knows truth, I want to relay that to my fellow man. That's why I do this.
Do you believe God exists as well, or?
Well, my personal take on religion would be something vastly different from this topic. But I will answer you because I feel like I want to, not because anybody coerced me into saying it. But yes, I do believe in a creator. Yes.
Oh, cool.
What's that got to do with circles, spheres, and measurements? And
No, it doesn't. I'm just asking. I'm not trying to make a claim. It doesn't need to be a fight every single. Like, I'm not trying to.
But if you
personally,
just continue,
I don't care that.
Just continue to look for the information. Go ahead, Tariq.
Yeah, but I can't post the photo on the chat. I don't know how to post it. I'll be honest. So I'm just gonna post the text way.
Post it. Post your text, man.
Oh, there it is. Would you say you're would you like to discuss which religion you are?
you're grabbing your religion. You believe in balls.
It'll lead us into a different topic, and it's gonna get people stirred up and like, well, I'm not from that religion, and I still think this and that. So it gets more. It causes more division. So
yeah, we're trying to get out of the ball religion right now that you're claiming. That you have measurements and all this other stuff and proof and evidence for. Well, it's just a religious belief.
I've never claimed that I personally have evidence. As I said, astronomers have evidence.
Okay.
Again,
So
stop
let's-
interrupting with baseless claims.
yeah, let's take a look at that first paragraph. And it says here, the sun is about 150 million kilometers, 93 million miles from the Earth. The distance, called an astronomical unit, or AU, is a standard measure of distance for astronomers and astrophysicists. An AU can be measured at light speed. So it's falling back to light speed now. So as far as the measurement goes. Or the time it takes for a photon of light to travel from the sun to the Earth. It takes light about 8 minutes and 19 seconds to reach the Earth from the sun. Now, light speed as what's something that can be measured by, or unit of measurement, which is astronomical unit. So light speed, how is light speed measured? Because that's the standard they're using. Correct.
How is light speed measured?
Yes.
I don't know. Do you know?
That's the rub, dude. That's what they're saying they're using as a measurement. So
yes,
testing the claim, I think, is important, right? So saying that it's been measured and then testing whether or not it has been is the rub. So what we're doing is investigating the claim that they're using here in this paragraph, that light speed is the reason why they would say an astronomical unit can be measured as a standard. But they're basing it upon the foundation of light speed. So I'm asking you the very question that would need to be asked. If they've measured something, then it would stand to reason that, well, how they measured it by, which is light speed, would also be a way that we can verify that's true. It would be a
physics. Okay, so you said how do they? You said find me the means of I can get you the exact formula. Okay, it's not hard. I can just Google it. Okay, you said find me the exact speed. The exact way that they measured that the sun is bigger than the Earth, and I sent you that. So that's it.
Yeah, but we're only talking about something that you think has been done. Now we're going to investigate if it actually is or has been done. So they're making statements, right? This isn't coming from you. This is already reaching levels beyond your comprehension. You don't know what light speed is or how it's been measured. So there's gaps of knowledge where you're assuming that they've covered the information. What I'm telling you is when we dig a little farther, we're going to find out if it has been or not. And you're afraid to peek behind the curtain because perhaps you might be wrong.
So look. Honestly, I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I'm not. This is not a. I don't. I'm not like a scientist. I don't care about what science really says. I believe the Earth. No, no, no.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm again.
So
I'm
it's a
not. I'm not.
religion again.
Let me rephrase and actually. No. So your argument, yes, I do stand by what astronomers say and whatever. I don't throw science out the window. But you claiming about me that because now, okay, we're gonna examine this argument that science makes, and we're gonna see how why scientists come to the conclusion, and if they come to the conclusion actually by actually testing and measuring these things, or they did not actually measure it.
Yeah, little old guys either did something or they didn't physically. Can you repeat what a little old guy? And hold on, man. Can you repeat what the little old guys did? Is what he's asking. Can we repeat and verify? Light rulers. Do you have a light ruler handy so I can measure my backyard with it?
What light? The speed of light. I just looked up the how they calculate. It's dividing the diameter of the Earth's orbit by the time difference.
Oh, really?
I need a light ruler.
Okay, so the methodology, the methodology that you're
being ridiculous.
Correct. The methodology that you're using right now, that you described, further does it expound on the way they measured light, the light speed?
What I just saw? No, it just states essentially how they did it.
No, we're talking about the unit of measurement, which is an astronomical unit, was measured with light speed. We're talking about the very specific standard that they're using is measured in light speed. What is light speed?
What is light speed?
Yep.
Is this like what is the standard of measurement? Like
It's based on light speed. Yeah, the astronomical unit, which you think the sun has been measured with, it's based on light speed.
Yeah. So okay. What's the point? Okay. What's there? So
the point is you're basically saying I trust people that are talking this way. They sounds like they make sense to me, so I'm going to adopt this worldview.
No. As I said, I don't believe the Earth is round because of strictly this. I can go into life specifically.
That's not the Earth. The Earth being a globe. Yeah, the Earth being a globe is not. We're talking about the sun at this point. Because there's this idea that you think the sun is bigger than the Earth. That's the premise. So you have to figure out whether or not they know that information to be true. And what it seems like is that this information is built on a foundation that you have no knowledge on. So you're trusting the information you read to be true.
Yes, I agree. Okay. I am trusting the information I read to be. But here's the thing: is that when you make personal statements about me saying that I believe about this because of that's actually not the reason I believe the Earth is round.
It's not the Earth. It's not. We weren't talking about the Earth, Tarek. For goodness sakes, man. We weren't talking about the Earth. We were talking about the sun because you made a claim that the sun was bigger than the Earth. So the sun, sir, not the Earth. I only was in regards talking about the sun, not the Earth.
Here's the thing. Yeah, but when you make personal statements like, "Oh, you believe," no, strictly. Like deconstruct the argument from the evidence I gave. Like I said, I rely on what astronomers say, okay? But that's not the main reason. It's not the only evidence I rely on.
But what's the main reason? What's the main reason?
What's the main reason of what? Me. What I believe is because I believe in God and what the scripture of what I believe says essentially.
Okay.
And what the consensus of the scholars say.
Yeah, that's fine. You have a basis not in the physical natural world,
in line with science, essentially.
But it's within regards to your holy scriptures. So your holy scriptures are your foundation for why you think the earth is what it is. Correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so we're basing reality off of empirical evidence, which means testing and verifying the physical and natural world to be what it is, not based on holy scriptures.
Yes, but here's the point I mentioned that is because you're making personal statements about me, and that's again like sure, while I do believe that there was astronomers actually went through this and actually looked into it. Like obviously they're not going to just make it up if it didn't exist or if they didn't actually test for it.
How do you know that?
Because it's based on the scientific method.
How do you know that?
It has to be. It has to. What do you mean? Again, it's based on the scientific method. If it's
Yes,
if it
but
wasn't
you keep saying it, but when I ask for evidence, you don't really show me any evidence.
Yeah, one of the things that's it's the scientific method. Anything like I mean, essentially, it has to be measured, tested. It's repeatable.
Yeah, that would sound reasonable, but when I ask you for the evidence of that, you don't show me any.
Yeah, again, I'm not an astronomer, but I tried to show you.
Okay, so then that means that you don't have the information to substantiate the claim that it's a knowledge base. That you're trusting. You're trusting when you read something that they've already figured it out. Is all you're telling us in this chat. That's it. The only thing you're basing it off of is I read something and I believe that what I read to be true. Therefore, I don't need to look into it anymore. So it's just an assumption you have that the Earth is a globe and the sun's bigger and whatever it is.
It's an assumption.
I only want you to realize that in this conversation, the only thing you've proven is that you have an assumption and it's a belief-based system that the Earth is a globe and the sun's bigger and all this stuff. You might laugh at the beginning, but now that you realize it's all based on an assumption, dude, it's not. There's no evidence behind it. It's like a fairy tale that you believe in.
No, the evidence, again, personally, I don't have evidence, but I do rely on what the astronomers say, and clearly, the astronomers say that the sun...
Yeah, so you're basing it off of a worldview that somebody told you a story, and that story sounds good to you, so you like it, so you adopt it, and then you want us to say what's wrong with that. Well, the thing that's wrong with that is that it's an assumption-based, belief-based system, and it's not based on the physical and natural world being tested and verified. That's why. That's all.
Okay, so do you know everything about every field that exists on Earth?
Yeah, but that's an all or nothing. That's an all or nothing fallacy. You want me to say that either I know everything or I don't know anything? That's not going to be.
No, exactly. That's the thing, is that you can't just then every single thing that a scientist says, you're going to have to examine every single research paper.
Well, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, that's what we're. Yeah. Okay. Sure. But again, have you done that? Have you looked into every single research paper that astronomers have produced on why the sun is bigger than the Earth?
Well, that's the other thing too. I don't need to.
Okay,
I don't have to look. I don't have to look at every story that somebody. I don't have to look at every story that somebody says about what they think the Earth is based on like an idea that they have. Well, I think the Earth is a pizza. Well, I think the Earth is a dinosaur. I think the Earth is a bowl of spaghetti. Whatever it is, you can never test everything that somebody says based on just them saying it. The thing that makes more sense, right, is that you can verify the physical and natural world for it to be what it is based on empirical evidence. That's the only thing that's going to cut the mustard, Tarek. Not what somebody claims, did you test that guy's theory out? And what about that other guy? Because people can come up with that, conjure up ideas all day long, man. You and me can do the same. We can conjure up ideas of what we think is the case, but the physical and natural world interactions are going to be where the rubber meets the road, where we actually know what the Earth is based on what we can test and verify.
Yeah, okay, sure, but
only logical, man. That's all.
Yeah, but but since you've studied this topic, you don't rely anymore on the consensus of what people who have studied the topic have said. But since I haven't studied the topic, I do rely on what.
Yeah. That's your position, Tarek. Nobody can move you off of that except for yourself. You can only challenge yourself to move away from that way of thinking, or you can stay that way and never move from that. That's your choice. And nobody in here is going to twist your arm and dude, say flat Earth. Say it. No one's going to care if tomorrow you wake up and you're like, dude, the Earth is such a wonderful globe. That's your system of belief. When you come to the realization that the physical and natural world is exactly what it's always been shown to you, like where your senses can detect, then maybe perhaps, but it's not going to be beyond that. We're not going to convince you. That's not what we're here doing. We're just showing you that.
Yeah, I know, but that's not the point. The point is why I believe, why you're asking me why I'm just making assumptions. It's not true. I'm not just making assumptions. It's because I haven't looked into it, so I know because I look into what the what the astronomers say. Whereas in your case, since you've studied this topic, you know it's true. Why? Because I mean, you've probably looked at some evidence, or have you actually examined what I said? Like, would you know how to refute it? Like, do you think it's a wrong
Yes.
calculation or something?
Yeah, you're talking about light speed when we're talking about the size of the sun.
Yeah, would you say it's a wrong calculation, or what?
Yeah, the one-way speed of light is not known. There's no way to measure that. So there's even videos declaring that, when we get deeper into the topic, we didn't get to do that, but I'll just kind of summarize it a little bit closer to what the research over the years has been, that there's no conclusive evidence that they could lean on. These are just kind of estimations, as what they would say, based on a lack of information, because of the fact that the one-way speed of light is not something that's truly founded in empirical evidence. You can't test and verify the one-way speed of light. There's no way to do that. But there's all these assumptions they can gather from tests that they do with light, like lasers and such, but there's no way to test that one way. And so that's the problem. I think there was some there was a video on Veritasium that was going over this very thing, that the system of understanding of like the one-way speed of light is it's like a proposition that was given as a way to think. It's a convention that's being used, but it's not a measurement. It's more like akin to a calculation. It's basically what they were saying that it is. So it's not a measurement to depend on. So a linear distance to anything out in the cosmos is not verified, and we could call it the cosmic distance ladder, right? The cosmic distance ladder is the distance at which things are away from the Earth, and in this particular mindset, the Earth as a globe, right? And the distance to different planets and such. In order to get the distance to the planets, you start off with the very first rung of that is going to be the radius value to the Earth. Because once you get the size of the Earth, you know the distance of the way other things are away from it, like Venus or the Sun, and then comparing them using parallax, you're going to get like distance values. But that's only if you have an assumption of the size of the Earth. So it starts off already with this assumption that the Earth is a certain size. And then you can use parallax to kind of narrow down what the distance would be from the Earth to like a distant planet, and then from there to the Sun. It's like the Sun's size and distance is it's garnered from like a third rung up from this ladder.
So you're saying essentially, like it's based on an assumption of the Earth being a globe as well?
Yes.
So, okay, interesting. Okay.
Well, but I'd rather have you look into it. Just look into it.
No, I understand. No, but I understand like your viewpoint, like how it would be a circular argument. Like if I were to use that essentially, if I didn't know how to actually say that like the measurement or why it actually is not what you're saying. I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Yes.
No, but see, here's the thing: is how would you say if the Earth was flat? Like you wouldn't fall off if you kept going? Like I don't get like what would you even say? Like honestly, like
yeah, it's gonna be a hard pill to swallow if I give it to you in a condensed version. But I'll do it for the sake of time, right? So that it can save you a little time. So essentially, it's a closed system that we're in right now. We're in a contained environment. So this contained environment doesn't have like an edge where you fall off of. You'd meet a container, like at some point. I don't know what that would be at, but essentially, the contained environment that you're in, because you're breathing air, which means the gas pressure is available. So that means that to some extent, this system has a distance away from where the contained environment would be the realm, where you just couldn't go no farther. But as far as like falling off, there wouldn't probably be that case because we're in a contained environment. So,
okay, but then eventually, like you'd touch the walls of the container, essentially.
Well, yeah, you'd run into that, but
so that's didn't we like cover all of Earth? No, or no?
The idea that certain places that we can go are restricted kind of give us an idea that off limits. Like think about it like this: to try to go and say again.
Where can you where is it on Earth that you're restricted from?
So think about it like this. And this should be something logically that you can think about. You can't freely. The statement that I'm going to make is true. You can't freely travel the Earth anywhere you wish. There's always restrictions into whatever territory you're going to. It doesn't matter if it's on land, in the air, or on the oceans. It doesn't matter if it's any one of those. You're going to have restrictions into different states, to different countries, to different regions. You might be asked for passports. You might be asked for permits. You might be asked for like any type of thing that's going to show that you have permission to be in that specific area. Now, that statement is true.
So the only way you would actually believe that the Earth is not contained is if you yourself actually traveled all throughout it?
No. What do you mean that it's not contained? I don't. What do you mean?
It's not like you wouldn't get to the walls of the container. Is if you yourself travel. So essentially, you're saying. So my argument is not that okay. Yes, there are passports, whatever. The certain places like there's restrictions. Yeah, but again, that we know people are there and they haven't touched the end wall of that container. Essentially. So by mere fact of you saying there's limitation on passports means that you can actually go there. Like
yeah, but where would you? The thing is that's the other question. Where would you go?
So let's say you know, I don't know. You're at one end of the Earth. Okay, like one end.
Where's that at?
So like North Pole, let's say the North Pole. Okay, no, I don't want to say one end. Okay, just the North Pole. Okay, I'm talking as a flat earther when I say one end's cooked. Okay.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by that.
So look, the North Pole. Okay, let's say the North Pole, yeah, and then you go like to the South Pole. And then, I don't know, okay, let's say you keep going straight all the way, and if you were able to do that, let's say you were able to keep going, we actually haven't seen anyone reach an end point. Like, there isn't an end point, it just keeps going, like, we actually, like...
I'll tell you what, Tarek, I'll answer, like, one more question, then I'll leave the room. Maybe some other speakers want to have a chat. Because we've been taking quite a bit of airtime, so we'll kind of wrap it up here with this question, or see if anybody else wants to. You could stay in here. I'm just saying I want to hand it over to someone else that wants to speak.
Go on.
But what were you finish your question?
Yeah, so that's my question. Is essentially like you can go to the North Pole, let's say, and if you were to keep going straight, you would end up. Essentially, if it's around, you would eventually end up the same place you started.
There's this idea that you can circumnavigate on a Earth that's not a globe. That's already been covered many times. Do you think that for an example, and I'm only going to use this as an example, just so you can think about on a surface that's not a globe. So have you ever seen a basketball court, Tarek?
Yeah, but sorry, just one interjection. Yeah, so if you were a flat earther, like if I were you, man, I would just start traveling. You know, I want to see the end of the container.
I don't need to. I'm pretty content knowing that the Earth is not a globe and it's flat and stationary, being where I'm at right now.
You wouldn't want to see what's outside the container. You wouldn't want to see what's outside the container.
No, I don't have no need for that.
Why not?
I don't want to.
So you're not curious enough to know?
I don't need to be. I mean, do you need to be? I don't need to be.
If someone's a flat earther, of course. I mean, what do you mean?
Well,
like literally, there's a possibility of anything outside of what you can examine and see. The reality, it could be a whole different reality, man. It could be aliens out there. Like what?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. It's not lost on me. I just don't feel like I want to do that. I'd leave it up to, if you ever think of the Earth as a flat and stationary plane, and that's what you want to do, then I'd say, vaya con Dios. You know, like hopefully you reach where you want to reach, and you touch what you want to touch, and you find out that it's what you think it is. But where I'm at right now, I don't need to do that. I have no desire for that. I just know that the Earth demonstrating itself to me what it is with water. I'm good. I'm pretty content where I'm at.
Okay, is there any other flat earther would want to do that?
Perhaps, dude. Like I'm saying, you could be one, but like that's not a thing for discussion as far as like the topic. That's just speculating on whether or not somebody wants to do that. So let me just turn it over to you've asked your question.
If someone actually believes the Earth is flat, they would want to do that.
Tarek, that's great. But let's ask the other people. If anybody else other than me, you guys want to come in and chime in? Go ahead. I've been taking a lot of airtime, fellas. So if you want to jump in and take over, anybody like DJ or Heretic?
No, you're right, man. Yeah, if you've got more time, keep going.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you know. I don't know what you guys feel.
I'm done. Thank you
bro.
for the
You're
chat.
cooked, Tarek. No, I'm just kidding. You're fine.
Yeah, honestly,
your brain is baked, dude. It's baked and toasted right now.
No. My brain's not baked, but I'll be honest. Yeah, you did have more evidence than me. I'll just say it's say it's straight flat. You know.
Is that a compliment? I don't know, man. Like
No. See, like you can have evidence for you. There can be an argument for everything essentially, but that doesn't mean it's true. I'm sorry, but I'm never gonna believe the Earth is flat. Like I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's you. Do you, man? You do you. We're still gonna be here. Anyways, Kabara, if you're there. Did I say the name right? Kabara.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Go ahead.
No, I don't want to make fun. I'm just saying he was running, you know.
Oh, he's running? No, he's not running. We gotta make.
I'm kidding, bro.
Yeah, we gotta make more room for for you and for everybody else. If not, we'd be here all day long.
AV, look, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, okay. So, look, like I feel really bad for you right now.
Okay, well that's good for you. I'm glad you're assessing the situation as you feel sorry for me. In no way does that affect me and what I do, but thanks for that.
Oh, it's funny.
Yeah.
Like what's good here is this whole conversation has been recorded live on YouTube, right? So if you click on the bot at the top, you can click the link, right? You can play this back, right? And show your friends and family how well you did against Alpha Veritas in this conversation, right? Share it around.
I don't care, man. You think this is like a competition of some sort, man?
No, it's just showing people that they are very confident to believe that the things that the physical and natural world are demonstrating to them that the Earth is a globe and it's not. And we're here to expose that. Like most of the people in here are very proficient at doing that.
No, I think there are some things that you didn't actually explain properly well, but honestly, from that conversation.
All right.
But like yes, I would say you won the if you want to call it a debate, you won it. Honestly, I don't care. Okay, sure, you can take that. You won the debate.
So are you a flat earther now? Correct.
No, of course not.
Then I didn't win yet. No, I'm just kidding. I won't be happy until I hear you saying, dude, Earth is flat. I'm just kidding, bro. Just relax. You can think of the Earth whatever you like. If there's anybody else in here that wants to chime in, go ahead. I'm only kidding. I'm going to challenge you, though, for sure. I will challenge you. Pagana, if you're there, I saw you open up your mic. Welcome to the room.
Wait, so I don't think I heard the whole conversation, but I'm curious to know, why did he say that he will never be a flat earther? What's the biggest hang-up that you have with it that you don't think is a tenable position?
Well, because again, like there's many different evidences that I can bring other than what I brought, like on of what we discussed. But I thought these are sufficient. But specifically, again, some of the main things I brought, I don't think there's a sufficient enough explanation. It was an explanation, but to me, it wasn't sufficient enough. And also because I hold a position of relying on scriptures and where I do believe that God exists, and I rely on certain scriptures to actually substantiate my claims on why I believe certain things is from, again, the belief in God as well. So I use secular evidence, which again, that to me, that's not the main evidence.
Ooh,
So
that guy's
essentially,
snoring.
that's
You don't have to. No, we don't. Yeah, we don't. I don't want to ask. Usually, if they don't say what it is, I won't ask.
Well,
It
what
kind
is
of imposes. But I get it.
what do you mean?
No, it's just we can't ask like what religion you're from and stuff like that. That'd be imposing.
No, you can. I can answer if you answer.
No, I mean like it's not. We don't. That's not a question we should ask. Like where are you from? What's your religion? All that stuff is. It shouldn't be. It's not. What is it? It's not something
No,
that's important
honestly,
at all.
personally, I am interested to know what religion you follow. Honestly, but if you want to answer, I can answer as well.
Well, mine is non-denominational, so it's not under a specific umbrella. I just believe that the Holy Writ is true. It's
Would
my
you consider
it's my
yourself a
belief.
Christian?
Huh? Yeah. Well, Christian. The word Christian, right? It's supposed to be. It's meant as a derogatory term, little Christ. So that term is kind of like, I would say, it was used to demean the person that follows after Christ. So Christian, I don't know if you understand the etymology of that
Yeah,
word, where it came from.
Oh, okay. So hang on. So no. So I believe I actually follow like Jesus. Okay, but
Yeah,
again, I follow
you're
a
a
prophet
follower.
after Jesus. Of course.
So that's not this. It's not the. Yeah, because
these people
Christian.
were inspired by God.
Yeah, the Christian umbrella is like a broad. Covers multitude of different denominations.
No. Okay, you're non-denominational, but you believe the Bible is the word of God, for example.
Yes. Exactly that.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't believe that.
That's fine. You do what you do, but I do. Anyway, yeah.
Oh, good. So you adopt the verse from the Bible that the earth has four corners.
No, it's more of like Job 38:14, where it says that the earth is like clay spread out under a seal.
Again, spread out could be spread out for walking. Doesn't necessitate a flat earth.
Yeah, but in the case of contextual meaning, it was used as a king would press down onto a seal with his ring, his signet ring, and as he would do it, he would make an impression on the seal with his signet ring that would push out the clay and make the impression of his signet ring onto the clay, and then it would give it an appearance as it was pressed underneath it. So the example was very literal in this instance. Oh man, the guy's still snoring.
Oh, okay. So I understand that. So, like, do you like the like do you accept the New Testament as well?
Yeah, I mean, the book basically has. Well, I would say that it's not just the canonical 66. I still look at like the Apocrypha and such for historical context.
So you like Catholic, like you accept the Catholic view of.
Not really Catholic, because that sounds a little bit like it's putting a denomination. I would say no, because there's man, we're gonna start talking about religion. The reason why I don't get into this because it's gonna talk about religion, and then people are gonna be like, "Well, I don't believe that's true," and like, okay, dude, like this chat is not designed for this. Is what I'm saying. In another context, I would talk to you all about it, man. I'll tell you. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, sure. Would you guys to get on a private chat?
No, I'm kind of busy doing this. Like, yeah, if like I said, if it was another context or another venue, then yeah.
No, I said private chat. Like when I'm here.
I'm gonna have basically a show that I start. I'm gonna start a show pretty soon.
So, what would you say you're a Trinitarian?
Yeah, that's a little bit into what you're getting into core values there. So I would just not talk about that because I choose not to.
Yeah, okay, all good. Look,
But
would you like to get on a private chat? Like, we can start a call.
no, I'm busy doing this.
Is it Tarek or Tariq? How do you say your name?
Tarek.
Tarek. Yeah, I sent you DM. We can, because I'm a Christian too, or Nazarene, whatever you want to call it. We can chat about it whenever. But I was gonna say, I mean, how about just to get back on topic here.
You as well, same as AV, like non-denominational?
Yeah, it sounds like we're pretty much the same, yeah. And I also read books outside of the Protestant canon, but that
Is
doesn't
there
make me
another person
Catholic
sleeping?
or Orthodox either.
Who's
Damn?
Is that coming from you, Rebel?
No. Oh, I think that's Apocryphon, bro.
No, look, I want to ask you guys, by the way, like, when you say you read the other books, like, do you accept them as well as the Word of God, or you don't?
Yeah, but we can talk about that later, because I guess this VC isn't meant for religious topics.
Yeah, it gets sidetracked, and everybody's gonna want to chime in on it, and it gets into a mess. So we tend to not keep.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, all good. All good.
So
okay.
So Tarek,
I guess I'm done. Okay. If you guys want to have a, I'll if you guys are interested, I wouldn't mind having a private chat.
Let me just ask you this last question, but if you're gonna leave. Yeah, like, what's why don't you think it's sufficient evidence that everywhere we go on the earth, the horizon is perfectly flat and level the entire way across for as far as you can see? Okay, that's number one. And number two is all bodies of water, especially when they're at rest, also find a completely flat and level, even horizontal surface, aka it's flat, right? And thirdly, we can see, when doing these long distance observations, we can see just way too far than what the globe model would have us see, because over certain distances, things often to the distance should be obstructed by the physical curvature of the earth. So considering these three things, what makes you think flat earth isn't at least possible?
Well, because again, so when I talked about seeing with my eyes, you said, there is a visual thing that can happen when looking at a hallway. So again, what would make me believe my eye, even if I saw a flat earth that's completely flat? Essentially, look, if you guys believe that, yes, even if you see the sun dipping into the earth, then I should not believe that it's still round, even though it's dipping in, because to me, dipping in, it must be round, because it won't dip in if it's not round. You would still have to see it if it's round, even though, or completely disappear. But the fact that you can still see it being round is essentially, what I would say to that. But again, if you ask that question and at the same time you adopt that when you look at the sun, dipping doesn't mean it's round. Like it just means that it's like, if you're looking at a long hallway, what would stop me from saying that even if you look at the earth standing on a mountain or whatever, even if it's flat or whatever, that it's actually flat? Nothing stops me from doing that. So, you get what I mean?
Kinda. I don't know why. To me, I'm not sure why you put more eggs into the basket of some type of celestial phenomena like a sunset. It sounds like you're explaining, because surely when we're discussing the shape of the Earth, like the primary evidence that we should be going by is whether or not there's curvature on the actual surface. The ground the ground beneath us upon what we stand on, right? You're trying to appeal to things in the sky which we don't really have like much access to in the way that they work as the evidence for what the surface of the earth is doing. Like that to me seems a little backwards. You should be primarily concerned about what we can actually see and observe, what the nature of the surface is doing.
Yeah, again, what I can see with the sun dipping is definitely because the sun dips, there must be curvature. So if I can't use my senses there, because again, the analogy of the the hallway or whatever other analogy you're gonna bring. So why would I trust my senses to see, even if I see the Earth being flat? Why would I trust my senses? Could be another, seeing it from your visual perspective that's not actual material in reality. Okay, so essentially asking that now would be circular argument, be essentially a circular argument, I would say. And by the way, after your response, I'm probably going to head off. While you're going.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure what you're doing is called affirming the consequent fallacy, right? You're trying to ascribe the phenomena of a sunset as the exclusive result without considering anything else. Like I think perspective, like these guys were trying to show you.
I didn't. I said if I accept that could be visual trickery, okay, essentially what you're seeing being the sun going down is not actually the sun going down, because when you see the hallway, you're not actually, the hallway has a similar effect. So what stops me from believing that seeing the earth being flat when I look from a mountain or something, not as visual trickery and not in actual reality, essentially? So that's the main point.
Well, I think it's a little.
I'll wait for you to respond, and I'm heading off. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I think it's a little inappropriate to consider it "quote unquote" visual trickery, because what you're describing is just nothing but simple perspective. I mean, perspective is a very well-known thing. It's obviously a phenomenon that occurs. Our eyes do work in a certain way, and things do appear differently when they're off into the distance as they are when they're close to us. It's not an illusion. It's simply how perspective works and how our vision works. Like we don't live in a
something
vacuum.
to that as well, quickly. Right. So yeah. It was good listening to your conversation, Tarek, by the way. But yeah, there's explanations for certain things that we see, right? Certain types of mirages, certain types of phenomenon that we see in nature, right, can easily be explained and demonstrated on a smaller scale, right? But a lot of the long-distance observations and laser tests that we could provide you with and go over step by step aren't explainable if the Earth is a globe. Right, because a globe has to have certain characteristics, like it has to have a horizon at a specific distance, right? It has to have a certain amount of curvature over distance. And we're seeing such magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe, right? There is no explanation for it on a globe, right? But when it comes to like the sunset, for example, that you're talking about, we see many different variations in different climates, in different humidity situations with sunsets. Right. And if you look into perspective, right, like the guys were talking about, as well as atmospheric scattering, right, the way light works, the way light can be lensed and magnified in certain situations, right, like in humid environments, and how it can actually sometimes appear like it does shrink. You did see that in some videos, right? Sometimes it even appears like it dips over a horizon that's up in the air, right? So it'll go down and you can see the horizon and the sun starts to disappear like way above the horizon behind something, right? So there's lots of weird things about the sun. But the thing is, we can recreate the same situation with the lensing effect on a small scale with a candle and a bench, right? And filming it, like dragging the candle away, right? And you're adding a lens in there to act as the atmospheric lensing. And you'll see the same thing happen with the candlelight, right? You just got to look into it. I don't expect you to just take my word for it, but look into atmospheric scattering, right? You could even ask ChatGPT, can atmospheric scattering explain like a sun appearing to disappear over a horizon? Then you need to take a good look into what a horizon actually is, right? And how it's not actually the curvature of the Earth. It's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. That's the definition. Anyway.
The guy left when you started explaining.
Oh, he left. Oh.
But yeah, you said it to the audience, so. But
Yeah, I appreciate that explanation for sure. Yeah, that's definitely. I mean, you brought up a lot of great points, DJ, as you always do. But yeah, the whole idea about the horizon being an apparent position due to optical phenomena, I think, yeah, that's I think that's one of the main points here that we can, sort of know that this, just because the sun happens to go over it doesn't mean it's going over a physical, like, curving place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're essentially making the claim of a physical geometric horizon when they're talking about the sunset thing. I mean, you can always just reverse it back onto them and have them prove that the horizon is what they're claiming. But I mean, yeah, there are explanations for these things, even, according to the mainstream, atmospheric scattering, that sort of thing. But the thing is, I mean, we can recreate these things on a small scale, on a flat surface. So proves that it's not exclusive to the Earth being a globe, and maybe it's not something that disproves a globe or proves a flat Earth or proves a globe, anything like that. It's just a bad argument on their part to say that this is proof that the Earth's a globe. Same with the ships over the horizon argument. It's just a bad argument.
Wow, we were so boring that 2 people fell asleep on us, DJ.
Yeah, that's funny. I was like, I muted your PENDOS and then I heard someone else was snoring. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I was long in the tooth.
By the way, I wanted to mention that. That was good to listen to. I wanted to jump in a couple of times, and then as soon as I went to unmute my mic, you said exactly what I was thinking. Anyway.
Well, it's a good thing. Yeah, great minds and all that.
Yep.
Yeah. Trying to see if there's anybody else that would want to approach the topic. We have Aladinart. If you're there. Aladinart, are you there? Maybe he's not there.
Wait, DJ, can you remind me, those, I mean, we were talking about this like weeks ago or whatever, but when it comes to things like stooping, looming, sinking, whatever, there's another one. If you don't call them types of atmospheric refraction, because you don't think that's like the appropriate term to use, was it atmospheric scattering that you referred to those effects as, or like?
No, they're categorized as basically as under the category of atmospheric refraction. If you look them up, right, on any mainstream website. So according to the mainstream, like, they would be categorized as types of atmospheric refraction, right? Some flat earthers don't like using the word refraction because it's not the law of refraction. Right, it's not Snell's law. Snell's law doesn't apply in this situation, but I mean, the same website that will have the citations about Snell's law being the law of refraction and requiring two separate mediums with like a sharp horizontal boundary layer and whatnot, right? They'll also have a section on atmospheric refraction, which will talk all about mirages and stuff like that. The word atmospheric obviously is a contradiction in terms, right? Maybe atmorefraction, but I mean, I just call them mirages to try to like not trigger certain flat earthers that don't like me using the word refraction, but I mean, it is under the mainstream categorized as atmospheric refraction. And it's the glober's worst nightmare, so I mean, like what atmospheric refraction is sort of defined as you have different density, like different temperatures in the air, it creates different, like a differential in the temperature, like the refractive index. So the light will travel differently through different parts of the gradient that are more or less dense, right? And that will create like all the different types of mirage effects. So, I mean, yeah, there's not really, atmospheric refraction. I don't have a problem with that word personally.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because it's categorized. You see, like so sometimes you DJs spot on. If you use the word refraction, people get upset because the pure definition of refraction using light requires multiple mediums. This is like where if you're spear hunting or bow hunting and you got a carp in the water, the carp isn't where you see it. It's moved. It's like down and to the left or right by a couple inches because it's refracted. Because it hits the water, a new medium, and it bends the light. But if you say ahead of time, I'm not talking about just refraction. I'm using the principles of refraction and applying it to the atmosphere, atmospheric refraction. Then it's a new thing. It's like way of talking about a topic, referencing another topic. And yeah, it's kind of difficult. And that's why sometimes you got to talk around and say things like density variance or mirage or lensing. You got to put these words in because this word refraction had been weaponized against flat earthers for so many years. They call it flurspective. And then when the Black Swan rolled out, then they started like calling it refraction. And you're like, well, it's kind of the wrong term for that.
Yeah, definitely, exactly. Right, and they still misuse the word refraction. Like when they're adding R value into refraction, if they say atmospheric refraction, but they're trying to talk about 7/6R and that sort of bullshit, right? They're trying to presuppose a globe Earth when they use the word refraction. They're just misusing the word refraction. You know, it's different than saying that we have different temperature gradients in the air, right? That's not specific. It's not presupposing a globe, right? Or anything like that. It's just saying that when you have cooler temperature, right, the gas particles are closer together and you have a higher refractive index, right? And a lower refractive index, obviously, if you got like warmer air, right? Because the gas particles are spread apart, right? So the light travels differently through that and you have different types of mirages, right? It's not presupposing a globe or anything like that. But sometimes when they're talking about it, they think that, 7/6R and just like a refraction slider that tries to reverse engineer these long distance observations that crush the globe, right? That's straight up like should be hit on the head when they try to invoke like presuppositions when they talk about refraction.
So what they do here, are we done?
Yeah.
Okay, so what they do here is like you've got a formula. In this formula, they added a constant, like a shift in the equation. Like if you got like in algebra where you plot the equation on the graph. They go, we have to add like -1x or 2x to get that equation to shift differently on the graph. That's all they did with their 7/6R. They added a constant in front of the x value, which was their radius. But the problem is that refraction isn't standard. It varies sometimes throughout the day, hour by hour. So them adding in a constant variable to their x value or their radius, that's another error in logic. That's a second error. So they've got back-to-back competing errors along with the misuse of words that get them now to say crazy shit like they could see the back of their head.
Yeah, exactly. Well stated. And they misuse it, right? Like, here's an example. They'll say, like, they'll just apply refraction to an observation as if it's standard. Just like Chris said, when you could have, like, it's never standard. Like, you could have, if you're looking out over 10 miles, right, you could have all sorts of crazy shit going on with hot pockets of air and cold pocket of air here, right? That's why we have so much variation when we look out over water and take time-lapse photography or videography over water. And then they'll also shit on the word refraction, right, when they're looking at observations like the black swan. And just because it's like there's more humidity or whatever in the air in one day, right, like it's not as clear of a day, right? And they'll think because it's not as clear of a day and there's more like heat haze or something like that, they'll say, oh, that's a high refraction day, and that's why you can see so much further, right? When it's ridiculous, that argument, right? Obviously you can see further when the weather's clearer. It's just common sense. They're trying to say, oh, look, it's not as clear, we must be able to see 10 times further all of a sudden. That's such a bad argument. But yeah, they are essentially talking about, according to the mainstream, what would be considered atmospheric refraction, which is just variations in mirage effects, right? And there's no mirage effect that has any characteristics like what we're seeing in these long distance observations. But sinking and inferior mirage can make the horizon appear much closer than what it normally would in the absence of. Yeah.
That's a key point too. They love talking about refraction until you mention sinking refraction, and they pretend that doesn't exist.
Yeah, because if you look into sinking, right, like it says that it usually happens on clear days. That's when it's likely to happen. So when they show that black swan image, right, on the different day where it looks like the horizon's closer, right, and you've got something sinking, right, that's textbook definition sinking. It's a clear day, the horizon appears closer than it normally would. You got something that's sinking, looks like it's sinking behind the horizon.
And what's really silly.
Well, I was just going to say the last thing. They just cherry pick different types of mirages, and they don't even realize they're doing it because they don't know all the different types of mirage effects. Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They didn't know about sinking refraction. So when they heard a flat earther say it, then they made this stupid meme about like, help, all those people on that boat, they're sinking. Because they don't know what these words mean. They don't understand refraction. They don't understand mirage. They don't understand optical effects. To them, the full kit and caboodle was the physical curve of the Earth blocking the objects. And you're like, okay, well, sure. If you follow that logic, how come it happens at different distances? Is the Earth getting bigger, smaller, changing size throughout the day? And then instead of engaging, honestly, they just went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
How is the Earth flat if you don't have any proof? Any evidence, real scientific evidence?
Right. We want evidence with a neutral observer for the Earth being flat.
Exactly.
Right. like none of the flat earther experiments they do, like almost none of them, they bring an independent observer who isn't a flat earther. And when they do bring one, none of their experiments show that the Earth's flat, so it just falls apart.
Is there
It's
any?
almost as if they fudge their numbers when nobody's looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, we can show you countless amounts of long distance observations, right? For example,
Okay.
the world record. Don't talk over me, right? See how I was still talking, and then you didn't like what I was saying, and you
Well,
started
no, because you're lying.
work out for you.
Because you're lying, so that's it.
What was I going to say? What was I going to say?
You're gonna bring up some nonsense about long distance observations, blah blah blah.
Uh-huh.
This proves
What
that.
about it? What about it?
DJ,
What was
do
it?
you own the group? Can you
I'm
unmute?
sure.
Can I unmute?
Accuse me of lying.
You
Hold
should.
on, no. Not unmuting everyone. I want Alfred.
You should unmute
Alfred,
these
you can
people
tell
and let
me,
them.
tell me what I was going to
talk.
say and explain how it was going to lie, or you can get the fuck out of here.
I mean, I'm not
Who's the
really
operator
interested in hearing a
in the
bunch of
group?
nonsense. I want to hear actual evidence.
Yeah, well, you just accused me of something, bro. So
Yeah,
you
I
were
did,
lying.
because
Actually. You
flat
said I was
earthers
lying,
lie.
but actually you were lying, right? So you can fuck off. So yeah, put yourself on mute, or I can just remove you.
Nah, you're gonna have to remove me.
Okay.
DJ, can
Alfred,
you
you're still triggered
unmute
after
Kid
6 months.
Slayer?
Yeah, hold on. One
Yeah,
thing at a time.
unmute Apocryphon.
He has observed he has observed and came to conclusion that the Earth is
Okay, hold on. One thing at a
flat.
time. We'll run the room. Okay, you don't need to worry about that. So the thing is that right now we're taking care of Alfred because claims require evidence. He interrupted DJ as he was talking to say he was lying. Then he was asked what was DJ going to lie about. He couldn't name it, so it proves he's a liar. It proves he's full of shit. Not welcome here. Then he said, hey, well, you can have a chance to recover if you recant. And he just doubled down.
But can you unmute this guy?
Who?
Kid Slayer 69.
That's a kind of sus nickname that he's got happening right there. Don't know if that's a good idea.
What?
Yeah, why? Why was he muted in the first place? He came in on mute. That means he messed up last time he was here.
He
I
was.
think that's the same person.
He was talking when people discuss, and then he got mute.
Why don't you just talk for yourself, Cosmo?
But he has observed right now.
Yeah, I think that's the same person who was talking to Dandelion, ladies' night on Wednesday. So I remember the same profile.
All right. Does do we want to unmute Kid Slayer 69?
Yeah, unmute him. He has something to say.
All right, go ahead.
Or Kid Slayer.
Fine, I can talk. I don't really want to talk now, but I can talk later to like debug stuff. I just want to listen for now.
Okay. All right. Your mic's not good either. Right. So yeah, he doesn't want to say anything, Cosmo.
What? You said you want to say
Cosmo. That was great. Maybe you can try talking instead of asking other people to talk.
Don't mute me yet. Don't mute me. No.
Kid Slayer, you said you came to conclusion.
Cosmo, shut up. Let them talk.
I'm gonna eat.
No. No.
So, what the hell just happened? We had some Globers manifest some demons, and now they're gone. That's it. That was the end of that.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So who's my refraction expert? So I was, I was just looking up some stuff on my phone earlier, and can someone tell me why? Or let me think. Oh, well, the first question I had is, in the same way that we may appeal to refraction to, or atmospheric refraction, to explain why certain things off into the distance over a body of water, like the ocean, like some ship or whatever, cargo ship, rig, oil rig, may seem to be under the horizon. We appeal to like sinking, sinking or inferior mirage kind of thing. Why can't Globers do the same for things that are above the horizon, that are actually appear to be above the horizon but are actually below it, using something like looming or superior mirage? Why can't they do the same thing?
Because we're not seeing characteristics of superior mirages when we're making these observations, like the Black Swan, for example. Right, so the other Black Swan that we're talking about, where it looks like the rig's hiding behind the horizon, right? That has all of the characteristics of a sinking, right? But the other observations don't have any characteristics of any other type of mirage, right? So when you're talking about a superior mirage or looming or something like that, it's just something appearing higher, right? You've probably seen the images where it looks like a ship sinking, floating in the sky, and that sort of thing, right? That's not the types of things we're using as like, oh, look, we can see too far. There's a ship floating in the sky. That's looming, right? We're not using that, right? That's, if they want to say that, oh, the horizon's all of a sudden 10 times further away because of looming, right? That's not looming. That's not what that does. That's not a superior mirage. It's not a Fata Morgana or anything like that. It doesn't have an explanation with the type of mirage, right? So they can't do that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
and then okay, and then what is let me think. Yeah, actually, what is the difference between like looming and a superior mirage? And similarly, what's the difference between sinking and an inferior mirage? Like, what's the distinction between those two?
Sorry, what was? Can you just repeat that question one more time?
I didn't cut out, did I?
No. It's just I was on mute and my wife was talking to me.
Oh. Basically, I'm just asking, like, what the difference is between, between inferior mirage and sinking, and similarly between a superior mirage and looming.
The difference is the how warm it is, right? Okay, so let's go over it one by one. So the inferior mirage, right, is quite a warm layer of air, and then it goes drastically to a much cooler layer of air. So you have a much more extreme effect, and that's an inferior mirage, right? Good example of that would be like a hot road or a hot footpath or something like that. When you get down close to the surface, you'll see like that mirroring effect on the ground, and it's quite an extreme effect. It's noticeable. It has very distinctive characteristics, right? And then sinking's like a less extreme version of that, where you don't have a drastic temperature gradient difference. So you'll have like slightly warmer air closer to the surface, and then slightly cooler air above it. So you don't get that like mirroring effect on the boundary layer of where the horizon is, like where the sky and the ground appear to meet. It kind of looks like there's like a layer of water or glass or something like that on the surface. I think it's called total internal reflection. That's not present when you have sinking, right? So yeah, sinking's just like a less extreme version of an inferior mirage, right? And then the opposite of the inferior mirage is the superior mirage, right? And that's just a reversed temperature gradient, right? Where you have much cooler air closer to the ground, like closer to the surface, and then it gets warmer as you go up. And then looming is like sinking, like the sinking version of the inferior mirage is to the superior mirage. So looming is the same sort of thing. It's not like a huge variation, a huge fluctuation in really hot to really cold. It's just a slight difference, right? And then you'll get the looming effect, which doesn't have the extreme mirage characteristics like the superior and inferior mirage have. And then Fata Morgana is just an even more extreme version of a superior mirage.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to remember better about like the difference of the temperature gradients and like how they seem to be switched and stuff like that.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. It's good to know that.
So things will sink. Basically, things will sink when there's warmer air closer to the surface, and things will be higher than normal when there's cooler air closer to the surface.
But would you say there's like on average the typical gradient goes from what? From hotter to cold, like as you rise up, or
it depends on the time of the day. Like it really depends. Usually during the day, it's usually like a little bit more looming, right? Because the air temperature usually has warmed up during the day. And you wouldn't necessarily, and you can get it, but you wouldn't necessarily have the sinking effect as like during the day, during the main part of the day from like 10 a.m. to like 4 p.m. or something like that, because you've got much warmer air temperature, right? So usually the air is warmer than the water, right? So you're not going to have the water warming up that lower layer of air, if you know what I mean. That's why they say sinking's more likely to occur during the night or early in the morning, right? While the air temperature is still cool. That's why there's some examples where you'll see like a boat. It looks like there's a boat that's hidden behind the horizon in the morning, and then 3 hours later, once the air temperature has warmed up, right, that sinking goes away, and then you can see the whole boat again. And it just shows that it wasn't actually behind the horizon. It was just a illusion. Well, not an illusion, but you know what I mean. Well, yeah, an illusion.
Optical effect. And we could see this too, is how they use these concepts during like World War I when they used chemical weapons, gas-based weapons. They wanted to have a lapse condition so the gas would stick around longer on the ground instead of an inversion, which causes the gas to flow away. Normally what happens? Keep it on the surface level. I think I'm lagging. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they wanted to keep the gas there inside the trenches as long as possible. If it was like super hot, if it's like the air was hotter than the ground, then it would just go away.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that makes sense.
But you want that colder layer of air above warmer ground, and then it creates like that barrier.
Wait, are you here every day, non-stop, day and night? Great.
Why? Yeah, I get it. You're very interested in what I do or don't do. Okay, what you should worry do. Yeah, okay, I get it. You're very worried. You're very concerned about things that have nothing to do with you. Why do you care? Why do you care what I do? What does it matter to you?
I am, what's it called? Nyfiken.
Okay, so what? So what? I'm doing something that has no effect on you whatsoever. Why do you care?
it can make me tickle.
You don't need to worry about that. You're a Karen, dude. You're literally a Karen. You see somebody doing something that has nothing to do with you, and you're upset by that to the point that you'd mention something.
No, I'm not upset.
Yeah, you are, because you wouldn't have said anything at all. If you just saw it, you would and said, "Oh, that's interesting," and moved on. But you had to stop the conversation to let everyone know, "Wow, this crit guy is in here 24 hours a day," and you didn't even think about it. How am I doing that? See, to me,
I was
for
I was
you,
here yesterday night.
yeah. So when you're here, so for you, what I do online is like magic. It's like a magic trick. Like, how is this guy able to stop his account from being marked AFK and disconnected from the call? Because for you, the use of technology is like magic. It's like a magic trick.
It's magic.
Does he really stay up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Like he's always at the computer? That's what you think happened.
I'm playing Fortnite right now. I'm listening to you in the background. It sounds like music.
It's just classic concern trolling. That's all it is.
No, I really want to know, like, how does he sleep? What? Or does he just grunt day and night about that?
Concern trolling.
We know the
Right,
Earth is
anyway.
flat. Okay, we need to leave the topic. Actually, we have to leave this behind us. We have to go explore behind the ice wall and do some action. Because no one's going to believe the Earth is flat, guys. Like, no one's going to believe.
Why do you care? Why do you care what other people believe or don't believe? Why do you care?
Why are we
I don't
this?
care. You guys care and like have no lives.
Dude,
I want to help you.
his mic is unbearable. I can't even listen to this. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, it's not coming in very clear, but I think he's Turkish, and I've just in my past I've talked to a lot of Turkish people, so I kind of able to pick up what he's saying.
I mean, if he was a concern troll with like a good mic, maybe it might be worth it. Anyway, yo, DJ, are you still there?
Your accent sounds. I've said I used to work with a lot of Turkish guys, and you sound just like them.
Stop calling me a troll. You have to have some happiness.
I didn't call you a troll. I called you a Karen. You're a Karen.
Yeah, I'm Karen.
He's a concern. He's a concern troll.
Oh, you guys are okay. What troll?
Can we mute? Is it possible to mute the concern troll? I have a question for DJ.
Yeah, I think he'll. Yeah, dude, just listen to the conversation. Okay, you got your concerns out there, and now we're gonna move on.
Okay. Yeah. So why is it that when I was looking up Superior Mirage earlier, and I looked at like Google Images, why is it that some depictions make it out to seem that a Superior Mirage will make the apparent object just actually like inverted or like flipped, from the actual one. But some other images are the Superior Mirage where it's not inverted at all. It's just like higher up. Like what? So what's the like discrepancy between that?
Yeah, there's different types of superior mirages as well, right? Not just looming, right? There's like inverted superior mirages, and sometimes it's like you've got like total internal reflection is present within the superior mirage. I'm still reading up on that. But yeah, I'm still reading. Kids player, shut up. Just look it up. Just look like what's the difference between an inverted Superior Mirage and a regular Superior Mirage, and it will probably give you like an explanation for it. I'm still looking into the nitty gritty details of it myself, so I'm not 100% sure. But I think it's something to do with that. Some of them have total internal reflection, and some of them don't. It just depends. You get all sorts of crazy different types. If you have a look at like Google Images and just look through all the different Superior Mirages, sometimes the image inverts, and I'm pretty sure that's to do with the total internal reflection.
I see.
Have a look at total internal reflection as well. If you see Sporadic E in here, sometime he's got some good papers on it, some good websites that go over it in detail. Because certain types of mirages have like that mirroring effect, right? Have you ever seen like right on the horizon line, right? There's like a mirroring effect. I'll put an example in the side chat.
I might have.
Right, have a look at this. It's just uploading, 1 second. Yeah, see that? Like, it kind of looks like there's water or glass or something like that on the road.
Whoa, that one's kind of trippy.
Yeah, that's a inferior mirage, right? And when you have the superior mirage, it can look like that is happening, but it's like looks like it's up in the sky,
right?
And then it's like it kind of looks like whatever's in the background of the mirror is inverted. Like you can kind of see that guy. You can kind of see his reflection on that apparent, like, shimmery surface.
Yeah.
It's more distinctive over water with boats and stuff like that. But this is inferior, right? So it's different, right? So when you've got the superior mirage, it's when you've got, like, the different, like, the inverted temperature gradient, right? That's why it looks like it's happening up in the sky. And like it's usually not just like one or the other mirage that's taking place. Usually it's like a combination. It's like a soup of mirages, right? Like you could have just say you're taking an observation and you're looking 10 miles, right? At 4 miles you could have a particular temperature gradient where you've got like a pocket of warm air, right? And then at 6 miles you could have a pocket of cool air. And then it could change again right out at 10 miles, and you've got like all these different like combinations of mirages taking place. Or sometimes you can have like the bottom half of an object looks like it's stooping, which is where it's compressed, right? And then the top half of the object looks like it's towering, which is the opposite of stooping. It looks like it's like stretched out. So yeah, that's why, like, when globe earthers just say, "Oh, refraction accounts for this," right? It's a soup. It's always a soup of effects, and it's constantly changing, right? Like every second, it's changing. So it's terrible for them to say that. Oh, yeah, this observation is proof that the horizon is at X distance and it matches up with the globe, when they haven't accounted for any of these effects.
Yeah.
Isn't it impossible to then observe it? Either way, if it's flat or if it's curved?
Well, the problem is that we can observe the horizon magnitudes further than what it could possibly be on a globe, and there are no types of these effects that allow for that type of thing to happen.
Really trust your eyes?
No, it could though.
No, we're not trusting our eyes, right? We're not trusting our eyes. That's the whole point here, right? We're looking into
when you watch the horizon,
everything we're seeing. Yeah, so it's not just you see a boat in the distance or you see something in the distance and then you trust your eyes, right? You have to account for everything that's going on between your eyes and the object. It's like a package deal, and you have to take the whole package into consideration and try to work out what's going on, and it's quite difficult, right? That's why they say the horizon's an apparent location, right, where the sky and the ground meet. The apparent part's there for a reason, because of all of these different effects that can change where you're seeing it. But yeah, none of these effects, like these effects have distinct characteristics to them, right? None of these effects hide a geometric horizon line that should be at 1 mile and make it 10 miles away all of a sudden. That's not a type of mirage that exists. That's not something that you can demonstrate and recreate on a smaller scale, right? It's not going to make a curved horizon and flatten it out.
No, I mean, but it would make you be able to see things further away. Like the thing you just described would be able to do that.
What do you mean by see things further away?
So if light is coming over, if the ground was curved and the light is coming over that bend, then it's possible
do you guys remember when Geo met
a certain temperature pocket, which would refract the light back into your way. So it's possible for that to happen.
Yeah, so how can you give which type of mirage are you talking about
The one
that does that?
The one you described.
Which one? I described a whole bunch of
the one with different pockets of air being different temperatures and it refracting light differently.
Yeah, but that's not okay. So what the different mirages do is they make things appear higher or lower, right? Or squished or stretched, right? That's like the basics of it, right? So something can appear higher than it would. Like sometimes you see a ship, it looks like it's floating in the air, right? And then the opposite of that would be it looks like the ship's sinking. So it's called looming and sinking, right? It's not like going to take a horizon and push it 10 times further away, right? And make let me give you an example. Show you what I mean.
Well, then how would it make it look flat? How would it make it look curved rather than flat?
You never see any curvature, right? You'll see a horizon. That's all. Yeah, have a look. Have a look in the side chat. Right, so the horizon has to be at 3.46 miles if the Earth's a globe.
It
right?
depends where it depends. It's not. It's not the same. The horizon isn't exactly the same everywhere you stand because it's not a perfect circle.
Yeah, but it's almost a perfect circle, right? So it's only they say it's only like 10 to 15 miles fatter at the equator. So it's 0.3% difference. So it doesn't make a difference when you're running these formulas, right? To find out how far away the horizon should be. You know, you could go anywhere on the Earth, right, to any large body of water, right, and you can say the horizon's roughly at like 3.5 miles from an 8-foot observer height, taking into account the oblate spheroid claim. Right, so some of these observations, let me give you an idea of this, right? So we can set up the camera at 1 foot off the surface of the water, and we can see the horizon beyond 10 miles, right? On a globe, to have the horizon at 10 miles, you would have to go up to 65-foot height to see a horizon that far away. We're seeing it from 1 foot, right? So saying that the math's wrong because the Earth's an oblate spheroid, no, it wouldn't. It would change it by maybe 1 decimal point or something like that.
Hello, guys. Can I speak?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If the round Earth is fake, I believe there's like more landmass that the government or like hiding, and have someone traveled there, like people say like beyond the ice wall or some people say like Hyperborea, Agartha, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like
that
find
was
more landmass and like more creatures, people.
I can translate if you didn't pick up what he said.
Yeah, no, I got what he said. Yeah, so that would fall into the speculation category, right? We wouldn't be able to validate that. Like, we don't even necessarily claim an ice wall or anything like that, right? We don't know what's beyond what we can validate and be able to prove to you here today or show you evidence of, right? So it's an interesting topic. I'm not saying that there isn't more land or something like that, but
I heard that there was a captain in like the Nazi Germany. His name was Admiral Byrd, and he went on an expedition to Antarctica. And then when he was there, they found mammoths and like more landmass, and it was green. Later on, he got assassinated for that he found.
Well, I mean, he didn't actually say that he found extra land. He said that he found more land that was beyond the South Pole that humans had never set foot on, right? So being basically within Antarctica, more land beyond the South Pole. He said it was like larger than the United States of America. I guess he was just speculating when he guessed the size, so I don't think he said there was like extra continents or something like that.
The Earth is flat. How do you explain the South and North poles?
Well, they're in the sky, really, aren't they? That's based off the apparent celestial poles in the sky. It's not really to do with the Earth surface, right? Sure, it makes sense on a globe in the way that they portray it on a globe, but that's not necessarily the be all and end all, right? So we don't know exactly how the sky works, right? But we can validate that there's no curvature over vast distances on the ground, so it can't be a globe, right? So we can throw out that idea.
In Bible, they say there's a firmament. What do they mean with that?
That would be like from a biblical perspective. I guess they mean that there's some type of container covering the earth. All the ancient cultures and most religions, right, depict that kind of thing. But we can't confirm that. I'm not claiming a firmament. Most people in here will say we don't know exactly how the sky works or whatever, right? We don't claim to know exactly like how that works, right? What we do know is we have gas pressure, and as far as we can tell, you need some type of containment to have gas pressure, some type of physical containment to be able to have gas pressure in the first place.
Oh, yeah.
But we can validate that on a smaller scale, right? But we don't know exactly how this entire system works. Anyway, good talk. I gotta go on mute for a bit.
Hello, guys. Does someone want to play Fortnite with me?
You have zero proof that the Earth is flat.
Awesome, shut the fuck up. There's like so much evidence that the Earth is flat. The second laws of thermodynamics, it's like cancels out that the Earth is like
Show me one good, easy proof, understandable.
learn second law of thermodynamics first, and then you can like calculate.
İsmet Lasan hazır.
İyi tamam.
Efendim de yedim.
İyi çambin.
I'm looking at the video now. You can't see the curve when you're on land. You need to be in the air at the high.
Okay, do you know why you don't see the?
You need to be at a high altitude to see the curve. This doesn't prove that it's flat.
Okay.
I was the cameraman when they did the moonland. Okay, I was the cameraman.
I knew that.
Well, what do we have here?
Where do we have here? How do I make my voice so that you don't hear my keyboard in the background?
Take your computer out of the bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use advanced voice activity. There's echo cancellation.
Kid Slayer, he asked you a question.
I know what I speak. You. Okay, guys, can you hear my keyboard now?
In the chat.
Can you guys hear my keyboard? Oh, nice.
When you're 100 kilometers in the air,
Okay,
then you
hear
can
my
see the
keyboard.
curvature of Earth.
Cosmo, can you hear my keyboard?
No.
Okay, good. Now I can play Fortnite and talk.
Austin, you're a flatard.
Yeah, so dude, I think you didn't understand the observation, right? So this is going against the horizon, the geometric horizon, right? So yeah, sure, you can't see curvature, but you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance, right? You know what a horizon is?
It's like the middle. Vad heter det på...
Jag vet inte.
Jag vet inte hur man säger på engelska. I know what it's called in English.
16 years old.
Okay, so have you heard the argument from the globe Earth side that says ships go over the horizon? And that's proof the Earth's a globe.
No, I haven't heard that.
Really?
No.
All right, so if the Earth is a globe, right, with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, it means you could only see a certain distance before there would be a horizon, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so, right, so if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach, right, they tell you that the horizon would have to be at 3 miles, right, and it's going to change distance depending on the height of the observer, right? So that's what this observation's testing for. Okay, so the observation height is 8 foot, right? That means if the Earth's a globe, there should be a horizon at 3.46 miles, right? Everything beyond 3.46 miles would have to start to fall behind the curvature of the Earth, depending how high it is. You know what I mean? Right? You would
I
also
don't understand.
He's 16 years old. And he goes to
I'm not 35.
Facebook, so he can't understand.
I'm 17.
And he believes like in 8th grade science class.
All right.
No.
He's my cousin. I remember like 1 year ago, he said, no, wait, the Earth is flat. The school is right. Everything they say is right in school. You have to listen.
Yeah, look, if you don't know what a horizon is, I mean...
Come on, Cosmo, you know what to
Do you think
he knows
the Earth...
he can't explain it.
Do you think the Earth is flat like a pancake?
No, bro. Right.
What shape do you think it is?
Let me, okay, so we don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? The globe side claims to know the shape of the Earth, right? So, and they tell us the exact size. So when we go out and we test that in reality, it doesn't match, right? We can't find any curvature over distance. There would have to be curvature over distance if the Earth's a globe. And we can calculate how much that should be.
But then what, if the Earth is flat, what shape will it be?
Not sure. I mean, yeah, we don't know the shape of the Earth, right? What we're talking about when we talk about flat Earth is, right, large bodies of water at rest don't have any curvature. Okay, so if you have a 10-mile lake.
So it's like a flying island on.
No. We don't think. No. We don't claim that the object that it's like a disk
It's
in
gonna make
space.
sense. It's gonna make sense if you
Yeah,
just
we
know
don't.
that space does not exist, and the stars are like energies that like rule Earth, like the moon it rules the waters or something.
Bro, you have lost two kid player. You have
And
lost.
Saturn rules time, and it's like satanic. That's why like satanics like worship Saturn.
This guy has lost it, bro. No.
Yes, we're not claiming Earth's an object in the globe Earth version of outer space.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So it's not compatible.
So you don't believe there. You don't believe that there is like other planets.
There are.
Not the way.
It's not physical.
Not the way that you've been taught. Yeah. Sorry, kids, your microphone is not working very loud. It's hard to hear.
He's talking from the phone. And don't be gay. It doesn't matter which.
So you don't believe in planets that they exist.
Not in the way that you've been taught, right? Not like big gas planets in an infinite space vacuum. No. That's just something that you've been taught that you can't validate, right? So we don't claim to know exactly what they are, right? What we see is what we observe, right? In the sky, we all observe the same thing, right? We see the sky, the lights in the sky moving in particular cycles, right? We see the sun and the moon move across the sky east to west, right? The stars do the same thing, and the planets do the same thing.
Yeah.
But if the Earth's a globe, right, it has to have curvature, right? It has to have a certain amount of curvature over distance, right? So we can test the Earth. So you say you have to go high to see the curvature. What you said, 100 kilometers.
Yeah.
Right, but when have you ever gone 100 kilometers high?
What?
When have you ever gone 100 kilometers in height?
I didn't say I saw a video.
Okay, so do you understand that a video is not like proof, right? Which video did you see?
A video without fisheye lens.
A video without a fisheye lens.
Exactly.
You want to post the video?
Yeah, I will find it. Wait. Here, I found the video.
Okay. Are you able to post in the side chat?
Yeah. Why did you guys mute the Kid Slayer?
Because he kept talking, but his microphone is trash, and we couldn't really understand what he was saying. But he just kind of kept talking when other people were talking, and it just wasn't really working out well.
I'm gonna tell him now.
Yeah, it's just look. I can unmute him. Yeah, look, I'll unmute him now. But just tell him his mic's no good. We can't understand him.
Kid Slayer, your mic is trash. Get a better
Why
mic.
you mute me?
And
The
mute.
frick?
Get
It's because
better
your
mic.
You have to get your mic.
I sent the video now.
I don't have money. I'm
Well,
poor.
I'm sorry. All right. Well, just stick yourself on mute.
Look
I
at
hate
the
kids that say like your mic is bad. Goodbye.
Shut up, Kid Slayer. Shut up.
Yeah, now, can you see why this is why he got muted? Right? We told him his mic's bad, but he keeps talking through the bad mic.
Yeah, he's a little bit dumb. He believes in giants and stuff. You feel me?
Yeah, I do.
He believes in elves and that there's another realm in Earth.
I'm going to
That's more believable than some of the crazy things they tell us about space.
I've witnessed. I saw like a monster in the.
He's a little bit, you know.
It was like a skinwalker or something.
See, he has like schizophrenia.
Yeah, and my friend saw it.
Okay, but never mind that. Did you see the video?
If you don't believe it, but I know that they exist.
Yeah, I'm having a look at the video now.
Yeah. You can clearly see
Actually,
that.
I want to add something. I mean, if you're so skeptical that whether the Earth is round or flat or not, you can just buy a weather balloon and you can send one up there. It's not that hard to do. I mean, if you're really
But we've done that, right? Yeah, so weather balloons go up to around 120,000 feet, right? So when we send up a weather balloon with a non-fisheye lens, it's completely flat from that height. You would only be able to see a small percentage of the surface of the Earth from that height anyway, so it's not really good evidence for either side.
You can see the curvature in the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm having a look at the video that you posted. You have to give me time to have a look at the video, right? Because you just posted it. It's a 47-minute video. Right, so just give me a minute to have a look through it, and then I'll talk to you about it.
All right.
Also, I just want to clarify, weather balloons go up like 40,000 meters up high. They don't go like 1,000, 2,000 feet high.
I just told you the height. They go up to the maximum around 120 to 130,000 feet.
Yeah, that's high enough. That is way higher than what you need to be at to see the visible curvature of the Earth. Just saying.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that we have footage of non-fisheye lenses, right, that they've sent up on weather balloons that pan around 360 degrees, and there's no curvature seen, right? It's completely flat. So I can upload those.
Okay.
Yeah, I can upload them in a second, but I'm having a look at this other guy's video quickly.
Just skip through the video until like the end portion of the video. That's when you can really see.
What makes you think you can see curvature from 100,000 feet? Well,
Video
what makes you
evidence.
just like fully stay?
Videos of people.
You can see that it's not completely flat.
You do understand that Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you that you can't see it from 110,000 feet when the guy did the Red Bull jump. And he says you can't even see it from much higher.
Seriously?
Red Bull
Yeah,
jump.
so if your
He wasn't
heliocentric breeze
even in
tells
space.
you
That
you
guy
can't
wasn't.
see it, you can't see it from 110,000 feet. Well, why would you see it from a weather balloon at 100?
That guy wasn't even in space.
That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson told you. But he was
When
at
he
110,000 feet. So you're saying he wasn't at 110,000 feet?
He was at 129,000 feet.
Okay, so that's a little bit more than 100,000 feet, where you said you clearly see curvature.
I'm not convinced by this video.
Okay, so I'm having a look at the video, right? And I'm seeing that the camera's not panning around a lot and that the horizon's towards the top of the frame, right? Above the center frame. So I need to know what type of lens was used, right? You said it's a rectilinear lens. So where's the validation of the lens?
Well, I mean, you can look at the video.
I don't know.
Right? And at lower altitudes, the sort of the curvature of the Earth looks right. Like at low altitude, it looks flat to you, right? It completely matches your description. When you are at low altitude, you look out and it's flat. You can actually visibly see it, right? Like you can observe.
No,
this.
at low altitude you don't see that, right? At lower altitude you see clouds everywhere blocking your view, and they're not anywhere near.
Look at the video.
I'm looking at the video, right? I've been scrolling through the video this whole time, right? So when it's low, right, these people aren't near water, right? So we don't see a distinctive horizon, right? We see topography in the distance, and we see a whole bunch of clouds as it starts to go up through the clouds, right? So all I'm asking, right? Someone claimed that this is a non-fisheye lens, right? Well, not even non-fisheye, a rectilinear lens, right? Which would be the only lens that you would be suitable for this situation to make this claim. So I'm just asking what type of lens was used. I don't see it mentioned.
If you were using a fisheye lens, even at low altitudes, there would be curvature. Like fisheye lens distorts the image.
No, I got you. I agree.
What camera they used?
You can switch lens in between. Like
no one's saying they're switching. Dude, nobody's saying they're switching lenses, right? And no one's saying this is a fisheye lens, right? So all I'm saying is that it doesn't have to be a fisheye lens. Any wide-angle lens, right? Any non-rectilinear lens, the lower the focal length, the more distortion you're going to get. So it doesn't have to be specifically a fisheye lens, right? A fisheye lens is going to give you extreme distortion. A regular wide-angle lens is just going to give you less distortion than a fisheye lens, right? So the claim is that,
so how do you explain at lower altitudes there's no distortion at all, but then at high altitude suddenly there's distortion? How do you explain that?
Okay, what point of the video would you like me to check when there's no distortion?
1 minute. 1 minute in the video, and they
okay, all right. So let's go to 1 minute, and I'll have a look.
That's a question. How do we explain the sun, or when you're at the poles, for example, you see the sun differently than when you're in the other parts of the world that are not the utmost, obviously part of this quote unquote globe. So my question is, how is it possible that that's the case in the uppermost part of the earth as we know it, and not all around the world? What would be the case? Or the truth, I should ask, as to what the reason is.
The reason for what, sorry?
If you go to the North Pole, right? Quote unquote, the North Pole. The sun supposedly stays in place. correct?
The
No.
sun does not stay in place at the
No, the sun moves across the
Yes,
sky.
it does
east to-
for 30 days, correct?
It doesn't
For
stay in
30
place.
No. For 30 days, it stays like the sky stays up in the sun stays up in the sky. It doesn't stay at one place. It still orbits, but it's forever day. Forever day doesn't mean the sun doesn't move.
So wouldn't that indicate some type of rotation?
No, well, yeah. What, it could be the Earth rotating or it could be the sun rotating, right? We see the sun rotating. We don't experience the Earth rotating. We see the sun move across the sky. That's what we experience.
It's moving in the tiny circle.
That does
Yeah,
not make.
hold on. Let's get back to this footage. We were talking about something different, right? So we can move on to that topic next. Right? So, look, dude, at the 1 minute to 2 minute mark, which I just watched, all you see is mountain ranges.
Okay.
But you
Okay, so
can
you-
visually see the horizon, right? It's not
The
this
horizon. You just see mountain ranges blocking the horizon, right? Or what you see is just like lumps, which are mountain
But
ranges.
when you go up, but when it reaches higher altitude, you can see.
Okay, so why now I'm asking what lens was used, right? Because I'm noticing, right, that the horizon it seems to always be in the top of the frame, right? So if it is not a rectilinear lens, right, then it would make sense that you're going to have some type of curvature if the line that we're talking about is above center frame. So it's a fair question to ask what lens was being used.
Go to his description and you can see what camera he used.
So I had a look in the description. I didn't see it. Maybe I missed it.
There's a spreadsheet which says.
Oh, okay. I got to click
there's
on
a
the
link to
spreadsheet.
the camera.
You can see the camera, which was
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's an action camera, right? So action camera, it's not a rectilinear lens.
Yeah,
it's
but
action.
when you-
Action cameras have. Okay, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, if you go to the camera, it's not fisheye.
No. It's an action camera, right? So wide-angle
There's one
lenses.
without fisheye.
Okay, so what's the focal length? I bet it's action cameras have a very low focal length, so they have a wide field of view, right? Which does the same thing to a lesser extent of what a fisheye lens does. It's not a rectilinear lens. So look, I used to do product photography. I used to sell lenses for a living, right? I used to have a lot of trouble even using prime lenses, right? Like 35 millimeter lenses and whatnot when I was photographing like picture frames and things like that. So even those extreme non-fisheye lenses, right, would still warp the straight lines and make it look like my artworks that I was trying to sell were freaking bent or damaged, right? It was very hard for me to get a lens. Yeah, so you need to use like a proper rectilinear lens for something like this if you want to claim it. You can't use an action camera,
But
right?
when I use my phone, why is it like completely normal?
That's not normal, right? If you get to a distance,
My phone doesn't have fisheye.
yeah, it's not a fisheye, right? It's wide angle. It's a low focal length, which means it has a wide angle of view. So when you have a wide angle of view like that, look, I've literally like a professional photographer. Like I've done a bunch of courses. I have over 10 years of product photography, and I used to buy and sell lenses for a living and collect lenses, right? I've used so many lenses. I've looked into lenses, how they work, right? So it's not just a fisheye lens that distorts straight lines or distorts lines in general, right? It's any low focal length lens is going to do it more and more. So if you're using like an 18 millimeter lens or something like that, right, you're going to have that effect. You can have distortion of straight lines, right? Like if I'm on a plane.
If I use my phone, man.
So if you look up what type of lens your phone uses, you'll probably find it has like an 18 millimeter lens or something like that, or like at maximum like 24 millimeter lens.
That's a good focal
It's going to distort straight lines. That's why if you take footage when you're on a plane, right, you'll be looking with your eyes and you'll see a perfectly flat horizon, and then you can watch your footage back that you took with your camera, and you'll see it curving, right? Sometimes it's curving concave or convex, depending on which area of the frame the horizon is at, right? This is just how lenses work. So all I'm saying, right, I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm not saying this proves a flat Earth or anything. I'm just saying if you use an action camera that has a very low focal length lens, right, it's going to distort straight lines. So if the horizon is always near the top of the frame, right, you would expect it to be convex like that. Even if the Earth was flat, you know, or a globe, it's just not good evidence. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. Look at the new footage.
I don't know.
It's a clearer image with not much terrain blocking it, and it's much clearer. It's a much clearer day. No mountain ranges, so you can take a look.
Sure. Right. I just want to point out, like, I'm going to have a scroll through this in a second, right? Even like astrophysicists, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and like planetarium directors, engineers, mathematicians, other, like many of these people have spoken out and said you wouldn't even see the curvature from the height of the ISS. You do the math on it, you would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth from even that height, right? So we even had a trained astronaut on the Blue Origin, which went up to 350,000 feet, right? And she said in an interview with Fox News after the Blue Origin thing, right, she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson's done multiple interviews saying, look, it's dishonest the way that they're portraying these space flights. He's like, they're not going to space, they're going like 60 miles up, and they're doing like a parabolic flight, basically, like a zero-G
You're saying
flight.
they didn't go far out enough.
I'm not saying it, right? This is like Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
No, I'm saying that's what you're concluding from what they're saying.
No, that's the direct words out of their mouth, right? You don't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, right? And with the Blue Origin one, he said, I did the calculations and I don't think you would see any curvature from that height. And then you've got the astronaut saying, I didn't see the curvature. It was disappointing because she was an old lady, right? And she trained her whole life as an astronaut, but she didn't get to go to space, right? So she thought that she was going to get to see the curvature of the Earth for the first time, but she didn't get to see it, right? And that's what she was talking about in the Fox News interview, right? And then we got like a mathematician or a math professor that comes in here called Matthew, right? He's like a public figure, right? Nice guy, globe earther though. Right? And he said you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth from the height of the ISS, right? 1.3 million feet high. And it's interesting. Did you want to say something?
So, what shape is the Earth? Is flat?
Hot dog.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the shape is. Could be a hot dog. Whoever said that.
Shape of a hot dog.
You believe it's flat?
Yeah, so we can confirm it's not curved because over large bodies of water, there's no curvature. It has to be curved, right, over these large distances if the Earth's a globe, right? You could just do the math. It's not something that's up for debate, right? If they say it has a radius of 3,959 miles, it means it has to have 66 foot of drop over a 10-mile section of water, for example. Right, 200 and something foot of drop over a 20-mile section of water, right? So you can do the math, right? So we can go out and conduct long-distance observations and high-powered laser tests over these large bodies of water. We've done that so many times now that it's got to the point where there can't be any curvature, right? We've had teams of field engineers, right, PhDs in optics, all sorts of people have gone out and documented all of their observations and tests in high definition, in PDF documents where they account for all the variables, and you should have a look over that information, right, and those tests, and then come to your own conclusion, right? You can even go and do these tests yourself, right? But when it comes to like looking at high altitude footage, there's lots of things at play, right? Firstly, we can see the same distance in all directions, right? So if you go, like, we have a circle of vision, basically. If you go out into the ocean on a boat, right, and all you can see is water around you, you can see the same distance 360 degrees all the way around you, right? You start going up in altitude, you can still see that circle of vision, right? Because you see the same distance in all directions, right? Someone could mistake that as thinking that they're seeing the curvature of the Earth, right? But that's just the way vision works, right? Then you've got the lenses, different types of lenses to take into account, right? Then you've got the mathematics just based on the size that they tell us the globe is to take into an account. So at the height of an airplane, it's only 0.1% of the surface of the Earth that you can even see from that height. So I can see in this video that you posted that the ground is curved, right? When the camera is like on the ground 1 second into the video, and you can see the whole surface of the ground is like drastically curved.
But when it's in high altitude, then it's you can see clearly in the video, and then there is curve.
Right, but okay, so at 1 second into, like literally, right? I didn't even start the video. So 1 second into the video, you see the guy's legs and you see the horizon in the background. It's curving like crazy, right? And then I just clicked forward.
Yeah, I see.
Just at the next click, it took me to 10 minutes and 38 seconds, right? And now you can see it looks like the Earth's curving the wrong way, right? It's just the lens that's being used. I'll just post the screenshots.
Sure.
So I'm not trying to debunk you. I'm just being honest and saying, look, maybe this isn't the best proof of Earth curvature. That's all.
How if the Earth is flat? How will the map be? Like the map, Google Maps. How would the map be?
Well, the Google Maps is like basically it's like a Mercator projection, a web Mercator projection or something like that. If you look at Mercator projections, I mean, like they've got the continents are all the wrong sizes and that sort of thing. So when you scroll along, the scale just changes to make up for the discrepancy caused by the projection. So, I mean, mostly like Google Maps and Google Earth and stuff, right? You've seen those Google cars that drive around, right? They got high altitude footage, right? And then they just kind of like stitch it all together into like this it's freaking amazing. I love it, right? They stitch it all together into like a big computer program. And that's it, right? And like on Google Earth, once you scroll out to a certain distance, it sort of like morphs into a globe. It's just a computer program. It looks completely CGI, obviously, right? But it's a combination of CGI. When you zoom in closer, it's like from altitude, like just say from like you're looking over the top of like a suburb, right? You'll notice the buildings, like it kind of looks like a mixture of photographs blended with CGI. But yeah, it's pretty awesome. I mean, it doesn't really prove that the Earth's a globe, though. Oh yeah, Daz posted something further in the video where you can see it's oh yeah, this is like an extreme like not fisheye, but extreme wide angle lens. Yeah, you see it curving all over the place in the wrong direction. Sometimes it's like an S bend.
It does because the camera is swinging.
Yeah, it's because of the lens of the camera, and as the lens pans around, it distorts the line, the horizon line. So when the horizon line's above the center of the frame, it will be convex, sorry. And then when it's below, then it will be the opposite. It will be concave, right? Like donut Earth.
So, what shape is the Earth for you?
Well, I would describe it as a topographical plane, right? Where I don't know the entirety of the Earth shape. So I'm not even making that claim. Like, I don't know. How would I test that? Right? We can't go high enough to get a bird's eye view, right? Or a God's eye view of the Earth in as a whole. Right? So all we can validate is that it's not a globe, right? And that there's no curvature, right? And if there's no curvature, then a surface that doesn't have any curvature is by default flat, right? So that's what we're talking about. We're not trying to bullshit you and make claims about things that we can't validate, right? So we have
It's
evidence
like a
that
floating island.
Hello.
Island.
Can I ask a serious question?
Mhm.
When we go to like space, why don't we see the stars then when we are in space?
Well, I mean, there is no such thing, according to us, as the vacuum of outer space.
Yeah, but
as
when they
described in
send
the
like
God model.
cameras and stuff like that, why don't we see this?
Well, I mean, like what cameras are you talking about?
Everything, like an astronaut.
Talking about like the ISS, like the ISS footage. What about? Oh, you got to give me a specific example, right? Because if you look into the images they give us, sorry,
like videos. I mean,
like what? Like what video are you talking about?
Like balloon videos and stuff like that.
That's not space, right? Yeah, in the balloon videos. The balloon videos is
the ISS too.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about the ISS. Okay, so the footage from the ISS, right? I gotcha. Right. So the footage from the ISS, right? The horizon is always near the top of the frame, right? You never see it pan around, right? So
I mean,
it's always looking curved. It's always looking curved because it's always at the top of the frame, right? It's clearly they're using a wide angle lens, right? But it's up for debate whether they're even the height that they tell us.
Why don't you see the stars when you are outside of the Earth?
Stars? Why don't you see?
What?
What did you ask? Sorry, man, your mic's no good. It's hard.
Why do you not see the stars when you go to space?
What do you mean?
Like from videos, you can't see that there are stars when you go to space.
Stars?
Stars. Yes, stars.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Like when they introduced, it's when they interviewed a bunch of astronauts, right? Separately, they all gave different answers on whether you can see stars from space, right? Like Neil Armstrong said that he doesn't remember seeing a single star the entire time that he was in space. He said it's like the blackest void you can ever imagine, right? And then they interview some other astronauts and they say, oh, it's so amazing. You can see more stars than you could ever imagine, right? And then they'll switch to a different interview with some other astronaut. Once again, he'll say, oh, it's black. You don't see any stars. So their stories are contradicting each other. Yep. Good point, Kid Slayer.
Why you can't see the stars?
I don't know what the stars are.
Videos fake, or the videos fake or something.
I'm not sure. They say it's to do with the
too much in space. That's why you can't see the stars.
What?
Well, some astronauts are saying that you see more stars than you could ever imagine when you're in space, So are those astronauts lying?
Every astronaut is fake. Everyone.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They never go to space. Just like a green screen under the water. They record.
But why would they fake going to space? What would they gain from it?
Oh my God, there's so much to gain from it.
What do they gain?
There's so much to gain from.
Okay, well, they get like $70 million a day. Well, that's a good reason. But
Yeah,
why would
that's not a big reason. It's a reason. A bit of reason.
Yeah, so why would they lie? You know, I mean, I don't think that most people aren't lying.
Oh, I know why. They don't want you to go outside the ice wall. That's what.
Bro, this guy has lost it, bro. This kid slave. He thinks that, bro, he's lost it. He believes that it's an ice wall to another fucking realm.
What's realm? It's Earth still.
Well, okay, so I don't necessarily, say that there's an ice wall, but I mean, look into the crazy shit that they tell you about space, right? They tell you it rains diamonds on Uranus, right? They tell you it rains sideways glass on distant exoplanets, and that space has black holes, and some of the black holes are hairy black holes. Like, it's just freaking laughable stuff, right? They tell you that you're spinning space rock, just spinning through a big giant vacuum, going nowhere, lost in space at millions of miles per hour. It's crazy. It's crazy stuff. Gas balls inside a vacuum.
I have a near-death experience. And when I almost died, I saw a white and black force, like it's some kind of force and white. And they like drag you in. If your attention goes to, if your attention goes to the white light, it like your soul goes there. It like drags you there. And people say the white light is like the deceiving you. It's for reincarnation, and the dark light is for your soul's evolution.
Bro has lost it for real.
Doesn't matter if you prove the earth is flat to other beings. You have to prepare for that and choose the right force when
Hey, Cosmo, you there, dude? Cosmo.
Yes, yes.
All right, all right. Have a look in the side chat, right? This is meant to be actual footage from NASA of the Apollo missions, right?
Bro, I don't believe in NASA bullshit.
You don't?
No, I don't care about them.
So you think maybe they fake footage? That they fake footage?
Yeah, I don't care about them.
Okay.
That looks fake.
Yeah, it looks pretty fake. Yeah.
I was the camera into the NASA moonland.
Yeah, the footage from the Indian Space Agency is even worse, right? The Japanese Space Agency, the Chinese Space Agency, right? Their footage is even worse. Yeah, it's even worse than NASA footage. It's like laughable footage. Yeah.
Do you have video?
International Spray Hair Station. It
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you explain why NASA has muted all their videos on YouTube?
All their comment sections turned off. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Because they're full of shit, right? And they don't want people to see how many people distrust them. That's interesting. The Chinese space station, right? They didn't turn off their comment section in their YouTube channel. So the comment section's freaking hilarious, right? Like, every single comment is just calling them out about how fake their footage looks. I'll post the video. Right.
What the fuck is this video?
Dude, that's the Chinese space station footage,
That's
right?
fucked
So
up. That's fake as hell.
yeah, dude, it's meant to be real footage, right? And it looks completely fake. And
What
yeah,
the fuck?
yeah, yeah, dude, we're being lied to by these
But
space
it's
agencies.
flat. It's flat in the video.
Yeah, it's
Now
like they
this
forgot.
height.
It's flat. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? It contradicts the NASA footage, right? They say that the Chinese space station is the same height, roughly. You know, the same height as the ISS, but the horizon looks flat.
What the?
Oh my god. It's the tweet. Oh my god. It's not fake. Science says it's real. Earth is round. Just trust your teacher, dirt plate. Cosmo,
What? What?
what are you doing?
Plumb bobs on horizons.
Stop jerking off.
Do it in a lab.
DJ. Can you hear me? Your mic is muted.
Roger that.
Going to buy filters.
They forgot the curve there in that video.
Oh my. Cosmo. Cosmo, how do you know the Earth is flat? How do you know the Earth is flat, Cosmo?
Because it's not. I don't think it's flat.
Why do you think the Earth is flat? Flat. Why do you think the Earth is flat? Flat. Cosmo, how do you know the Earth is round? Cosmo, Cosmo, how do you know the Earth is round? Cosmo, how do you know the Earth is not flat? Cosmo, anyway,
Shut up, shut up.
stop playing Brawl Stars.
You lunatic. I was asking them for tides in a
Hey,
bucket.
I see what you did there, Old House.
Tides in a bucket, and they wouldn't do it. I mean, if it's moving oceans, you know, yeah.
Cooper realizes the error in his ways, I think. We're gonna, I think at least a partial concession.
And he'll wait another 3 months. Yeah, just drive, Cooper. Stay on the road.
Yeah, eyes on the road, man.
I've never heard someone hit more Cooper when they drive than you.
Who's got their hands on DMOC, all right? You guys.
All right, don't worry about what we do here. Just be concerned.
I'm worried. I'm worried, okay?
Yeah, worry's not going to win at the end of the day.
Yeah, worry about the road. Worry about driving on that straight, flat Earth road.
We're looking to we're looking for anybody else who's in here who thinks that the Earth is a globe, and if you can, bring some evidence. We got a
Listen, he can't even stop coping. Pretty hilly. Pretty hilly. I hit those rumble strips. Those aren't flat.
You know, that was CB's point a long time ago. He asked, what's his face? Was it Bob the Science Guy? I think it was. No, it was Scott Mackey. Somebody. I think. Is there a hill of water? It was Scott Mackey. Is there a hill of water? Remember that, Jedi?
Yeah, it was both of them, and I think the one he's speaking about is Dr. Science, whatever his fucking name is. I don't have a G. But yeah, Bob the Science guy.
Bob the Science.
Yeah.
He asked him, "Is there a hill of water?" He says, "Yes, there is a hill of water." That's what Cooper was saying. I mean, these hills of waters, people, come on. Yeah, more of it says it's Bob. It was Bob. I maybe tell the Globers to type into the chat, how big is the hill of water that the moon creates when it bulges? Oh my.
And if you're going to say that gravity causes that, give me the tensor equation. Because gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, right?
Yeah. Good morning.
What are you doing out there? Good morning. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've been enjoying shellacking these guys. It's been a while because I've been real busy.
When you said how much water on the bottom, I thought you were saying on Earth for a second. I was like, they say 73, but then you're like, the bottom, like, okay, yeah, 90 something, yeah.
Maybe if all the Chinese people stood together, they get elevated towards the moon.
I don't know, man. What provoked me to actually come on here fully was the Foxes guy, or the Raised by Goats, whatever his name is. He was speaking some utter nonsense because Killian had him on the ropes, dude. He gave him a logically consistent point of how, stating about the Earth for gas pressure. I think the conversation was on gas pressure, and it was like he was stating that the Glober would argue that they landed on the moon directly, and Killian pointed out, well, that's just circumstantial evidence. In a court case, that would be circumstantial. And then, of course, he got on his feelings about it, Raised by Goats, and said, well, let me play devil's advocate. And I was like, thinking in my head, I was like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? Because I came in here and I told him, dude, this is my retort to him when I came in, that we have plenty of devils. We don't need an advocate for it. We got many people who are already confused. We don't need you, someone who is claiming to be a flat earther, claiming or taking the position of a Glober. Like, why? Why are you doing that? You're making everything a bit more difficult. We understand what they're saying. We know their confusion. We're addressing it. So, Killian's point was to show that land in the sky is just not a good way. It's an extraordinary claim that needs extraordinary evidence to support it. So just showing him that it's not something that they know directly, because according to Raised by Goats, it would have to be something that when they claimed it was directly, that can't be proven. And that's what provoked me to come in. I was like, dude, Killian was correct. It'd be circumstantial. It wouldn't be something that you provided as direct information to know that they could prove this to you. And he used an example of a court case where they utilized something directly on the Earth to provide evidence for, and that's not circumstantial. And so he showed it to him, and it was like, that was a knockdown win, because something you could provide in a demonstration form would be a way to directly know that this thing can happen. But if it's put in a way just to think about, like perhaps theorize maybe, then it's all circumstantial, because there's no way to provide directly that information could be substantiated with any direct way of knowing. So it would be circumstantial for them to say that men landed on the moon just by proxy of like videos or something, because you'd have to be able to demonstrate that that's the case, and it would be out of the reach of demonstration to do that. So it'd be unfalsifiable. But you couldn't falsify that information. So it was well put, and I told him that, and I was just that's what provoked me to get on here. And from there, I just been trying to lay waste to the way he is in here. He's a snake, bro. Raised by goats is a fucking snake.
I haven't seen you that pissy with someone for a while.
Dude,
you were happy with him.
Fuck no, dude. And I was listening to him furthermore and I was like, now you're getting the full AV treatment, dude. I'm gonna pay hyper specific, close attention to every word he says. And he was like, every little turn that he was making, he conceded on a few points because he knew I caught his ass. And I can do it to anybody that I hone in on. Like, I'm not going to let go. Every little thing you say, every inference, every suggestive word, I'm going to hone in on it and I'm going to call you out. The thing that you said you knew, you don't know. So I got him to admit 50%. And he didn't mean the world overall. I understood what he meant. The earth as he understands flat and stationary, that, he says, is only knowledgeable to him by 50%. So I completely stepped on his big toe and smashed it into bits, dude, because I didn't want him to continue to be in this chat, claiming to be some... Because he just... Dude, I'm sorry. It's me ranting, but it just comes off as like, well, you got to stay monotone and just talk to people. I'm like, dude, you just got to have a conversation. And like, what? And if it's truth that you want them to see in the conversation, it has to be done in a logical way. And we have the way that we do it, right? We approach it in a way that's like, okay, so how can this be done that you realize whether or not you know that this is true or not, and you formalize it, or anything else. Like we have ways of doing it. And he was just like, I just think we ought to let them, like, the guy that says that he thinks they did land on the moon, and if you say the gas pressure argument and say that's all where it is and we stop there, he's like, I don't think that's good. I want to talk about like why they think that that's direct evidence and how rockets could work in a vacuum. And like, he's just going on about some dumb shit. And I'm like, dude, you just want the conversation to keep going. It's like you wanted to, whatever it is, to manifest that they realize, like, to the nth degree that you're correct. And it's like, you're doing way too much, dude. You just got to present an argument that they can't demonstrate, which shows their inability to either formalize it in a logical statement or to provide a demonstration. That's what it's showing. And then he was just like, he's being a slimy shithouse lawyer, saying that he didn't say that exact thing he said, and this is what he really meant, and all kinds of shit, dude. I'm like, I'm not having it, dude. It's too much. So I was provoked to all get out, man. I was like, fuck no. Anyway. I don't like it, bro. I don't.
I know.
Again, to me, it's just be you. Be genuine. Be who you are. If you think the Earth's a globe, fucking say it. Cooper's genuine. He's like, I just think that's what it is. Slimy tactics are what I fucking hate. Even some people think that Cooper's being slimy, but I just think he just likes to believe the Earth's a globe, and some other people do too. Not giving you flowers, Cooper. I'm just identifying the fact that when people are slimy, I can tell.
I agree. You can't tell when people are
anything
slimy.
that's happened in the last 15 minutes, anyways.
What's that?
I'm here. I know you're here now. I'm saying I wouldn't address anything that's happened more than 5 minutes ago. His memory, that's as far as he knows. It's his memory bank.
Good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm always challenging people, especially the ones who, even there's some flat earthers that will, they're fly by night. They come through here every now and again, and they assert that they can't know if the Earth is flat, but they do affirm that it's not a globe. We had those before. Like, we're at the early on stages of, like, when we were with 24/7. You remember those guys? They're like, I don't want to say the Earth is flat, but I will say that I know it's not a globe. So call me like, whatever, earther. I don't know if you guys remember those guys. Like, I
do. Yeah, I do.
They wanted to be. They even have tags for that in our home server. So, anyway.
I was asleep.
Atheist for Russia. You have a mouth guard, I think, that you can put in your mouth. The real reason why people snore is because their tongue is relaxing it. it goes in the back of their throats and causes that snoring.
No, that's what it sounds like when an atheist prays.
Dude, that's awesome. You know the thing I like about old Haas is that he thinks on his feet, dude. Like you sharp as a whip, dude. Like I like it. That takes practice though. You can't be that good until you've understood like where people are with what they're saying.
Nah, I've always been an asshole.
Come on. Don't sell yourself short.
Professor Jackass, remember? No, but Cooper, Cooper's not. It's not honest what he does.
Yeah, I mean, he's interrupted conversation, but
once his claim falls apart, he just always plays stupid. Well, I don't even know how many tides there are a day. Yet he just pontificated about tides 10 minutes ago. Relax, Cooper.
What have I ever been dishonest about? I'm pretty forthright. And I'm willing to admit when there's something. What's dishonest about admitting when you don't know something? What is wrong
Every
with that?
conversation with you is the same.
No.
You play stupid when you get cornered.
No.
So why on God's earth would you pontificate about the tides when you don't even know how many tides there are per day?
It depends on where you are.
Earth.
On fucking Earth, retard. There are some places that have like 6 tides a day.
Oh, where are those? Yeah, because you seem shocked about hold on, bro. You seem shocked about the anomalous 3 times a day, and now you're telling us there's 6 times a day. So when you go to your tide chart, okay, I got 2 questions. A, have you ever been to the beach? And B, have you ever looked at a tide chart?
Yes.
Okay, so how many tides are there per day? How many high tides per day?
I don't remember. I don't know.
You don't remember. Yet you wanted to pontificate about the moon's gravity causing tides?
Okay, buddy. What did I lie about?
Yes. Okay.
What did I lie about?
A complete lie that we've had the tidal node conversation before. We've had this very conversation before.
You're fucking lying.
You just must be stupid then.
No.
Thank you for correcting me.
No, you're lying.
Okay. I guarantee you in the next 3 months you'll bring up this same exact argument. Mark my words.
Maybe. If I look into it more, and yeah, I might.
I'll back you up, old Haas. I got a steel trap mind, dude. If he comes up at it again, I'll remember. Wait a minute.
I just said I might, because if I look into it more, I might have more to say about it. Yeah. Is that not okay?
Yeah, just figure out how many. Yeah, just figure
today. But if I bring it up again,
figure out how many high tides there are tomorrow. Just by tomorrow, figure that out.
I don't need to know every fact about the tides.
That's not every fact. That is what tides are.
Okay.
It'll be funny if somebody.
The rise and the fall of the ocean level at the coast. Yeah. Is observed at the coast and everywhere.
All right.
What is wrong with you?
What's your fucking point? Do you have a point?
Cooper, dude. Just we're trying to see if there's anybody else. We're seeing if there's anybody else who wants to have a conversation right now. We've already had that one with you, and it should be done. We got Beer. Thanks. What's up, Beer? Thanks. Are you there? Beer THX. All right, we got a new Glober in here. His name is Flat Lloyd. He's a brand new Glober. Welcome him.
Seize him.
What's
Hi,
up?
everybody.
It's got a voice changer. Seize him. What's up, bro?
What's going on?
Yeah,
I was a little ticked off that guy when he was like, "Oh, I'm 50-50." I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Exactly. And then he made it sound like
50-50.
he made it sound like he was talking about the entire Earth. Do you see that the shithouse lawyer that he tried to? Dude, it's just such. Oh, dude, I hate that. I know what he meant. He knows what he meant. He didn't mean the entire Earth. Then he's doing that so that the audience will be like, "Oh no, you got him all wrong, dude. He meant the entire Earth. He's 50-50 on like what it all is." Like, no, that's not what he meant. 100%. Our conversation prior to that was talking about the surface of the Earth. That's what it was about. It's just so, it's such weasel tactics, bro. Whew, man, I was pissed.
Well, that's what gets me about this whole Jaren thing. They're like, well, you have to be 100%. You got to have a model. It's like, according to who? This Jaren guy? Are you kidding me?
Did he say that?
Well, he said you need a model. Yeah, I mean, you need to explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Oh,
otherwise you're not a real flat earther.
Oh,
it's
dude,
pretty much what I got from his little.
I didn't hear him say that. Clipcord, can you get us a clip of him saying that, brother? I mean, if you're in that whole realm, I don't know when did he say that, Lloyd? After they did that, what they?
Well, it was in his like little Christmas. He had like a little Christmas background, and he was basically just like talking to his audience. I listened to the whole damn thing, and
he did say
just
that.
bitching. Yeah, it's basically his reasoning that he can't call himself a flat earther. And well, this was actually in his second part. I don't know if he actually gave those 3 points, but he said you're either these 3 things, right? You either say the TFE doesn't matter. You're either saying it's fake, or I forget the last one. If anybody read it too, but I don't know. It just seems like, hearing that guy say, oh, well, it's 50-50 because, well, I don't know the entirety. You can still know that it measures flat, though, right? Nobody here is claiming that we know the entirety. In fact, in my opinion, I don't think you're supposed to know.
What was the point of the final experiment was to actually prove something, right? That the sun not only is up for 24 hours, but it circles about someone's head, and which would then give because this is the second part, would give the indication that you are living on a Earth that, according to the globe Earth, is an oblate spheroid. Right? Wouldn't that be like kind of the insinuation? Because you're not just seeing the 24-hour sun, but it models against the Earth being a globe. It's what Jaren was saying, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that what he was like? You have to present.
Pretty much.
Yeah. This epic levels of wrong, because the way the heavens have been categorized as visually into a conceptual model called the celestial sphere has been known to people for ages, dude. And people have been utilizing it, and it works just fine. But it has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere, which is what he says you need to have. The globe Earth perfectly matches sky phenomena. And it's like sky phenomena has always been about what people can observe based on a specific model, which is called the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. Big difference.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just crazy, man. We're living in these times that we are. But I don't know. What do you guys think about?
Well, it's hilarious too, because you have these globies thinking, oh, well, we have a model, and nobody has a model, but they think they do so hard, and they think that this observation somehow proves something when it doesn't. For either model, there's no logical syllogism for either.
Right.
Why isn't that option number 4, Jaren?
Because they're trying to put what the Earth is into a model form, and I think that's the main problem. Trying to put, if you're trying to formalize the argument of the Earth being flat in a model form, like for instance, the AE map assumption, like a map projection. That's where I think you're going to get, because you can't do it because it's a reification. You're reifying the thing that you're talking about, which is a map projection or a model, depending. You have to provide the evidence of how it is what you're saying deductively. And you can't do that. So I don't know. We got some people that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I learned that when I joined you guys in 24/7. It's like, no, you don't need a model to explain that the Earth measures flat, and that was an epiphany moment for me. So, I mean, hopefully this quote unquote TFE has maybe helped actually some quote unquote flat Earth believers actually realize that no, it regardless of this observation, the Earth still measures flat.
For some reason, your mic sounds like you're roboting a bit. It's like
my bad,
in a
man.
room or something.
Let me replug in.
Is that a voice changer? I thought it was a voice changer. We got a Millicad Dad has joined our chat. Beer Thanks is in here. Who else? Cathos. Is Cathos FE? Cathos 7. I think you are, huh? That's it. Sparktacular, but he doesn't want to speak for I don't know what reason. He's typing away in the text channel, so he's obviously not doing anything busy. He's definitely not driving. Perfect time for an intermission. I think I'm gonna go get grab a bite to eat.
Gotta get a refill on the coffee myself. Is my mic any better, Clay?
A man walks into his doctor's office and says to the doctor, "I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam." The doctor looks at him and says, "Relax, man. You're too tense."
Your mic still, I don't know, it sounds like you're on a spaceship.
Yeah, it's
Not
this
in the car.
crappy mic.
You know that
One sec.
spaceship sound? It's not bad. I just, for your own sake, I wanted to tell you.
BP Wigwam.
Mic check, 1, 2. Any better?
Yeah. What kind of stuff were they into in the woods?
Perfect.
We don't know. It was intense.
It sounds totally fine now.
All right, you got to more jokes.
I went to see my doctor. I said, "Doctor, I'm addicted to Facebook." Doctor said, "I'm not following you."
Is that stalking if they follow you? Today it's just okay on Facebook. Follow me. Like, huh? That's nothing weird about that.
I've got a 3-year-old daughter. Her name's Beth. This lady said, "What's Beth short for?" I said, "She's only 3."
Uh-huh.
Are those dad jokes?
My wife knocked over the laundry basket. All I could do is stand there and watch it all unfold.
That's a good one. The two guys are sitting at a bar, and one of them's like, "Oh, so I heard, Neil, you just got back from safari." And he's like, "Yeah, it was quite the experience. We were out on the second day. Woke up in these little tents out in the savannah, beautiful golden sunrise coming up, and I kind of walked out into the brush to pee a little bit. And as I was out there taking a piss, like I look out in front of me, and right in front of me in the brush, there's a lion. And the other guy at the bar he's talking to goes like, "Oh my God, well, what did you do?" And he's like, "Well, I shit my pants." And the guy he's talking to goes, well, that's understandable. I mean, you're face to face with a lion. The guy looks at him and says, "No, just now." I bet your family's glad the holidays are over, so they don't have to listen to your Chuckle Hut routine. Come on, that's a good one. Come on. Just concentrate on driving. There's no joy in your life, all right? There's plenty of joy in my life. None of it has anything to do with you. All right. Can't we just appreciate the joke for what it is? Yeah, it's funny. The guy who tells me there's no joy in my life doesn't even know how many tides there are. The beach is really joyous. Maybe spend some time down there. You might have a clue of what you're talking about. Let's hear your best gravity joke. And ties. Come on, tell a joke. Yeah, a pair of jumper cables walk into a bar. Bartender says, "Hey, I don't want to see you starting anything in here." Doesn't that feel good? What, to tell a dad joke on request? To laugh. Well, that's how I delivered it. I didn't laugh. You laughed. But yeah, I laughed the first time I heard that one. It was joyous.
What's the difference between...
maybe I was wrong. I did giggle a little bit when you started floundering over your whole moon gravity tide story. That did. I should open my mic the next time I giggle. Okay, buddy.
What's the difference between 3 cocks and a joke?
What?
Your wife can take a joke.
Oh!
What is family friendly again? That was a German joke. See? No one laughed.
That was actually the best one. Piece of string walks into the bar, sits down in the bar, says, "Barkeep, give me a beer." Barkeep looks the piece of string up and down, says, "We don't serve string in here. Get out."
So he ties him up and then he says, "I'm afraid not."
You're just a joy thief. You're a thief of joy, all right? that was funny, yeah. Beating you to the punchline, that was joyous. I said that because you don't like me. It's funny that he beat me to it. No, dude, I don't know you. I don't like the way you have a serious chip on your shoulder. Let's just say that. No, yeah, I don't like liars. I don't like bullshit artists.
You're a bullshit artist. You come in here talking about a YouTube video that you think was the data supposedly came from your prayers to God are noted. I don't like bullshit artists. Don't take it personally, bro. If you start spewing bullshit, I'm gonna allow you to tell the class that what you're doing is spewing bullshit.
Back to the old
after you got finished pontificating about Moon, your prayers are heard.
Say something.
Listen.
I know you're just repeating you don't like me over and over. I get it.
Dude, I don't know you. I pity the fool.
I know. I got it. It's very interesting.
I pity the fool. Okay. And all I did was allow you to highlight to the class that you didn't know the first. I know you don't like what I say. I know you don't like what I say.
To listen to it. It's boring.
Well, and your joke. Okay, a wino's on
telling jokes together. It's fun.
Okay, a wino's on a stranded island, and he finds a genie bottle. He rubs the genie lamp, and the genie comes out, and he goes, "I grant you 3 wishes." He goes, "Well, I want a bottle of booze that never ends." So he goes, "Okay, your wish is granted." Takes a drink, guzzles it down, it fills back up. And the genie says, "Okay, you have 2 more wishes." The wino says, "I'll take 2 more of these."
That's a good one.
Yeah, so that's I'm sharing you valuable jokes. I mean, I like my fellow man. I like my fellow man. I like my fellow man. I don't like it when my fellow man is mired in bullshit fairy tales, and then they come and give half-baked repetitions of these fairy tales, and then spurg out when all I do is put up the mirror to let you know that you're chanting a fairy tale. And then you say, "You don't like me." No, it's the bullshit you're mired in that I don't care for, bro. Relax.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice if you would admit that, hey, I really don't know anything about the tides to the point where I don't even know how many high tides or low tides there are per day. So maybe I shouldn't have been pontificating on what causes the tides. No, I don't know.
They say that Chuck Norris's tears cure cancer. It's too bad he never cries.
It's a good one.
They say behind Chuck Norris's beard, there is only another fist.
Norris wanted to pet a tiger, so he went to pet the tiger, and the trainer was hearing this growling, and he goes slowly back out of the cage. So the lion, well, the tiger slowly backs out of the cage.
Hey, I have another one. Here you go. Listen to this. There was once a German, and he tried to make a joke, and everybody laughed. That was a good one, wasn't it?
I like it.
Because you know why? Because you know why? Because if the German makes a joke, it's not funny. You know.
I love the meta.
So the joke is that the German says that everybody laughed, but it, you know, that's the joke.
Are you German by chance?
Yes.
This is actually
a funny joke.
This is actually the highest brow joke that's been told today. By the way, this is the best joke.
I know. We make the funniest jokes.
Have you seen
See
the
how
South
many
Park
people are
episode
laughing?
where like Germans make a funny bot?
They see Alpha Veritas. He fell out of his chair. He's laughing and laughing on his ground right now. I bet that's what Germans do. They're funny.
Who's crying?
That's what I'm talking about. German jokes.
Super meta.
Play, you need to watch that South Park episode on Germans.
Man, Germany is a South Park episode. At least, okay, I'll be quiet. At least for now.
I have a theory that I want to share. Have you guys noticed how Crit is in 2 or 3 places at the same time? Isn't that odd?
Who?
Crit?
Well, he's AI. Isn't real.
I think so. Like, that's
You can sign in with multiple devices, Frey.
Oh, you can?
Sure can.
Wait, no, you can't. Like, I have 2 devices. If I join another VC, I'll disconnect from here. Pretty sure.
Kacke.
I've never tried to talk in both at the same time. But yeah, I mean, you can sign in like to your phone, and then I even have multiple computers. That's how I have, the YouTube bot going on one computer. I'm talking on this computer, and I guess I could get my phone going. But
Wait, so these YouTube bots, they're running on your computer?
just bot number 2.
Oh, that's cool. I've always
We got a lot
wondered
of room.
who's running all these bots. Nice. Alright. Less dedication.
I am also a bot. This isn't real. The internet is dead.
I know you are a bot. You're like a German-made machine.
Exactly. I made the machine that you're using right now to talk to me. Well, not me, but some other German dude.
Wait, am I the only real person here? Like, what's happening?
Yes.
Oh shit.
It's like a fever dream.
looks like we have a couple new people. Briggs, Joe Dubs. Haven't
See,
seen those
someone's
names
trying to
before.
divert. Okay, I stopped. Sorry. Yeah, let the new people prove the spinning ball.
I see.
Anybody think it's a globe? Fry, do you still think it's a globe? You seem to have like backed off a little bit.
Have I? I don't think so.
You seem more chill.
I've always
I have to
been
be frank,
chill.
man.
What
I
do you
don't
mean?
really care what it is.
You don't really care. But you're here.
Being this chill.
It's like if somebody proves it to me, that's flat. Like, all right, then it's flat. That like it doesn't matter to me.
Well, if somebody's lying to you, does that matter?
Yeah.
Like if you were to buy 12 eggs and they only gave you 6, you'd be like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
So if they told you it was a globe your whole life and you found out that it wasn't, would you believe everything would you continue to believe everything they say?
No. No, I wouldn't.
So it might change actually quite a bit. I mean, it's fair to say, I mean, how can you know something that you don't know if it would or wouldn't? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's kind of paradoxical where if it did come out where every government admitted that the Earth was flat, like it would simultaneously change nothing and everything.
I mean, even like Matthew Learn said, we asked him that one time, and he was like, I think NASA got it wrong, and that it's still a globe.
What?
Yeah. So I mean, there's some people who, yeah, they put their trust in authority figures. Some just believe it's a ball no matter what.
See, Matthew Learns is really a mystery to me sometimes.
Same.
It's like you can have like a 1 hour conversation with him and you think like, okay, man, this guy's on a good route. He might be, you know, getting to the point of the true shape of the earth, and then suddenly you realize he's just agreeing with every point, but goes back to
You
the
know
ball.
why? Do you know why that is? Because, like, it doesn't matter how logical or scientific your arguments are, people don't care. Like, they will believe the scientific authority over people on Discord. That's really the problem here. Unfortunately for you guys, it's just.
No, unfortunately for you, you're trapped in a religion.
You know, I mean, like, so someone mentioned, like, let's say the entire world government comes out and says that the Earth is flat. I'd probably still be a glober. I mean, most likely. It's.
Let's change that a little bit. Let's say they come out and say it's flat, and they provide like, okay, and this is how we've been lying to you.
Nah.
why
I wouldn't switch my position. I mean, I would think that there've been compromise or like, you know, something's up, but like.
Just a hypothetical. I'm saying, like, what if they offered all this, and like
I
said,
can
like,
actually
okay,
see America becoming a flat Earth nation, so it's not really that far off reality.
I don't think you're getting what I'm getting at, but okay.
Yeah, well, hold on. Think about when Penn and Teller came out in the late '80s and started showing the world how all these tricks are done, these magic tricks. Well, people someone today is going to see a sleight of hand trick and think that magic is being performed today. And when Penn and Teller came out, a lot of magicians were very, very, very angry. But then there was a whole wave of magicians that were Penn and Teller-esque. But like I said, now today someone will do a sleight of hand right in front of someone and they'll think it's magic. They'll do a simple card trick.
So you grew up in a time where people thought magic is real. That's crazy.
People used to no, I wasn't around during the days of theater when they were sawing people in half and people running out of the theater horrified. That was before my day, but
all right. So
yeah, people are just going to have to figure it out for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, Fry, you still kind of believe in the magic show. Like, you're still kind of the little kid watching the woman get sawn in half, and you're like, oh my gosh, I saw it. He must have really chopped her in half. When, you know, the mature people in the audience they know that it's an illusion, because you couldn't cut somebody in half and put them back together. It's kind of like space, right? You see all these kind of illusions, if you will. You see people taking stuff out into a vacuum of space when, you know, the mature crowd actually knows that that's a thermodynamics violation.
Yeah,
we've seen the act before.
I think a lot of this.
Like, once you know how the trick works,
aren't you?
The
Yeah,
trick
dude,
no
but no,
longer works
I
for
don't
you,
mix.
right?
Go.
It's kind of like that repeated saying that they make more flat earthers than we do.
I guess he was referring to the old claims like from Eric Dubay back in the days and all those videos where it said there's guards stationed there and protecting Antarctica and stuff. And it's an old argument, but it still persists, I guess. Me that somehow the role of religion seems to have switched now. Back in the day, like religion was associated with the flat earth side, I'd say, and today you have this preacher going against flat earth, and like Nathan Oakley is always saying like globe was perpetuated by the church and the thing of the Catholic Church, which is kind of stupid because the church went against Galileo Galilei and Earth moving. And
no, the church didn't go against what he said. The church said, "Don't." The Pope, which at the time, still to this day even, is when the Pope talks, that's considered the Word of God. Like when the Pope opens his mouth, that's effectively God speaking out loud. God is speaking through the Pope. And the Pope said, "Hey, Galileo, good information. I like it. I love it. It's following in the footsteps of giants who came before you. So what you're going to do with this is keep your mouth shut because the peasants are dumb as shit. We've curated the perfect flock of complete dumbasses who believe everything we say. They don't know how to read this book. They don't know how to read or write in general. We got them giving up all their earthly possessions to us, thinking it's going to buy their way into heaven, and we're profiting off their ignorance. If you say something that's stupid, as the earth is a globe, and the sun is the center, it might be detrimental to that. That might harm the power of the church." And Galileo was like, I really don't give a whole lot of fuck about the power of the church. I worship God, not really you. You're just some dude sitting in a chair. So he said, yeah, the earth is heliocentric. And the Pope was like, damn it, Galileo, go to your room with supper. You're grounded. You are grounded to your room. And his room was like a millennial's room or like a Zoomer's room. He has like a GameCube and some handheld device. He's got his cell phone, his tablet. Like even by today's standard, if you can look up Galileo's property at the time is a historic monument. It's got an indoor-outdoor pool, a walking like a hedge maze. It was right next to the spot where his illegitimate daughters were nuns, so he could go see them anytime he wanted. And then the best part was, this was the high watermark of the Spanish Inquisition. People are being burned to the stake for having a lazy eye, and here's Galileo saying, I disrespected the Word of God, and he got sent to his room with dinner. No, the church never opposed Galileo. Never did. They were just upset that they told him to do something, and he did it anyway, and they barely gave him a slap on the hand. Barely. And some say he was going to go there anyway. It was like a plea bargain. Just plead guilty to heresy, and I know you're not feeling well. You kind of want to retire. You want to be close to your daughters. No problem. Just confess, and we'll leave it at that. We'll just let it go. We'll just drop it. If you fight us on this, it might not turn out too good for you. So he's like, yeah, fuck it. I confess. I'm a heretic. And they're like, okay. Oh, all's good with the world. And then, hundreds of years later, the Catholic Church is like, I want to apologize retroactively to Galileo. The false imprisonment and trial and confession that was forced out of him was not right. You're like, well, how about all the people you burnt at the stake? How about them? Nah, fuck them. So you won't come forward with, like the Spanish Inquisition and find out them, their relatives, their families. How many people could go back to somebody who was murdered by the Catholic Church in a very brutal and public way and apologize to them too? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Those cases were adjudicated in a courtroom. You're like, oh, good grief. And people still, like atheists, is the best part. You've got atheists who have dove head first into this Catholic Church creation myth, thinking somehow they're all closeted atheists. The whole Catholic Church, all of them. George of Monterey, Newton, Galileo, Copernicus, all of them. Every single one of them. Closeted atheists. They're all in on it. They all are in on it. You're like, holy shit. How the fuck do you maintain such an illogical, irrational point of view? Just walk me through it, step by step. How the fuck did you get there? How? How the fuck did you get to that conclusion? And then the best part is, they'll tell you that conspiracy theories are harmful disinformation. Dude, you think the whole Catholic Church is in on it. Was I coming in good? Or is that pretty... I know my internet's crap right now. I can see it like... the late.
Your audio's fine.
Yeah, it's like that ping. It's like I tried to mouse over the ping and it shows like nothing. But I know I'm connected because I can hear you guys and my profile lights up. It's like literally showing 0 bars because like just the very first bar is lit.
I think the whole world is going through some technical difficulties because I'm getting wrecked out here.
Exclamation point, like that yield sign with an exclamation point. It's like a alert, poor connection. hey, what's your favorite?
I can't win. No debates. Nothing.
Yeah, not kind of a low point. What you got? Something you want to share?
No, I don't know. I'm not good at like free balling it, you know.
Well, just Google something. What do you got?
You're gonna laugh at me for Googling that. I can't win.
No, I never said that. I said when people, like, say if I were to ask you a question, be like, hey, what's your favorite color? You'd be like, hold on, I gotta Google that. What does Google say my favorite color should be? That's where people make fun of you. When you don't know something you should know, and your only answer is to Google it and then come back and read what your Google it says. Key difference, a key critical difference there. That if you know something, you could be like, hey, here's a topic I want to talk about, and speak from first-hand knowledge. Where instead, where you're like, hey, I don't really know what's going on or what we could talk about, I'd be like, well, what's the newest thing in flat Earth, globe Earth? You don't really know, well, Google it. Does anything kind of jump out at you? What do you get from that? Like, it's very easy because this is kind of a popularity, a pop culture thing going on right now. You know, like it's.
So
like
I guess you.
Oh, go ahead.
I guess you don't. You're under the assumption that no one should believe anything or speak about anything as if they have any knowledge on it, if they don't have like a full grasp on all of the knowledge and all of the theory and empirical data behind it.
No, I'm saying if you're going to Google it, keep Googling it until you find the contradiction and then square that contradiction. How did you square the contradiction? Did you accept it? Did you just accept the contradiction? Did you explain the contradiction, how it's not really a contradiction, it appears to be, or did you just ignore it? You just said, nothing to see here. So when your worldview
what do you usually do with contradictions?
When your worldview is based on a contradiction, that's where I'll look at how and why do you handle it. And generally it has to do with a misunderstanding of other people, which then causes a misunderstanding of yourself. That somehow you can and can't Google it at exactly the same time because you think someone here is going to make fun of you for Googling something.
So let's say I believed that the Earth is flat, and I believed that the sun is... I'm sorry, I have a cough. The sun is... My goodness. I need a tea, holy shit. So if I, let's say, was a flat earther and I believed the sun was a light that shined a light on a flat earth, but then I realized that in Antarctica there is 24-hour sun, how should I deal with this contradiction? Should I ignore it or should I?
Yeah, I would say bring that up Sunday, what your contradiction. So how did the sun tell you what the surface of the Earth is? You'd be able to speculate. You'd be able to go into speculation mode. So how did that work out? How did let's see? Yeah, speculate. You'd go into speculation.
But, my hypothetical didn't revolve around me believing the Earth is a globe.
No, it requires a speculation about the sky.
It addressed the issue of like believing Earth is flat and realizing that on the Antarctic there's a 24-hour sun. This has nothing to do with globe or not globe. This is just like a contradiction within.
A speculation. It's not a contradiction. What you have is a speculation, not a contradiction. A speculation.
What Crit is trying to say is you're speculating on how the sky or anything in the sky has anything to do with the surface. So you have to link those two ideas logically, like with a logical sequence.
I understand.
That might show a contradiction. If you say, hey, up is really down, then you're like, okay, well, there's your contradiction now. You got up and down, direct opposites, meaning the same thing. Then you'd have to square the contradiction. How is up and down the same? Explain how up and down are the same, or just say you ignore it. You ignore up and down. Because I could say, hey, a flat earther or a globe earther, which way is the sun? Well, the sun is up. Is it above your head? Well, yeah. Be okay, well, that's cool. I agree. Yep, we all agree. Up is the sky, down is the ground. And the globalists would be like, well, no, it's actually down, down, up. And you're like, well, what is a down, down, up? You're like, well, that's when you go down, but you're up, but you're down, then you're up again, but it's down to the up, down. And you're like, okay, I'm not following that. How did you get up to the down and the down to the up into an up to the down, up?
I highly doubt that someone made that argument.
No, they will. You'll hear them talk themselves into knots, literal knots, as they try to tell you that on the flat Earth, if globetard, on the flat Earth, the sun would never set. They go to down to the up, down. The sun never sets, but they say that somehow contradicts the flat Earth. I go, did you just tell me that on a flat Earth you've got down and up? Two different directions.
I'm assuming you're from the US. I'm from Germany, and the way we both determine down is not
60 years behind America technologically.
No.
Okay,
I'm
so
actually a few hours ahead. I'm pretty sure it's 2
How come
a.m.
you haven't been to the moon yet?
How come? I don't think Germany had like any. First of all, not the resources or the necessity to like.
Yeah, if you were to go today, just today, you'd be 60 years, almost 60 years behind America technologically.
Yeah, but is this like dick measuring now? Like I don't mind. I don't care.
Like, how do German people square the contradiction? How do you square that contradiction that somehow your culture is very efficient, mathematical, it's all designed on, efficiency and whatnot. I've heard some of them say, well, you took all our scientists after World War II. That's how you would, this exact perfect example what I was talking about. You square the contradiction because you say, yes, Germany is and was an advanced space age culture, cutting edge. Then America declared war on us, defeated, and stole all our scientists. You then used German war criminals to go to the moon, and you never gave them back. They were never able to pass their knowledge onto the next generation, and you created some sort of technological dead zone.
I would not refer to like scientists inherently reaching the moon at some point, which were like coincidentally stolen by Americans. I would remind you of the context that the moon landings usually are placed in, right? Which is the Cold War and the technological kind of combat, the dick measuring between the US and Russia. And Germany actually didn't have there was no efficiency to be gained. No efficiency in going to the moon. There's nothing that happened on the moon. America spent fucking billions on presumably going to the moon, but they didn't do anything. They didn't take back any resources or anything. It was just like dick measuring. It was like, oh, we're technologically more advanced than you, but like there's no reason for anyone to go to the moon,
That's because we took 1,500 top German scientists, mostly war criminals, to the U.S. and started the space program. Not only that, started mostly all the programs that start with America. The AMA, the American Dental Association, the NASA, the U.S. Geological person, like almost every agency, all the police departments.
But those scientists, they were not destined to go to the moon or to calculate how to go to the moon. They were just scientists. They were just smart at, I don't know, thinking about physics and stuff. And that's just a good. There's that talent is applied.
Oh my
very well
god, this
when going to
motherfucker
the-
followed me around.
when trying to go to the moon, you know.
So let's go back to what Crit was saying about up being up and down being down, because you said you can't believe that somebody would present that as an argument when a few words earlier you presented exactly that as an argument. The 24-hour sun, which is about the sky and the sun having anything to do with the surface of Earth, you presented that argument. Then you said, I can't believe someone would present that as an argument. The one you presented.
I specifically meant the way he laid it out with the uppity, down, down, down, uppity, down. Like
Yep, that's the same thing you presented. Yep, uppity, up, down, diddy, down. Yeah, that's what you presented by saying the 24-hour sun has something to do with surface. Yeah, that was your argument. You presented.
I thought he was referring to like Globies usually saying that down is different for Australians than it is for like Europeans.
No, he was trying to make it explicitly clear about the argument that you presented about the 24-hour sun having anything to do with the surface of Earth. That was your argument. Uppity up, downtity down. That's your argument, not ours. Yours.
I see.
Yep. So Crit was trying to make it clear that that's what your argument is. So now, could you walk us through logically, like with a logical syllogism, of how the sun in the sky, and no matter what it's doing, has anything to do with the surface condition? So how would you start that process? What would be step one? Crickets.
You're asking me what the sun has to do with Earth shape.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't make an argument for the globe. We were talking about contradictions before, and I said that I asked him how would he deal with the contradiction
Yeah, you missed it again.
It's not a contradiction.
He told me that. He told me that, but I didn't make any assumptions on like Earth shape.
Speculation. You're speculating. A speculation. You got your wires crossed. Speculating about the sky is not a contradiction about the ground. Okay, the contradiction is pointing up and telling me that up helps you adjudicate down. There's the contradiction that you have to square. How is uppity up, down diddy down, down?
The sun not setting is something that I can observe. It's empirical, and it's an empirical event that I can observe.
Is that uppity or is that down diddy? Which way is the sun? Uppity or down?
Yeah, but how far are you going to bring this argument? How far are you going to not trust the things you can personally achieve,
speculation.
Experience?
This is your speculation, not mine.
You can experience the sun not setting.
You can experience the sun as uppity up, not down diddy down.
And you're telling me that the sun doing something doesn't prove anything about anything. Right, I get that. But how far are you going to bring this argument?
No, the sun proves the sun does something, demonstrates something about the sun doing something.
Not about the ground. So you don't have a contradiction until you could link those two ideas together. Your empirical observation about whatever the sun is doing, link that together to the surface of the Earth. You haven't provided a linkage between those two things to show that they're a contradiction at all.
You're making it sound so easy. You guys are allergic to combining
you're missing
arguments.
You're missing it. The globalists did that. The globalist worldview connected the earth and the ground together. They said based on that connection, on a flat earth, the sun would never set. You're like, okay, sure, I guess so. Whatever. I have no idea what you're on about, but your understanding of connecting ground to earth. If the surface of the earth is flat, then the sun could not set. It would never go below the surface of the earth. And I'm not sure where you're getting that from, but we'll just take it. I'll take it as is. Your worldview, your understanding of flat.
Well, in three-dimensional space, that is just how it is.
I'm not done.
Okay.
Then you go to Antarctica, and they say we're going to conduct a final experiment to settle the debate. So there's a second contradiction. Will it be final? No. Will it be an experiment? No. So what they end up seeing is the sun not setting and then deciding that is no longer a proof of flat Earth. After they just told you on a flat Earth the sun wouldn't set, they see the sun not set, then change their mind midstream, mid-experiment, mid-observation, and then tell you the sun would actually set on a flat Earth even though it can't set on the flat Earth. This is how they would have to square the contradiction. So inside their worldview, their contradiction, how do they get a flat Earth model that demonstrates the sun can't set and then conduct an experiment where the sun should set, get a result where the sun doesn't set, and then say the sun not setting is actually
so out of the three options you gave me, out of the three options you gave me on how to deal with contradictions, you choose option 3, you shrug your shoulders and you ignore it.
No, I said bring it back for speculation Sunday. Let's hear you speculate your way into how uppity up is down down.
You don't have to engage in baby talk with me. It's okay.
No, it's not baby talk. It's letting you know that unless you can figure out the sky and the ground are two separate things, then at some point, if you start mixing them into babble, just straight up babble, uppity up, down, I look at uppity up, and that tells me down, uppity down, up, which kind of makes fun of the idea where they go to down under, they go to the bottom down of the ball, then they look uppity up into the sky. It's showing you the contradictory worldview that they have about it always being subjective. All directions, all things are so subjective that they can't hold the concept from one point to the next.
They cannot hold the concept from one point to the next.
They say something, they contradict the something. They say it, they contradict. Then they
say something, they contradict something.
Kim Jong, man, you're not being nice. Come on.
They go. No, you gotta let the globalists melt down.
You gotta let the globalists
freak out. Let them
freak out. Just let them freak out, okay?
Exactly.
Yeah, we're gonna bring
earlier
us
today.
to your brain.
They freak out. They it's like
totally
a wire.
They totally freak out.
He wants attention. He really needs the attention.
I already had the attention, but I agree
you're getting the
point.
attention deficit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
What
right.
point again?
So you don't need to spaz out. You can just have a conversation.
Exactly. You can just have the conversation.
Yeah.
So don't interrupt. So don't interrupt the conversation. It will get.
Yeah,
to you.
exactly. Don't interrupt the conversation. Shut the fuck up, Sonny. What's the problem?
Yeah, perfect candidate for the newsletter.
Holy crap!
Yes, the newsletter is gonna hear about you, asshole, Sonny. Go ahead, brother.
Jim
Go
Young,
ahead.
you're the asshole. You're the one that interrupted it.
No, Sonny. Just shut up, Sonny. We don't want to hear your bullshit, Sonny. We don't want to hear your bullshit.
Again. Yeah, that's how it works here.
See, people. I mean, I just want to say, use this event to highlight. A lot of people knock me for how rude I am or how I triggered globalists. I didn't even engage this guy. I was just talking to a functionally normal, somewhat functionally normal Spice here, and this guy flipped out for no reason. It can't be my fault. That can't be my fault at that point. He did it to himself.
No, they just come in and spaz out. That had nothing to do with you.
I like how you corrected to somewhat functioning normal. Just like
Spice Tea, is Spice Tea new to this conversation, or
no? I've been here for 4 years at this point.
4 years?
Yes. I think I've known you since you created this channel here.
Was this a new screen name or something? I don't recognize it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't consistently join in here, just occasionally. But
did you have a different name before?
Yeah, I changed it a lot. Also, I used to be a lot meaner. I used to be like.
What was your old name? One that I would recognize.
There are many names. You wouldn't recognize any one of them, I think, because I changed them.
All right.
Yeah, I think I got. Did I DM you your old names at one point?
We have a DM history, yeah.
No, but I think I went through your, like, I looked up and I was like, oh yeah, okay.
Our first message was on the 20th of October 2023, and it was me messaging you, and I said, I love you. You know, that's how deep, how far back we go.
Okay.
So are you like anti-flat Earth, or are you globe believer still? What is it?
Yes, I am not. I just sympathize with you, you know. But I'm a glober, you know. I'm not anti-establishment. I'm not anti-science.
Anti-science? Who's anti-science?
We have different understandings of science. Let's put it that way, okay? I'm anti your science. You're anti my science. So
there's no mine or your science. There's just science. Do you know what science is?
Yeah.
What do you think it is?
I don't want to play definition games right now.
Yeah, I don't play definition games either.
It's like a cheap gotcha that I don't want to give you, you know. Like, haha, you don't have the perfect definition for science. Okay. I gotcha.
No, but it's just, I mean, we're not anti-science, so for you to insinuate that we are, you should have to justify that. So either take it back.
Well, see if you agree.
Yourself.
Like,
I didn't mean to insult you.
No, I think science is a method. Do you agree or disagree? By step.
Yeah, science is a method, yes.
So, yes. Okay, so we agree so far. This method is used to test the physical and natural world. Do you agree still? It
sure,
can't,
it's a bit. It feels a bit wonky, but
you can't adjudicate the supernatural.
Yeah.
It's only the physical and natural world that can be adjudicated with science. You can't, because inside science, you wouldn't be able to manipulate supernatural cause to get an effect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you agree? Sure. So science is a method that adjudicates the physical and natural world. You agree still?
Mm-hmm.
The way that adjudicates it is by manipulating variables to determine cause and effect.
Fundamentally, yeah, sure.
Yeah, we generally call that experimenting.
But you're also allowed to combine observations and into concepts and theories, right? And then you can demonstrate theories maybe by just proving that they work in different contexts, that they just make sense. And then you validate those theories, like for example, how the globe,
I get it. Yeah,
globe makes a lot of sense. You know?
Hold on. So you get off so as soon as we say you manipulate variables to determine cause and effect, you get off at that point. You say, well, no, you've got science without experiment, and we've got science with experiment. Which type of science is better, do you think? Is science backed by experiment or science backed by just observation?
I mean, the science that I was describing is backed by experiments too, right?
You said observation. You disagreed. You said you only observe, you don't experiment.
Yeah, but that's sophistry. Like, no scientist says like, oh, I see something and now it's truth. Like, they always have to demonstrate it by making experiments, right? So
okay, so why do you disagree then? When I said experiment, the way to adjudicate cause and effect is by manipulating variables. Why would you disagree with that?
Can you repeat?
Okay, so science is a method. You said, yep.
No, just the sentence you just said.
Let's wind it back. We'll wind it back. The science is a method. right?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. This method is used to test the physical and natural world.
Yeah.
We test the physical and natural world by manipulating variables to determine cause and effect.
Yes, that is part of it, yeah.
Well, there we go. So you're on board. There's no difference. You agree with what flat earthers are talking about when they say the word science.
Yes, but you are...
We're dismissing your concepts that you referred to because they're just fantasies. It's not anti-science.
No, I was about to say that you are dismissing the thing that I was talking about, which is creating on the basis of the observations that you made, or
we're cutting away the concepts. That's what you're trying to talk about. You're trying to say we're dismissing. You observe things, and then you imagine a concept that it works in, and then you just declare that that's what's occurring. Yeah, that's not science. That is anti-science. So you would be the anti-science one.
Exactly, but like if that is true, if that what you are saying is true for you, then there's different concepts or different ideas of what science is supposed to be, and that is the original point that I made.
No, Crit just went.
You don't like my science, I don't like your science, right?
No, you do. Crit just ran through it with you, and you agreed to it. So you do like our science, but then you just have to add your additional non-science for your globe concept, because you
Yes,
can't.
but my science includes that step. My science includes that step, so...
No, your science, quote-unquote, for the globe, doesn't have any experimentation. It's category error anyway. You're not experimenting on the shape of the Earth. It's just nonsense. I mean, I'm surprised after 4 years of realizing that there's no curvature to the surface, you can still be a globe believer. How do you reconcile that?
You could. I mean, there's this concept called globe Earth, right? And then you can try to test it. Then you can try to test it here and there, and you'll just realize, oh, it makes sense.
It's been tested. It fails. There's no curvature.
My English, not me.
So when did they test for the curvature and prove that?
I can make predictions, and they come true. You know.
Well, we can test the prediction for the globe's geometry, and it doesn't come true.
So, like a glober like myself could have told you that on Antarctica there's a 24-hour sun, and I could have gone down there and showed you, look, there's a 24-hour sun. Now, a flat earther is going to go down there.
The curvature's already been tested, though. There's no need because the curvature's already been tested, and there is none.
That's what a theory does, or a concept. That's the fun thing about it.
Well, yeah, you can debunk the concept, which is what's happened with the globe. That's why you still don't have any curvature after 4 years.
I've had my curvature in my back pocket all this time.
Okay, so where was that measured?
Wait, I did send this before. Wait, do I still have it? The third time today. Picture number 1
for the listeners.
Picture number 2. Look, I can without any measurement or calculations or anything, any math, I can demonstrate. Oh, this is the wrong picture. Oh no, wait.
Well, describe what your picture is for those listeners.
Very simple. Just an image of perfectly horizontal red bars, and I did send the wrong image, so that's kind of cringe. And the horizon, the ocean, right, is placed somewhat perfectly between these red bars. And then if you compress the image, the reference bars, they don't curve, right? Which is proof that there's no kind of, how's it called, fisheye effect or anything going on. But what does curve is the horizon, which is kind of weird. And you can see that it's actually a perfect curve. Very beautiful demonstration of curvature, in my opinion, personally.
Look, dude, you can clearly see the red lines curving all over the place, right? The top right one curves up, the bottom right one curves down. right? Your horizon isn't like perfect, like you said. It's all over the place, right? It's not like perfectly centered up in the center like it would have to be, right? This is ridiculously all over the place.
Okay, I want to see you forge a red bar that is better than this one. Okay, like it's pretty difficult to make a red bar that's straight. But these are pretty good. Like you can see that they're pretty horizontal, pretty vertical.
The table's curved.
When you say there's no barrel distortion and there's obvious effects taking place, right? We can clearly see barrel distortion at play, right? How do you even know that's the true horizon that you're looking at there? What's that?
Old horse red born. What's it?
Look at what Sporadic E just posted in the side chat. Right, so don't go ahead claiming that these are perfectly straight like you just did. That's disingenuous.
I never claimed that the table is perfectly straight, right? Which is why I don't know why you're like marking the table.
No, you said the red things are perfectly straight. Clearly, they're all over the place, right? They're not perfectly straight at all. Clearly, we can see barrel distortion effects taking place and artifacts due to the compression of the image.
Nothing is going to be perfect, you know. Like you can't make a perfectly straight bar.
Come on, you must have something better than this. This can't be your curvature proof.
No, it's pretty solid. I like this image. I'm going to stick to this image.
It's not solid at all. What's the observer height?
Is that important?
Yeah, because we'll see if that horizon that you're seeing is a geometric curved horizon like you're claiming.
Okay. So how would it not be a geometric
globe model?
Interesting.
Well, because it have to be the what distance is the horizon there? How far away is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, so
I'm sure you know it.
Geometric horizon then. Well, you're claiming that's a curve of Earth, aren't you?
But it's a bit like asking me what age the person was who made the photograph. Like, I don't know.
Well, if your argument was depending on knowing the age of the person who took the photograph, then maybe, but it's not. Your argument's depending on that being a geometric horizon, meaning it would have to geometrically conform to the globe model, which is why you would have to know these numbers. See if it does.
No, it's just pretty straightforward. It's just the image of the horizon, and it's pretty clearly curved. So
yeah, because you compress the image.
Yeah, but the reference bars are clearly not curved. So
it's a round lens, and you're compressing the image. You're gonna have lens.
No, but the reference bars are not curved. You see that, right?
Yeah, they are. They're going all over the place.
They are not curved the same way the horizon is curved, which would happen if you had this kind of distortion
on the lens. It's going in different directions. Lens distortion.
So the lens can differentiate between the objects, and then it curves them in different directions.
It's going to distort them per the lens that you're using.
I see. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Whatever. I lost again. I lost my third debate today. Oh no.
Well, I mean, this is like 7 years old or something now. I mean, I can't believe you'd still be using this.
You are one severely confused individual.
How so?
No, the flat earther called me that. I wouldn't insult you like that. Never.
So, if that's the curvature that you're seeing, where has that been measured?
Now you're asking the location? It's like asking me for the age. You know, like, I don't know.
No. Like, where's the curvature actually been measured from point to point? Not just speculated on with a compressed image.
I mean, that's kind of the beautiful thing. This is not a measurement. It's just.
I know. That's why I'm saying for your claim to be true, this would have to be the curvature, and for that to be true, you'd have to know that exists. So we need a measurement of it for you to then say, look, this compressed image is showing that curvature which has been measured. Otherwise, you don't even have that point.
I've kind of often heard the argument that you don't want people to demonstrate like complex calculations or anything. You just want to see something hands-on yourself. You want to see the proof. I'm showing you something very, very straightforward. There's no calculation needed for this. Like, you can just look.
We just don't want you to beg the question and say this is curvature when you don't even know that curvature exists yet. You haven't seen a measurement of it.
Well, it doesn't look very flat to me, so that's kind of awkward.
Nothing in the image looks flat, dude, right? Look, even the horizon, right? It just looks like it's sloping down towards the left, right? That doesn't match what you should see in this, right? It can be pincushion distortion, barrel distortion, right? Due to a whole bunch of factors, right? You haven't accounted for any of these. In fact, you don't even know if that's the true horizon you're looking at. Right, much of the time when you're looking out at the horizon, you're looking at an inferior mirage type situation where you've got total internal reflection, and the horizon that you're seeing isn't even the true horizon. I can show you many examples of that. Right, there's no object out there to test whether that's the true horizon you're looking at. Right, I can show you an image where there's a floating boat, right, and then I can Photoshop out the image, right, and then a global would say, "Oh, look, that's the horizon." Right, but have a look at the true image where there's a boat there as a reference. Oh, you'll find out, oh, wow, it's not actually the true horizon. It's just a mirage. But there's so many factors here, right? And once again, like Cyclone said, you have no evidence that this is actually a horizon that has anything to do with a spherical Earth, right? You guys don't have any evidence to show that that exists in the first place. We have countless amounts of evidence that debunk that. Right, but you don't have any counter evidence or counter explanations that you can back up.
I love the compressed image of the rulers. That's genius.
Yeah. Just ignore everything I just said.
I did listen to you, but I already made the point multiple times that I'm not proving the globe here. Like,
of course you're not. No one is.
I was just kind of.
That's our whole point.
I was just showing you curvature, But like,
no, we're just showing you your religion, which is what you're admitting to. You just said, "I'm not proving the globe." You're just asserting your belief in it with ridiculous images like this. Hey, Spice T, do you still believe that Americans went and played golf on the moon?
I do think so, yeah. I mean, I would honestly kind of not be surprised if it was fake, but
really, wow.
It would have made sense for the USA to fake it, economically speaking. There's nothing to gain from going to the moon. Like, they're just like, wow, there's sand here. We wasted billions so we can stand on the rocks.
Is that what makes you believe it? This notion in your head that you just said?
What makes me believe it?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, you believe that people went and played golf on the moon. That's a pretty ridiculous claim. Why do you believe it?
Wait, did I say that?
Yeah, you just said you believe it.
I said people played golf on the moon?
Yeah, I asked you, do you still believe that Americans went and played golf on the moon? And you said yeah.
I never... Okay, I didn't hear that part, but...
Well, that's part of what they claimed to do when they went to the moon, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So you do believe it?
Yeah, I mean, I do believe it, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it's fake, but...
Yeah. What makes you believe it?
I mean, it's an impressive thing to accomplish, but it's not impossible, right? And the US is pretty advanced in their technology.
It's not impossible. Why would that be a reason for you to believe it? It's like saying you can believe in Bigfoot or Loch Ness Monster because it's not impossible.
Well, there's not an entire nation dedicated to proving to me that Bigfoot exists,
Well, no one proved to you that they played golf on the moon. You've just believed the story. You didn't even know about it until I told you about it 2 seconds ago, and you already believe it.
If you tell me that that's part of the activities, then why would I debate you on this just because I haven't heard of it?
No, it's not why would you. It's like you're asking, why would I not believe immediately any ridiculous claim made to me by the government?
But the golf part is completely irrelevant. The golf part is completely irrelevant to the point,
No, not really. It highlights how ridiculous the story is.
They were just proud of being on the moon, man. And golf is very American, so why not?
Yeah, so what evidence did they give you?
I don't know. I think people have seen the flag themselves, right? From Earth.
Oh, have they?
Wait,
That's
let me
another
check.
story you've heard.
Who saw the flag?
Let's see, space.com, that's awesome. I'm sure that's great.
Space.com saw the flag, did they?
That's just a source for something. Apollo moon landing, flag still standing, photos reveal. Oh, let me.
Well, propaganda.com is telling me that the propaganda is true, so why would it not be?
Look, this is an awesome image, isn't it?
What's that an image of?
Well, presumably the landing parts of like the of the moon lander, just the legs.
So how do you know
that? It does look like something that was placed there, doesn't it? But like.
And how do you know that's an image of the actual moon?
Well, I didn't make this image, so yeah. Obviously, you can refute anything I tell you by just saying you haven't touched it yourself.
We don't even need to refute it. We just need to point out that you have no reason to believe it, other than you have an emotional desire to believe it. That's all we need to highlight.
Yo, the Turkish went to the moon? That's crazy. Look at this.
So do you just believe everything you read immediately? Is that how you operate?
Yes.
Good luck with that. So you're not a very skeptical person, then? Quite naive.
Well, there's this. I would demonstrate a lack of skepticism if I was to believe something conspiracy YouTubers would tell me without.
You do. You immediately believe that they played golf on the moon because.
Without questioning how the entire body of scientists operates, and also how different political interest groups operate. Like there would be no reason for all of them to conspire against me.
No, you just demonstrate your lack of
Earth is a globe, even though it's not,
No,
so,
you just demonstrate your lack
I do in fact apply my skepticism and realize that it doesn't make sense.
No, you don't. No, you don't, because anything they tell you, anything NASA tell you, you will believe.
Hey, Spice.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question, man.
Okay.
Keeping it on the ground, keeping it geometric. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can I build 100 miles of straight, level pipe?
Sure, why not? I mean, you probably don't have that much pipe, to be honest, but...
100 miles of pipe?
Are you ready to lay down some serious... I mean, you have that much pipe? I doubt it.
I got a lot of pipe, baby, but that's a different story. Listen, I'm asking you if you can construct 100 miles of straight, level pipe.
Yeah, why not?
Can you construct 1,000 miles of straight, level pipe?
Sure. I mean, as long as you want to go.
What's level? What's level?
It's in a straight line, not bending, not curving.
On your globe, level is a straight line?
Yeah, I mean, look, you didn't specify that you want to go along the surface of Earth or anything. Like, you can.
Yeah, with a pipe.
You're gonna struggle laying down your pipe along the surface of Earth for thousands of miles without any curvature. That's not gonna work.
So, your answer is no.
Yeah.
You cannot construct. You cannot construct straight level pipe over a certain distance.
Yeah, you keep forgetting that the specification, you know. If you really want to like stay on like let's say the ocean surface, then it's not gonna work. But if you just want to create a straight pipe, you can go as long as you want, you know.
No, and level. I can run a spirit level down the whole top of it, and it'll match a water level.
Have you ever laid down that much pipe?
That's not the question. I'm asking you if it's possible.
Yeah, I've answered. Like, I'm just wondering where this is going. You know.
I am too, man.
Well, if you were using a spirit to test for levelness, then it would be curving with the Earth, because the spirit level is only adjudicating level for that local area. So if you went down the whole pipe with your spirit level, then yes, it would be level, and yes, it would be curving.
It would be level. Straight pipe would be curving, you're telling me.
Oh, it would look straight to you. But yes, it would be curving. Over the whole distance of 1,000 miles, there would be a subtle curve.
No, sir. It's milled completely straight into 10-foot steel sections, completely straight.
Oh, you're saying the pipe is straight. You're not.
Yeah. Straight pipe. I thought I said that.
Well, you said construct. So I mean, yeah, if it's a completely straight pipe over 1,000 miles, then it is going to deviate from the surface.
So you're saying straight level pipe has a limit to how straight level it can be in a distance.
Right, it wouldn't be level at that point.
Okay, at what point would we start seeing that?
You'd probably start seeing it deviate from level. I mean, within. If it was a completely straight pipe, I don't know, I'm just guessing, but I'd say within 100 feet.
Whoa, interesting. So we can't lay more than 100 feet of straight pipe and it'd be level, huh?
Perfectly level?
Yeah, level.
Maybe not.
Perfectly level, because anything out of perfect level is not level.
Well, yeah, if it's perfectly level, then it's not going to be perfectly straight if it has any kind of distance to it. But if it does have some distance to it and it's perfectly straight, then wherever you initially started it from, this level is going to start to deviate as you progress.
Audience, do you hear these boys? These hairless boys. Okay? 100 feet of straight pipe cannot be level, they say. So if I put more than 100 feet of level straight pipe together, which happens all the time, straight level pipe, it'll hold water level inside of it. Yeah. See, this is where you go seriously wrong with your conceptions and your pompousness. Because, truthfully, on the baseline of everything you're talking about, the conception that you're proposing is truly silly, unused, unseen, never done, not practical, ever.
I mean that is practical. You could even take the Earth out of the equation and just say you're building on something that's slightly curved, over a long distance, and you would see that, even though it looks straight to you, by whether it's somebody that told you, whoever constructed the building site that you're on is saying that, this looks curved, but this looks straight, but there's a slight curve. You're not going to notice that curve until you build something exactly straight.
I hear what you're saying. The ingredients of this is straight pipe. physically straight, unwavering from straight. Then we're going to level the straight pipe. It's going to match the water level all the way down. As long as you want to make it, it's going to match this water level. I can run this straight pipe coast to coast in America, 2,800 miles. I can run it alongside of I-20. Okay? 6 feet in the air, straight pipe, level. Put water in it, it'll be level too. That's what level is, water level. That water level is true level. That's how we know what level is. We have to ask, water. Yeah. For vertical, we ask the plumb bob, the weighted line. We ask the earth what the perpendicular is. Then we start building. The perpendicular doesn't waver in its horizontal vectors or its vertical vectors.
Correct.
All of its horizontal vectors are parallel. Same with its verticals. That's why we can run 2,800 miles of straight pipe level with no curvature and no water current inside the pipe.
Think about the deviation first. It's for the 60 nautical miles, it's 1 degree turn. Do you think you can notice that even with tolerances, manufacturing tolerances, then measurement tolerances? You wouldn't notice that. It's not.
You would notice
1 degree per how many miles? Did you just say 1 degree per 60?
Yeah, it's basically like the turn rate, right? 1 degree equals 60 nautical miles.
Okay, then I was completely wrong. I did say I was guessing that I'd say you'd notice maybe at 100 feet, but if what he just said is true, it's only 1 degree per 60 miles, then no. I mean, 100 feet wouldn't even be close to being able to see that deviation.
So the United States is 2,800 miles, coast to coast. What kind of arc are we looking at here?
So 2,800 miles. So take that 2,800 miles, divide it by 60, and there should be 1 degree per what Lautrec is saying. Should be 1 degree per that 60 miles. So that's going to be very it's going to be some degrees there.
Sure will, won't it? Little frowny face, won't it?
Yeah, let me see if I can grab my calculator real quick.
No, you need to really think about this, because 2,800 miles tucks up real close to the radius of the globe Earth.
That'd be 46.5 degrees
of straight pipe bending.
What? No, wait. How many miles is US?
That's
the
not
circumference is 25,000.
It doesn't work that way. It's not that way. It's why it doesn't work that way. The way it works is straight pipe is straight pipe. And if it's level, it doesn't waver. Way off into the distance, way past the horizon. Level and straight. Beautiful. And there's nothing you can do about it. Is there?
Well, what do you mean by that? There's nothing you can do about it.
I mean, there's nothing you can counter with.
About straight pipe?
Being level for such a distance.
Well, yeah, I would agree that it's a level, but I would disagree that it's perfectly straight.
It's straight pipe. And it's level.
I mean, you can't manufacture something that long that there's no way to get that tolerance there. You're gonna have to have interlocking sections of those of that pipe, and at those interlocking sections, there's gonna be some tolerance of deviation. It has to move. They have to. It has to go to the earth.
You ever seen big boy pipelines?
No, not up close.
No. So when I say straight, I mean straight, milled straight.
You're talking like
about
oil pipelines, like the guys and the welding guys out there.
Steel pipe, man. Okay, it's not going to bend. Yeah, they do interlock because that's the way it works.
I mean, just being in the sun, the steel bends. I mean, the pipe being in the sun is going to expand.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not going to follow this curve you need. It's not going to follow this curve you need. Neither will the water that's inside of it.
Yeah, but in reality, pipe isn't built that straight and laid down. There's always topography. You have to go around stuff. You always go for the easier, cheapest route. The goal isn't to make it as straight as possible in reality. So that's just a mind experiment of yours.
No, it's not really. Of course, there's topography. You can bypass topography. You can go straight through it, level. Absolutely. No problemo. Peaks and valleys, straight through it, level. Horizontal. Zero. Do you young men understand that?
Yeah.
Slope intercept. You understand the concept of slope intercept?
Y equals mx plus b.
Do you know what that means in practical application? With peaks and valleys off of zero.
The point at which the intersects the slope.
That's correct. You have an orienting line. Zero. Because below that, it's a valley. Above that, it's peak. Altitude and depth. There's no curve.
If you go along a pipe and you always, you put a compass on it and it always shows east to west. So that's also a straight line, right? So you could say, oh, it's always straight, it's always straight. And then after a while you noticed you went in a circle, you made a turn. Because east to west on the same latitude makes a circle. So locally you measure a tangent, you got a straight line. For long enough
that's a good point, Lowtech. I've never thought about it that way.
Are you telling me that straight pipe would bend again?
No, he's saying what to you would seem like a straight path that you're traveling in is actually a circle.
Yeah, that's east to west from a center point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now put it in another dimension.
That's the real equidistant from the center point. Yeah. So what? We're talking about the grid, the perpendicular. Got nothing to do with east or west, nor a center point, nor a circle. It's a grid, perpendicular. It's how you get true square, and true. Those are real words. True level, a real word. Why is this so hard?
Well, figuring out the real world isn't easy. Things are counterintuitive.
Not really. Some things are very objective, solid, sure footing.
Yeah, you want to make it easy. It's easier that way. Well, there was a senator trying to legislate that pi should be 3.14 exactly that number.
I thought pi like went on almost to an infinity or something.
Yeah, that's it.
Does pi go to infinity, or does it actually have a terminating digit?
Hello, everybody.
So I remember some people used to like try to impress you, like, oh, I know 26 digits of pi. It's like, okay, memorize 26 numbers.
Well, there's some guy out there now who can recite it for hours.
Hours? That's a lot more than
Yeah, I'll find the
26.
video.
So it is infinite, huh?
No, he quit, and he didn't quit at the end. He just he broke the record. And he had enough.
There must be some sort of repetitive. There must be some sort of rhyme to the numbers to be able to do it that long, because you can't memorize that many numbers. So there must be some sort of pattern. Is the word pattern?
No, it'd have to be a non-pattern. So you'd have to stay away from patterns.
What?
It's an irrational number.
You have to stay away from patterns. You can't repeat. You can't have sequences the same. So it has to be just, you have to just remember that, don't say that same thing I said like fucking 10 minutes ago, you know?
Oh, with pi, so there can't be any pattern?
That's what I've heard. That's what I'm told.
No, irrational numbers don't have patterns.
I just can't believe that this man is sitting there for hours just going off numbers. There's no way. There's no way you can remember hours of numbers. That's so many numbers.
What do you mean there's no way? You clearly just said there's people that do it.
Yeah, and I just clearly said I don't believe it.
So you don't believe what you see with your own eyes?
I haven't seen it.
So why are you saying that people do it then?
Okay, well, let me show you some pictures of space, Yapper. Let me show you some pictures from the ISS. You gonna tell me you don't believe what you see with your own eyes?
Let me see your movie sets.
Yeah?
What are you going to show me?
Your own eyes?
Go, show something. Show something. I'll tear it to shreds right now. Go. I'll make you look like an idiot. Go post something.
Who are you talking to?
You. Obviously. You, bro.
Who else I thought you might have been talking to the other guy. Yapper.
No, dude. You're saying, what are you going to show? You think that's the curvature of the Earth you're seeing from the ISS?
No, I was calling bullshit on some dude sitting there reciting pi for hours, and then Yapper down here is like, what, you gonna not believe what you see with your own face? And I'm like, okay, Yapper, how about I show you some Earth from the space station?
Yeah, that's completely different.
No, it's not.
And it's ridiculous what you're claiming.
Oh my god, like he couldn't be reading the numbers off screen, he couldn't have some way to...
No, there's people who take this very seriously, and there's... they set up a very controlled environment, and it's taken seriously.
There's people who memorize the Quran. Does that mean that they're reading off some script?
Recite the Quran, the entire thing.
I know each peach, pear, plum off by heart from reading it to my little sisters over and over again.
Okay, well, I mean, that makes even more sense because, for one, you're reading words and words have meanings. Okay, you're talking about somebody sitting there for hours just reciting numbers, just 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 1, 3, 8452 just for hours? No, dude. No.
You know what he could be doing is pi's calculated either through an infinite series or something else, so maybe he's doing split-second calculations in his head as he's repeating it or saying it. But you'd have to have very good arithmetic for that.
Well, I stand by my original claim, and I'm claiming bullshit on that.
Ask Matthew Learns, dude. He'll tell you.
Tell me what?
Dude, about pi. He's the professor.
You say that, like, sarcastically, like he's not, or something.
I'm not.
Okay.
I know he's the professor.
Not the professor, he's just a professor of math. Why are you bringing it up?
He wouldn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. Sorry, that was a very bad QE impression. He's going to take some practice.
Hello.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Or T-Dub. I think that's T-Dub.
That was T-Dub.
Hello, T-Dub.
What's up?
And Blue Sniffer.
What? Who said glue sniffer?
Thought we were impersonating QE.
Why are you impersonating QE, dude?
I thought T-Dub started.
Yeah, he's on here now. I need to impersonate him. Jeez.
Yeah, if you miss him that much, he'll be here probably soon. He's usually here every day now.
Just fucking dominates the conversation. Nobody can say shit because he's like all over it.
Well, he's not. It's not that he's dominating the conversation. He's dominating the Globers and their ridiculous belief system.
Citation. Actually, that would be wrong, Yapperino. Let me tell you why. Quote from Einstein.
Yeah, Einstein, bro.
Huey is one of the guys who says that you can't get an angle of a curve, but radius hits the circumference at 90 degrees, so there's your angle to a curve.
No, between two lines where one or more of the lines are curved.
Yeah, radius of a circle meets the circumference, or even if it goes through it, it's at 90 degrees. You can measure it.
You can measure the curve?
can measure the angle between the radius and the circle.
What does that mean? The angle between the radius and the circle? What circle?
The point.
Imagine a pizza. Imagine cutting a pizza.
What is he talking, like a circular cross section?
Yeah. Like imagine a pizza, you cut it again. Now you got four slices. Look at one of those slices. Take one of those slices out. Well, now what do you got?
Okay. Yeah.
What do you got?
Measure the angle between the radius.
What do you got when you take that slice out?
You have a slice, dude. That's what you have.
Now look at your circle. What's missing?
The slice that you just cut.
Mm-hmm.
That's an angle between two radii, not one and something else.
No, I meant differently. I meant a line from the center to the circumference. That's the radius. And it meets the circumference at 90 degrees. And if it would cross it, you've got a straight line, the longer version of the radius, and the curve, the circumference.
I don't know. You'd have to like show us a diagram or something.
Yeah, draw it on MS Paint, dude. You're confusing me.
Lautrec, you really need to fix that mic, dude.
Yeah, sorry. I'm also only on 5% battery, so I gotta go. Sorry.
No worries, man.
I thought I understood what he was saying. The center point of a sphere, take a line from that to the outer circumference. Take another point, straight. You're measuring the angle. Be a 90-degree angle.
To do what?
You'd have to imagine that there's another line coming from the other point back to the center of, and it's begging the question anyway.
What are you trying to do with all that?
Measure an angle.
You're trying to say that the arc section or segment of that, between the 2 points on the edge on the circumference of the circle is indicative of an angle, right? Could be represented by an angle.
The crust, the arc has an angle. The arc itself has an angle.
Right. That would be the degrees in between the two lines.
From the center point.
Right.
And we're trying. Is this celestial navigation?
No, some guys saying you can prove the Earth is a ball by apparently taking degrees between two radii or something. I don't know.
I don't think that's what he's saying. He really takes exception to people saying that you can't get an angle measurement from a curved surface.
Is the curve the baseline of the angle?
In what he was describing, which I'm not even sure I really understand what he was saying. But yeah.
Well, curve.
No, it's not.
What's the baseline?
There wouldn't be one. Just two lines from a central point extending out to the edge of a circumference.
So the arc, we can just throw the crust away. It's got nothing to do with this angle. Is that correct?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm just asking. I mean, where it was going with the arc. I mean, where does the arc come into play if the angle's from the center point?
I'm not sure. He was kind of hard to understand too. His mic was a little bit messed up. He sounded pretty intelligent to me, though. I think I was kind of following what he was saying.
Well, then tell us. I mean, what is he saying?
No, I mean, I understood it about as well as T-Dub just explained it. I couldn't answer it any further than that.
I mean, what sounded so intelligent?
Just the way he spoke.
You mean articulate?
Yeah, he was articulate.
Did it make sense?
Yeah, right.
What?
Huh?
Well, I mean, I don't understand where it starts to make sense. What he's saying, an angle. You're talking about getting an angle and a curve, right?
That's what he was talking about, yeah.
And this is to prove that there's a curved surface?
I don't know if he's trying to prove about a curved surface. You know how, like, I don't know, you kind of get off topic or out in the weeds. You're not directly talking about flat Earth versus globe Earth. You're just kind of talking about, like, it could be the meaning of a word, like
got it.
evidence versus proof, things like that. Or, you know, talking about the word articulate, whatever. I don't know. And he left now, anyways.
He blew smoke up your ass.
I mean, that's what my radar's picking up.
Damn, all I said was he seemed like he was an intelligent guy. You seem intelligent too, Ox, Roto Ox. Wasn't that big
all
of a
I
deal?
said was what you interpret as being intelligent was him blowing smoke up your ass. That's all I said.
Maybe that's the Swedish accent. If you talk like this, you sound intelligent.
No, it wasn't his accent. It's the way he was describing, like taking a measurement. It made sense.
Okay.
A lot of times people come on here, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, you just told us you didn't even know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
You said you didn't even know the context in which he was and what he brought it up about. Hello?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and listen.
So you can add him to the list of people that you didn't know what they were even talking about.
No, I was following what he was saying most of the time.
But you didn't know the point he was making.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how it was like.
So add him to the list of people that you don't know what they're even talking about.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about some bullshit. So shut up.
No, you shut up.
Oh, damn, bro. Did you hear that? He just told you to shut up, dude.
Yeah. After all I did was repeat his own words that he didn't even know what he was talking about. Shut up. He was articulate.
That's fucking horrible.
How could you say that to him, dude? What if you hurt his feelings?
This impersonation is offensive.
Shall I go on?
No.
Probably because you realized how accurate it was while you took offense to it.
No, not accurate at
I
all.
like that guy. I like what that guy was saying. What was he saying? I don't know. But I was impressed by how he said it.
He was saying you can take a fucking angle from a circle. That's what he was saying, and he was describing how you do it. You take the intersection of 2 points on the circumference. That's what he was fucking saying.
Okay, now how does it relate to the topic of the channel? Was he talking about all Earth? You don't know.
Yeah, I came into the conversation.
Okay, so add him to the list of the people that you don't know what they were talking about. That's all I'm saying.
No,
the angle's at the angle's at the vertex anyway, which is the middle point, isn't it? 2 straight lines from the middle point, correct?
Yeah.
There's your angle. Got nothing to do with the arc, so we can throw the crust away. Is what I was saying. What are you saying about it?
throw the crust away. What do you mean by that?
The arc of the pizza that you paralleled. You said it's like a pizza, right? But the angles from the center point's got nothing to do with the arc, does it?
Yeah, what do you mean it doesn't have anything to do with the arc?
What's an angle? Two straight lines meeting at a vertex, correct?
Okay. What's your point?
My point is, where the two straight lines meet are at the center point. There's your angle.
So what?
So it's got nothing to do with an arc.
Yes, it does. That's what makes the arc. You want to make it 180 degrees? It's going to be an even bigger arc. It's going to be double that arc. You want to make it 270?
The arc is not one of the lines of the angle.
So what?
So it's got nothing to do with the angle.
Well, here we go again, because I don't know what's your fucking point. I don't know what your point is you're making. I don't know what the fuck his point was. I'm agreeing with you though.
I know, man. Yeah.
Damn.
It'll be all right. Keep coming back.
T-Dub seemed to understand what he was saying better than I did anyways, so...
Well, you could measure the arc of a surface, right? Of a curved surface. You could have 2 points, and then you could imagine, right, that it's the partial circumference of a circle. You can imagine that. You don't know if it is or not, right? At that point, unless you actually can see the whole thing and you know it's a circle. Yeah, and you can imagine that those 2 points extend downward some way and meet it and intersect, like 2 lines extend down from those 2 points on the curved surface. And then you could give it a radius. You could give it a circumference. You could do all sorts of things mathematically with it, but you know, you'd have to actually make the measurement of the curved surface in the first instance to say, well, it's definitely curving, right?
Well, that's how you would make it, though, from that arc angle, right? From that surface. So if you imagine those 2 lines extending into the center and then going outwards, what you would do would be take a measurement from some point A to some point B that's like so many miles apart, and then measure the zenith of those points. And if you have a radius value, then you can be like, all right, this is the angle that I'll measure, because the surface is going to be this arc.
That sounds like just playing around with circles and triangles.
Pretty much.
So it's got no actual link to why you would even be doing that, as far as the way the Earth presents itself.
Well, no, because I mean it's geometry, so the way you phrased it is kind of. I mean, geometry is.
I mean, I could play with a triangle inside of a square, but there's no reason to do that what on earth would make me want to do that? I mean, so really the whole premise is I'm just going to take a guess. Can I do this? You can do that. Mess with those shapes and do those types of things like you proposed. But I mean, what is it not glaring that the very Earth expresses itself in this perpendicular? I mean, tell me how much that weighs in for you. I mean, or do you understand what I mean by this perpendicular? You know what I'm talking about?
When you say perpendicular?
Yeah. I mean, how the Earth expresses itself perpendicular.
I would say it more as we perceive things perpendicular.
So how is that? What are we perceiving?
Or are you talking about the horizon?
Well, yeah, I guess in one way, but that's not the root of it. No.
Okay, well then what are you talking about?
Well, a perpendicular anywhere, a plumb, a weighted line, and a water level. So a spirit level, let's say. Level and plumb, horizontal and vertical. The Earth expresses this balance that can be shown with these two tools.
Okay, but those two tools are working on the exact same principle, and that's the principle of down. That's the vector of down. A water level is using down. A plumb bob is using down. You only get the horizontal from the vertical. If you're making something in a valley, if you're in a city and you have no view of the horizon, then that's the only way to get it is from down. You're gonna drop the bob. You're gonna take it from there. Even a spirit level, that's using down.
Well, down's got nothing to do with it because what you're talking about is vertical and horizontal. We're not talking about any kind of pulling force. We're just talking about the Earth presenting itself as perpendicular. So you're getting perfect 90s here, right? Perfect corners is what the Earth's showing you anywhere that you stand, right? I'm not talking about gravity whatsoever. I'm just talking about the Earth showing this perpendicular every time you ask it.
You're saying you're using that level?
Yeah, level and plumb. Everywhere.
Down is only in relationship to like a plane. You don't have down on a ball, so you're just helping us out. So yeah, down on a plane. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, vertical is up and down. Horizontal is level. So that's always a perfect 90. So the Earth shows this everywhere. It never not shows that. No matter where you are. Underground, underwater, or high in the air. Right? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying, though? Do you agree with that? Do you see that?
Yeah, you can always, no matter where you are, you can always get your vertical, and then you can get your horizontal from that.
Well, you don't need one for the other. They'll always represent.
If you don't have your vertical and you're in a valley, how are you getting your horizontal?
With a water level.
Dude, this is a non-point. Hold on, Roto. This is a non-point. They are intrinsically linked. How would you describe down? What would you describe down in relationship to?
The acceleration of all things at 9.8 meters per second squared.
No, not all things. Gas doesn't do that. I mean, a helium balloon. What are you talking about?
That has to do with density. Density is the explanation for why.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with density. It is the description of the behavior of gas. It moves freely and randomly in all directions. So everything does not go down. So you're lying, or you don't know any better. I'm teaching you. Oh, you're right. Gas doesn't go down. How about clouds?
There's always the vector of down. Just some things overcome that. Some things aren't affected by it.
Oh, so not everything goes down? So some things, meaning not all things, go down. Yay, we learned something.
Depends on how much mass you have.
How much mass does gas have? What is mass? Why don't you define it? See, we'll just do this 1,000 times over and over and over with you, Mushkane. Or you can just go ahead and say, yeah, you guys are right. There's no such thing as gravity. I don't know what the definition of mass is. Not everything goes down. In fact, I can't even describe down without a horizontal plane. We can do this all day. You can just go ahead and wave the white flag. It's time.
The world is complicated. There's a lot of different things going on. You got to be educated in a lot of different areas to be able to put together, your kind of your narrative.
Stop making excuses for yourself. The earth and the world is very simple. Morons have made it complicated, and you're choosing to be on the complicated morons.
Dang, trying to call out the bong.
Fine. Just, dude, you go into La La Land when things get simple. The simpler the question is, the more eager you are to confuse it. Just saying.
Yeah, what we were talking Mushkane earlier today, you were talking and it had to do with all the reasons the Earth is a globe, which were nothing, like no reasons at all. All of it, or all of it together equals one reason. I'm not trying to. I just remember earlier. What were you talking about?
You said everything's counterintuitive.
Yeah, all of it. Like all of it. Like it's not one thing; it's all the things. I'm trying to remember. You said it a different way than that, though. Did he run off?
No, still there. Yeah, Crit. I remember talking to you earlier about something. I can't remember though. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It was just kind of like banter mostly.
Yeah, I think we were just bullshitting around. I think I was just joking around with you.
Yeah, you did say something though I thought was a little bit intuitive into like a peek into your worldview. That it's not just one thing. It's all the things, like all of them.
Yeah, it's the totality of things. It's the you gotta assess everything. There's a lot of evidence out there. You gotta sift through it, adjudicate, verify. And some things you're just not qualified to adjudicate or verify, and you gotta accept that and just kind of like, all right, well, move on to something else.
Yeah, just kneel at the altar of the experts.
No, not kneeling at the altar. Just whatever Yeah, some things are not your wheelhouse. Some mathematical things, I don't know how to do. I mean, I took algebra and calculus, but that was a long time ago. I couldn't pass a fucking calculus test right now, so there's a lot of shit that goes over my head.
Well, you know what a ball is.
So, yeah, ball is a regular shape. There's ball math. There's math based on balls. There's math based on balls. You can
all you have to figure out is the ground you stand upon.
Of a ball from shadows. If you do have a ball, if indeed you do have a ball, you can get the circumference of that ball from shadows. That is ball math.
How would you do that?
Yeah, if. Yeah, you started with the same if the Eratosthenes started with.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm just saying that's ball math.
Yeah, how you got to make it locally flat to do that, so that's not ball math.
No, you don't make it locally flat. There's ball math where you can take two obelisks, place them on whatever ball you have, take a light, shine it on that ball, and then you can get the circumference of that ball.
Yeah, we know that, dude, right? But you could, if you'd made the same assumption that he made, right, on a flat surface, you could work out the circumference of your flat surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can toss that one out.
Yeah, I wasn't saying it proves the Earth. I'm just saying there is ball math that works like that.
You missed it. You can manipulate the height and size of the light source to get whatever result you want. That was a magic trick. That's how this Eratosthenes showcased a ball, because he wanted to be a ball, because that was his religion. His religion was a giant ball being held up by Atlas. He didn't really give a shit about the math or the angles or anything. He just said, watch what I can do here. I can turn this flat Earth, this observably, measurably, practically used Earth, into a ball by just manipulating the distance to the sun. And he fucked it up, because in his religion, the sun was a ball of light being dragged around by Apollo in a chariot, in a golden chariot.
Eratosthenes was Roman?
Greek. He was Greek. Apollo is also a Roman god, I think. It's one of the gods that went...
He's the sun god?
Yeah, like the sun god. Of music and art and men.
So that's what he was trying to figure out. He was a Greek and they worship the sun god, so he's like, let me figure out about or no, you're saying he's manipulating the sun god, so you think he's like trying to take over God?
Fuck me.
There's no primary evidence at all that he even existed, right? Some people say it might be like a combination of works by different scholars. Like there's no like place Eratosthenes wrote his math down, that anyone was ever able to verify. Some people speculate it might have just been passed on by word of mouth, right? They have no idea. He wasn't even spoken about for hundreds of years, until hundreds of years later.
Yeah, well, other people have done it. I mean, and the thing is, the ball math does work out, but that doesn't mean it has to be a ball. But it just fits within, like, I think 10% is what they get, which is pretty close.
Have you ever checked that anyone else did it before? I hear people globally say that, and then I say, like, have you ever checked who else did it? And none of them ever provided anything.
Yeah, I think most of us have seen the video. It's the guy. He goes to Canada and he finds a really flat road and he rides his bicycle and he's got his friend and he radios when he gets to his destination on his bike. Then they measure the shadows. Dude on YouTube.
Wow.
Everybody's seen it.
It sounds like a Martin Short skit.
Yeah, why'd they use his bike?
Because he's a biker.
So the bike was what? What did the bike do for him?
He just enjoys biking. He's like one of those guys that bikes everywhere.
Okay, so that was completely irrelevant then, the bike part?
I mean, yeah, that's just how he got around.
If he would, that's what I'm saying. So why even throw that in there? Why does that matter?
Because in the YouTube thumbnail, he's sitting there holding the bike up, and like the sun is behind him, and it's like the silhouette of him holding the bike up. So if you say the bike dude, everybody knows instantly what video you're talking about. Oh yeah,
that guy. It's like a marketing. It was like a marketing ploy.
It was pretty. I mean, it's just that's how you remember the video. Whenever somebody brings that video up, they're like the bike dude.
So a guy from ancient Greece and two Canadian bikers.
Yeah, do you remember at the end of the video he got the wrong answer and he's got like all this chalk that he drew it all out on the asphalt of the parking lot? Do you remember watching that? Did you watch it? Did you even watch it, dude? I'd be surprised if you watched the whole thing. Because the video is like 30 minutes, isn't it? It's kind of a long one. I mean, for a globalist mind frame, anyway.
Ah, fuck, Craig, come on, man.
No, I mean, generally globalists want like that shorts, a YouTube short. That's about as much content you can get them to pay attention to.
Yeah. Well, if it's not on TikTok, then I ain't watching it. So.
It's kind of like all flat Earth evidence and arguments have to be shown alongside Subway Surfer. Otherwise, the globalists just can't do it.
Subway Surfer. I don't know that reference.
All right. How about now? Am I coming through? Okay. So, if you're going to use the thing you said earlier, the totality, right? Like all of it, like all the evidence, all the facts, all the data, it all drives to one conclusion. How come you don't do that when something sticks out, like that doesn't match, it doesn't add up?
Anything that doesn't have the 2 million, not refraction?
No. There's other categories, right? Like atmospheric refraction.
So the question, because the question really is, right? Can light deviate without having to pass through that surface interface boundary, right, layer, right? Can it do that? It seems yes, right?
I'm saying
but do you call it?
But I don't think it's refraction.
Wait. But paraplegic, bro, I wasn't finished, bro. The thing is, do you call any deviation of light, no matter what means, right? If it doesn't, if it's, do you call that refraction, no matter how you change the path of light? Do you call that refraction, or is refraction simply is it exclusive to Snell's law?
I think it is. I mean, why would it be called refraction?
It's a type of refraction. It's called
that's
heat haze.
Exactly, bro. There's different types of refraction. So the same source, right? You could get a citation that says this is the law of refraction, Snell's law, right? It shows you diagrams. You have to have two separate mediums, right? And that same source, right, .edu source will have a separate section on atmospheric refraction, which they will describe it happens within one medium due to differences in the vertical temperature gradient in the air, right? Because when you have cooler air and warmer air, it makes the gases more condensed or less condensed, right? And it changes the refractive index, right? It's called the refractive index. And light passes differently through the refractive index in different layers of air. And that's what mirages are, right? No one can deny that mirages happen. And we can confirm that, that's what happens, right? So
it's
wait, called refraction.
Well, 1 second. This bear guy, do you think the Earth is round?
No, he's a flat earther, right? Yeah.
Oh, so, he's a flat earther. So nobody here is not a flat earther.
No, there's some people. Bro, you. Yeah, maybe Sid Monster. Not sure. Yeah,
I mean, me personally, I learned that the Earth was round. I was never like against flat earthers. I was never like respond in this aggressive way towards them, because I cannot demonstrate that the Earth is round. Like I've said it multiple times to people. I cannot demonstrate that the Earth is round.
You've been a pleasure to talk to, actually. Yeah, you seem like you're open-minded, just asking genuine questions. So, but yeah, if you could
when I asked you, can you demonstrate that the Earth is flat? You gave a really good answer that I was looking for, because you're right. We observe it as flat, and it's not my job to demonstrate it, because we observe it as flat. That's a good answer. Yeah. That was the answer I was looking for.
Exactly, bro. Just let me respond to paraplegic quickly, right? So yeah, paraplegic. So mirages, right? We all agree mirages happen, right? So if you look up how they happen, right, it's due to the differences in the temperature, and that causes the density to be different, right, and the refractive index to be different in different layers of the air, right? That's what mirages are caused by. So if you look up what mirages are classified as, according to the mainstream, it's called atmospheric refraction, right? You don't have to call it that if you don't want to. You can just call them mirages, but the mainstream calls it atmospheric refraction. That's all. I know QE, the way QE explains it, right? He says that the law of refraction's the be all and end all. They use that word, right? Which is fine. Like, I don't disagree with QE, but QE agrees that mirages happen.
Wait, so hang on. So essentially, it rounds out to the same thing. But atmospheric refraction actually is dealing with light that enters into the Earth's atmosphere from outside of it and then is distorted, right, or deflected. And terrestrial refraction deals with the light that's already within the atmosphere changing path due to the atmosphere. So there is a distinction there, but sometimes it's interchangeable, and some people just use whatever one for the.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. No, I agree with you. Some sources will call. Yeah, it's the same principle, really, though. I mean, it's. And different temperatures and different refractive indexes makes the light travel differently.
Because you're going to get displacement of things that are on the Earth, right? Like the apparent displacement of an object, like on the inside the atmosphere, right? And then you're going to get displacement of something that they claim is outside of the Earth's atmosphere, which are like stars, the moon, sun, blah blah blah.
Yep, exactly.
So just to summarize what T-Dub said there, he's talking about atmospheric refraction is the general term for refraction in the atmosphere that we see in general. But then when you get the heat haze, that's called thermal refraction. So it's a different type of refraction and you get slightly different effects, but they both end with the light bending and things appearing not in their actual position.
Yeah, but
that's. But T-Dub was saying atmospheric refraction, when you're talking about it close to the Earth, would be called terrestrial instead of atmospheric. But thermal, that's another way of looking at it. But that's
what we're talking about with the heat haze. Yeah.
And just to come in, I mean, it was I was the one that brought forward this original claim. And my base observation is just to say that whenever there's a distortion in the medium that's between your eye and the thing you're looking at, that is a type of refraction that occurs, simply stated.
Yep.
That's to really go to Brother Coffee that was asking about that.
Yeah, good summary. Yep, definitely agree with that. That guy's gone, but I think that was a good conversation with the guy.
Yeah, but what about when the guy gets the angles from the sun and he doesn't say there's any refraction going on there? So vertically ain't happening when you look at stars millions of miles away in their position, but horizontally it's always happening with boats and stuff. Don't you find that weird?
We made it clear. We made it clear in the atmosphere due to the temperature gradient. Hopefully, you got it from that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the guy we were talking to said he was happy with the answers he got. So I'm sure
the horizontal temperature gradient, not the curved one.
That's right.
Did you hear? Did you hear what he said specifically? We treat the Earth this way because we observe it this way. And he's like, that's the answer I was looking for. And when he said that, everything for me, that's when I got happy. Because I was like, yes, he's breaking through and understanding. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. But the air is above you, the same length, same distance as the thing. So like the way the air works horizontally isn't the same as vertically. And I would say they tell you there's horizontal refraction looking forward that way into the air that way. Whatever they're saying about that. There's another version that's like doesn't exist because when you look straight vertically up, it's not for some reason looking through those different temperatures ain't really doing the same effect.
That's a really good point because remember, their horizontal eventually becomes vertical.
Yes, sir. And you got to point this out. It has to be pointed out that they're doing one way but not the other, and it's absurd. It's really retarded. It's ridiculous. You can see an airplane where it is above you, and that's not refracted around or down or beyond nothing. It just doesn't make any sense.
I guarantee the response will be, yeah, but that's because of gravity.
That wouldn't make any sense either. They're supposed to be on a sphere.
Damn right, that wouldn't make sense. But they'd still say it.
I don't see how one word could mean so many things, so many ways, and be everywhere at all times, coming from everything and going to everything and doing this one thing, but this one thing's never happening anywhere.
If I could invest in refraction.
Yeah, the butane gas one's a good one, but there's another one with, I don't know if you've seen the tacks on a table. They're like pins, and someone's got pins on a table, and they basically change the heat of the room, open the door, and all of a sudden now the bottom of the table rises up, and the tacks half of the tacks disappear. But I can't find the video on YouTube. It's frustrating.
There's so many Actually, oh damn it, I didn't save it. But yeah, I saw a great compilation today. I think most of these are on Skyfree channel. Endless videos of things disappearing bottom up on flat surfaces, and all that changed was the weather conditions in the room.
I posted a picture in the side chat. This is one of the things that I threw at a Glober. Now, this was taken at like 7 a.m. I'm in the Eastern time zone. Sun's rising in the east side, or the eastern part of the sky on the left-hand side. And if you look close enough to the right, and this is a panorama with my iPhone, you'll see the moon in the western sky on the right-hand side. Mm-hmm. Glober says to me, that's due to refraction. Yeah, the moon is being displaced from beneath the horizon line that you see in front of you, right, to above the horizon line. That's due to refraction. This is what they say, because they fully know that if we were dealing with a globe, that due to geometry and the way that things are placed, you wouldn't actually be able to see the moon from the surface of the Earth. Thanks for listening to that.
Cool picture, man.
Yeah, I love my panos. Amen. Thanks, brother.
Really nice. That's awesome. It's interesting, the size difference, right, of the moon and the sun, because I always put shit on solar filters, right? I'm like, okay, the sun looks really big, and then they use a solar filter and it looks really tiny. I'm like, oh, the moon doesn't do that, right? The sun looks like it's tiny compared to the moon due to a solar filter. But then I was thinking maybe it's just due to the focal length of the lens, right? And this picture kind of shows that, right? Because the moon looks tiny, the sun looks quite large, but I'm sure if you used a solar filter, the sun would look similar to the size of the moon that you see there. It shows how much glare, we get off the sun. And it also helps explain why it looks like the sun gets cut off by the horizon due to the nature of the way we're seeing the sun. Does that make sense?
Yep, 100%. And here's the other thing I want to bring in too, right? You saying that.
Sorry,
okay.
Killian, but
you're good.
I'll just okay. You know when they show the sunset, right? And it looks like the sun's half hidden by the horizon. And then you zoom in, right? And then it looks like the sun's back up in the sky again, right? But what happens when you zoom in, it gets darker and darker, right? And it's something to do with the settings on the camera, right? The way the aperture works. It doesn't let as much light into the lens or something like that. So it kind of acts like a solar filter in a way. So I think that it's not like bringing the sun back to view again. It's just cutting out a lot of the what's it called? The glare.
Glare.
Yeah. So the sun was never actually hidden behind the horizon. It was just appearing to dip below the horizon because of the glare, making the sun like 3 times, 4 times larger than what it should look like. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
That's cool, brother. I appreciate that. And to tag on to it, what I've noticed is that when the sun is closer to the horizon and it's rising or setting, it moves quicker. And as it gets to I would say maybe 25%, 30% degrees above the horizon, it slows down as it starts to move over to the apex, 90 degree, directly above your head, if it's moving that way. And as it again closes in on the horizon, it starts to move faster. So I think it's due to old dude's got it in the side chat. What a great GIF. And you were asking for this earlier, brother DJ, from a standpoint of us thinking about how a light engages with how it would engage with a theorized, and again, guys, I say this respectfully, right? Not trying to project anything, but how a light source would engage with a dome as it goes further out in the distance. Right, and a plane at that. And again, I'm like Bambi walking with shaky legs right now trying to explain this because due to, again, Rayleigh's criterion, angular resolution, compression over distance, these things go away from us, they get smaller, but we also, for an idea of how we see, we see in a dome around us. So there's a lot of contributing factors that will point to light, as Brother DJ was saying, glaring as it disperses, as it goes further away from us, the flare increasing. But we know in reality, if you go closer to it, all that stuff goes away because it would go directly above your head again, and it would repeat as it were local to you as you go closer to it.
Yeah, gotcha, Killian. Yep. So yeah, I think these sunset zoom videos have been misused by flat earthers, but we can still use them to explain why a sun could possibly appear to dip behind the horizon in certain, conditions, right? You have a lot of atmospheric scattering, a lot of glare, right? And then if you were to put a solar filter on it, yeah, all of a sudden the sun's not dipping behind the horizon anymore, right? You can see the entire sun again. It's up in the sky. It's a smaller dot, right, than what you were seeing with the naked eye. When you say you see the sun dipping over the horizon, is it really what you're seeing? No, you're not seeing the actual size of the sun. It's being distorted.
And the other, realizing too is, in order to entertain an idea of a globe, you always have to think about it as it occurring over there. It always has to be over where the boat's going or over where the sun's going. But the thing about it is when we update our location to that place where you say that geometric edge is, where all this magical, fantastical stuff is occurring, right? It goes right back to reality where I'm sitting just as I'm engaging with it right now. It just repeats itself. I update my scenery, but like the stuff that's happening is still the same. Reality repeats itself no matter where you go. It just keeps repeating. Your horizon line updates as you update accordingly.
Right. Yeah. Like I guess yeah, because like that old saying, right? What's like that old puzzle? What's the one thing you can always see but never reach, right? The horizon.
Exactly.
So yeah. But yeah, isn't it interesting to like just listening to you talk? Like I was thinking, well, it's interesting that any time they want to infer or suggest that the Earth's surface is curving, right? It has to do with a relationship to something else, or sometimes even it's not even a relationship. They'll just point at something else, like in the sky, right? But sometimes it's a relationship, something on the surface with the surface, or something in the sky with the surface, etc., right? But they can't show, they cannot demonstrate with the surface independently, all alone by itself, that it's curving. Isn't that interesting?
Exactly. Right. It's a presupposition, right? Please just believe me. Okay. Now, when we look over there, right, forget about all this other stuff that we know occurs in reality. Just believe me for a quick second and take on the idea that because we see this thing happening, right, that over there is the thing you're looking for. Okay, let's go walk over there and investigate it. We update it. We walk over. We take a car, whatever. We take a boat. We travel over level water the entire way. And guess what? It's not there. I mean, venturing in on the idea of a level, we observe the bubble in the middle of a level. I'm talking about a construction level, come in varying sizes. I always talk about it 6 inches all the way up to like 12 feet. Milwaukee makes a 12-foot construction level. So we got that air bubble in the middle, and then we have the water around that air bubble. But the magic of it is we align that bubble in between the two black lines to ensure that we're observing a level surface, no matter what that tool is attached to. So to say that we have like almost a local horizon in front of us would kind of be it. Because if we take on the observation of a horizon, let's say over what's been showing in the side chat right now, where you have the sky meeting the water, why wouldn't a level be synonymous with that same observation where, again, the sky meets the water?
How can your body and your balance and the attribute of the angle that you're walking and stand according to the bottom or the center point not change in reference to where you were the first time? Like, okay, supposedly I'm on top of the ball, I'm standing on my horizontal imagine. And then the other person over there, the attribute of them can't be on the horizontal imagine. Not from your perspective. They can't be on a horizontal reference at all if they're on a sphere. So their body and the attribute of such should appear so with a tilt. A fucking tilt.
Exactly. Like with us constantly observing, right, the sky meeting the ground, how do we then take on this drop over distance that's required in order to sustain, right? If your globe's on life support, in order for you to sustain its life, you need to demonstrate drop over distance. And if we can't demonstrate that, we can't observe that, and your globe dies because we can't put it on life support. Sorry.
Yes, indeed he do. In the beginning, God created the two things where they appear to meet, we call the horizon. Thank you very much.
Reach. And Father only observed two directions when he was creating the place, up and down when he separated the waters. Crazy.
Right. So, if we look at that, yeah, thinking about what you're saying there, we look out, we see where the heavens and the earth appear to meet. We call it the horizon, right? So, anything below that, right, would be down, right, and anything above that would be up. Am I off?
No, that's exactly it. Right, because you were here that morning when I threw that out there to see if anybody would actually take on it. Is we only observe two directions, up and down. Any other direction that you want to try to observe, you have to influence it. Right, you have to invoke energy upon it in order to claim said direction. Right, turn your head to the left, turn your head to the right. But throw a ball, we fully know that ball's going to seek its place of rest. We know this. Helium balloon, set it free, right? Watch buoyancy do its job. It goes up and down. We watch the wind take it where it may. But in the indoor, if we do it in a closed environment, we're going to observe up and down.
Yeah, the Bible does not ever describe anything except for a vertical relationship with God, up and down. So, even in the first account in Genesis, it says God hovered over, the face of the deep. So, number one, balls do not have faces. You can only have a surface or a face on something that is flat. Number two, he hovered above, so that's above the horizontal, so that's vertical. If you go to the Isaiah 40 passage, it talks about him looking down, right, upon the circle of the earth. So the only time, the Bible only describes our relationship with the heavens above, even the third heaven, as far as it's a vertical orientation. You don't have any of that on a ball. So the Bible never discusses anything having to do with outer, except for outer darkness, whatever that is. But the relationship between heaven and earth is always a vertical one. So it's a flat plane.
Hey, brother says, that was awesome. Thank you so very much for saying that. And secondly, could you, and I'm not taking it down the scriptural road, I just want to point out one thing. Would you mind reading what I post in the side chat?
Who, me?
Yeah, would you mind reading that for me?
Out loud?
Yeah, would that be okay?
Well, who has laid the measure thereof, if you know? Who has stretched the line upon it, right? So the line, well, that'd be flat. That'd be straight.
My man. Thank you. Force the line. Let's go. Even in scripture.
I really appreciate refracted curvature, John, from Nathan's show. Typically, I know he has his own YouTube channel, but I can't find it. But anyway, when he started talking about everything being in reference to horizontal or a horizontal frame of reference, At first I was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? And then it started to click. Every time we say up, every time we say down, right? Above, height, elevation, all these things. Like there's no escaping the reference point or the reference frame from which we operate. And it's the same for everybody. So it might seem to some people to be like ticky-tack and cheap to hold people to their position, that when they start describing things like elevation or height or whatever, and then tell them that they're describing a flat earth, it may be annoying, but to me it's kind of a useful tool to help it click in their mind. Bro, you operate every day as if you're on a flat surface. Everyone does. But somehow it still doesn't click for most. But it's too simple, right? It's almost too easy. And I don't know how to get people to like grasp that concept, but shout out to refractive curvature.
Well, I think that's the most unfortunate part about the entire narrative, is that they've been able to sell man on the idea that they're too small to wrestle with what they're actually standing upon. Right? They've been able to remove your ability to take on this rational way of thinking, and sold you this idea of, listen, small one, you don't understand, sit right there and just do your job, right? Because you don't understand what we're upon. However, just as you says, an idea of, or not an idea, the observation of, we engage with it every day in a lineal format. Up and down, two horizontal planes that meet off in the distance, forming a horizon. And when we keep updating our location, that horizon line also updates with us. The moon looks like it's in water. You should watch that video. You can watch it in the side chat. Don't have to click out. Just click the play. You'll be able to watch it direct. These two videos alone really it put a lot forward for the observation of there being water up in the sky. So much. Again, the moon looking like it's on a surface of water. It has a shimmery type of a move to it, especially along the edges when you look at that video. And then with this Falcon 9 rocket launch, with this rocket that was launched from the surface up to altitude, it looks like it makes wake up in the sky. Like what you would see following a boat out at the sea, it looks like it's doing the same thing up in the sky. Can I prove that? Absolutely not. Just an observation putting forward.
Oh, you're talking about that. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
I know it's 6 a.m. for our brothers in Australia, and it's Sunday, so it's not too early for me to say speculation Sunday. Haha.
True.
Smart bullets know about refraction.
Smart bullets.
Well, yeah. How do you hit the target that's refracting? How do you ever hit a target by just looking? Yeah.
Good point, man. That's interesting. Yeah.
So Coriolis and refraction are the same mathematical framework as the drop in rate of a gravity. Weird, huh? So are they accounting for refraction with their bullet, or just Coriolis, or corifraction, or fractionola? If you guys want to get some insurance or get a lawsuit against Gravity for sexual harassment, call this number. Hello, Gravity Insurance Hotline. Yeah, gravity's all up inside me. It's touching me and it won't stop. Okay,
I'd
just
like
one
to launch a
second.
claim against Gravity. Gravity touched me in my no-no spot.
Just a second. We're gonna put you on the line with an agent, and he's gonna get you a hold of NASA's claim division.
Claims department. Michael speaking.
Yeah, I want to make a report. This Gravity, it's trying to like molestate me.
This is the 5th call that we've had in the last hour. Suspect, Gravity.
I'm sorry, it just won't. It's like in my crawl. It's in my eyeballs. It's in my hair. It won't leave me alone. It's all
Do you
up
have any
there.
proof of said gravity, sir?
No,
Please
it's just
consult with my
inside
manual.
me. I just feel it. I just feel it so hard.
Apparently, according to the manual, it states that it pulls stuff down. So, do you have maybe perhaps an anti-gravity machine that you can go stand beside?
I can stand on a car.
Standing on a car?
Yeah, it'll roll. Say, start going, Bob. But the gravity's still, it's like, they say it's still inside me and the car.
I'm done.
said, gravity's everywhere. I said, how fast is it? They said, oh man, it's faster than the speed of light. I said, is it faster than the speed of thought? They said, oh yeah. I said, is it faster than the speed of the capability for things to even process it? They said, oh yeah.
Yeah, T-Dub. Got you. Who has measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, or with the breath of his hand marked off the heavens? Who has held the dust of the earth in a basket, or weighed the mountains on the scales and the hills in a balance? Isaiah 40:12.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I'm not sure
I don't know if that's
the one I'm
exact, though.
thinking of. But that says it all, doesn't it? I mean, that's you know,
See you later, Cavendish.
Exactly. Mass claim.
You got some hot mic going on, bro.
So that whole chapter, that's just like, I mean, within the prophecy of John the Baptist in Isaiah 40, it talks about the earth being, the hills being lowered, the valleys being raised, so that everything's level. The rocks being crushed down to be smooth, like, and level, flat. And then there's more to Isaiah as well as that. There's other parts of it to Isaiah 40. That whole, I'm gonna have to go reread that whole chapter.
That I just threw it in the side chat. 200 plus flat Earth Bible verses. Some I go to quite often just to look at like what the headings are, what they have, and investigate them for what they state. But it's pretty interesting, that someone would take the time to go through that and then classify each thing with a heading, like the sun stops moving. These different headings that point to the clues, if you will, the observations. Yeah, brother DJ, you're hot miking, but you're straight, brother.
That's pretty cool. It even talks about entropy.
What does?
So Isaiah chapter 40. So it's talking about the voice said, "Cry out," and he said, "What do I cry? All flesh is grass, and all its loving commitment is like the flower of the field." Now this is 2009 Scriptures version, so your King James is going to sound a little bit different in the other translations. Grass shall wither, the flower shall fade, when the spirit of Yah has blown on it. Truly the people is grass. Grass shall wither, the flower shall fade, but the word of our Elohim stands forever.
Interesting.
So within physics, right, things are going to fade away. So this kind of answers what I was talking about yesterday. Yeah, so yeah, it's addressing like the deterioration of the physical natural world, right? Entropy. Just even there, when he's talking about, when it says about the circle of the earth, right, and its inhabitants, so look, he sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants, like there you go with your, your above and below, right, your plane and above the plane. and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in. So it's inside, right? That sounds protective to me. That sounds more like, a protection from external, actually, like whatever, weather, right? So a tent provides you protection from the elements, basically, right? A little protection from the elements. I don't see that in the heliocentric paradigm, where the Earth is exposed to this harsh, hostile, inhospitable, ever expanding vacuum of outer space, with big flying, giant, huge flying rocks that flying around in it that could smash into us and wipe out massive portions of life, etc., etc., etc. Right? Like, the hole in the ozone layer. The hole in the ozone layer, we could lose our air or whatever. And scorch the ground just by our own actions. It sounds conflicting to me. This sounds more like something that is like something akin to protective layer, right?
What's up?
Meow.
So I take it you're not up for serious discussion about this topic.
Brr, brr, brr.
Shout out to whoever loaded up the Bible bot. Well done. That's awesome.
Right, yeah. So some would then declare, "Oh yes, God," right? Yeah, I do. Eratosthenes, right? Eratosthenes determined its dimensions, God. And as for Isaiah 40:12, you know, who has held the dust of the earth in a basket or weighed the mountains on the scales and the hills in a balance? Well, God, as a matter of fact, that would have been Cavendish. That was his. These endeavors that they attempt, like, do directly fly in the face of Scripture, unless their argument is that, well, that was back then, right? Now he's allowed us, he's given us the ability to obtain that knowledge. You know, he allowed for us to be able to discover those things. It was applied to them back then. You know, not now. We've increased in knowledge, right? Yeah, like, and sorry for starting speculation Sunday a bit early, but I mean, because sometimes I think, like, because they talk about not having explored the depths of the ocean and things like that. That they apparently know more about outer space than they do the ocean. And I think it extends out to everything. I think they realize, right, that they cannot achieve that knowledge, that they can't. I don't think that they can even get very high into the sky. I doubt they can get past 100 miles. And I think that's why they basically chose that as the arbitrary, they call it arbitrary. No, I think that's based on their inability to go any further. They can't explore anything above that region. They just can't achieve it. No way to. It's out of bounds. They're not allowed. But they claim they can, right? They pretend they can. They can't. And I think it goes for horizontally too. I think that they've tried to go as far as they can horizontally and have realized that they can't. So they can't know how much further it goes. They can't know how much higher it goes. They don't know how far down it goes. So high, I can't get over it. So low, can't get under it. So wide, I can't get round it. Oh, rock of my soul. Well, we still have the 2 YouTube bots in here. What's going on here? Not much, by the look of it. Oh, shit. Yeah, I forgot. QE's stream. Cheers, guys. I'm gonna go and I've probably missed most of it now. See.
I believe the earth is flat. When I go outside, I can't see no circle. I believe in the flat earth.
The parents of some of these trolls have got to be just so proud.
What's up, homies? Who's in? Hawaima. What's up, Hawaima? That's how you pronounce your name? Roots? What's up? DJ? Quiet Saturday night.
Yep. Hey, Wolfgang. How you doing, brother?
All good. How's things?
Yeah, all good. Just chilling out before I go to bed. I was just texting when you piped up. But yeah, just chilling. It's been really quiet for the last half an hour, 45 minutes.
Alright, cool. Well, I'm just on for the next 30, 40 minutes or so, so you can get some flat smacking in, but doesn't look like anyone's about.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the chat for a while, to be honest. Just been playing the game. Oh, there's a few of us in here.
Avoiding the hammer of truth.
They sure are, mate. Actually, we had a really good conversation earlier. A guy was trying to scattergun some questions, but we really pinned him down to the boats on the horizon argument, to the point where, yeah, he was sounding pretty convinced before he disappeared. But it was a really good conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the scattergun, as annoying as it can be, it at least shows that the person's like, if you're freaking out about it, you're thinking about it to some degree. So if you kind of talk to them on that level, give them a few quick, brief answers on some of their scatterguns, then sometimes you'll get them to settle down enough to actually focus on a topic and settle down and actually think about it. So the scattergun can be just a sign that the person's like overwhelmed and trying to figure things out. And then once you kind of talk them off the ledge a bit and say, right, this is what we're talking about, they kind of settle down and go, okay, that makes sense. I want to hear more, type of thing. So that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it's when they don't really understand the topic and they're just kind of they're not letting you know that they don't understand. So they just ask another question, basically.
Mm-hmm. And some of them can get like stuck where if we're not giving them the answer and we're trying to focus them somewhere else, they can't move on until they've at least had some kind of answer, which is frustrating. But sometimes helps them just to get on with it.
So, Psycho, check this out. I literally told the guy about Rayleigh's criterion, angular resolution, and really compression over distance. And he came back to me with well, what about this question? So I asked him, the steel man, what I said to him back to me. And that seemed to have a little bit of breakthrough in terms of the conversation, him taking on what we're trying to say to him. But yeah, the scattergun thing is, it leaves you frustrating when you're trying to actually, send home a point that they're actually asking about. And then all of a sudden they're going to jump to something else and start talking about that. And you're like, okay, well, have you effectively onboarded anything I've said to you in the last 30 seconds to a minute?
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. I mean, you can answer them and give them some detail, but generally you need to keep it short. But then, yeah, kind of ask them back what you've just explained to them. And if they can at least repeat back what you've said, at least you can say, okay, you're asking a lot of questions, but at least you're trying to pay attention to the answers. If they're not paying attention to the answers, well, then you've got a different problem. And then you got to highlight to them, we're having a discussion. I mean, so I kind of try and frame it to them as, and I can understand that it sounds kind of condescending and they might be like, fuck you, but I kind of want them to be like, you're coming to us for at least the way we think. You want to know what we think.
without going as far as to say you want us to teach you about flat Earth. Like, at least you've come here to understand what we think, so you should let us guide the conversation. But some of them are like, they're just here to debate. They don't think there's anything to learn, or they don't want to learn anything, so they don't want us to steer the conversation because they think, oh, you're just going to like steer it in a way that's favorable to you in the debate. When in reality, I'm like, you should be treating this like you're going into a class at university where you can listen, ask questions, but, you know, don't just go and start in school or whatever. You're not just going to start mouthing off to the teacher and demanding that the teacher explains it to you in this way and does it to you in that way. Like, you've got to let the teacher decide how is best to disseminate the topic. I think that's the mindset I would rather they were in. In the same way that if I was to go like, oh, I want to know about gardening, I'm going to go to a gardening server. You know, I'm going to listen to the people who have been studying gardening for years. I'm not going to be like, nah, I think it's like this. Because I watched a gardening video on YouTube or something, you know?
No, you don't. You believe it's a pizza in space. I saw it on an anti-flat Earth video.
Yeah, right. But these people don't want to learn. So that's what I'm trying to tell them. I'm like, yeah, be a better student. And what a good skill it is to learn to be a good student. I think that's quite an abstract thought, because in the Western world, or generally anywhere, you're used to just being foisted into the student role, right? If you think about it in history, at least as we know it, it wasn't really the case that everyone just went on to be some kind of educated student. It was mostly the lucky, wealthy ones who were able to be students. And I imagine there was some level of being taught how to be a student, how to learn, how to be respectful and pay attention, listen, ask good questions. Whereas now it's not really emphasized. So I'm trying to like tell them, like, you know, treat this like you're being a student. And to be a good student, you need to pay attention, ask good questions, let the conversation be led by the teacher. Yeah, I don't know.
Problem is, bro, most of these guys stopped being students at like 12. I think they had it all figured out from young and haven't changed their opinion since then.
Yeah, and that's a sad thing, because the reality is, I mean, we're all students for life, right? And if you're not a good student, I mean, you'll stay an ignorant student, but you're always a student, so you might as well learn to be good at it. Learn how to learn well, and then you won't have to spend so much time doing it. You can learn quickly. You can learn to squeeze all the valuable knowledge out of a subject or a teacher in the most efficient amount of time if you learn how to be a good student, ask the right questions, learn how to think through things. But people are trying to fight. I think about it when like QE comes in here, right? And people are like taken aback by his style, and they're overwhelmed by his style, so they can't learn what they should be learning from him. They can't take what they should be taking from him. And I want to tell them, it's like, just think of it like you've been sent to a class with a very eccentric, unorthodox teacher. He's correct, and he can teach you good stuff. But, you know, you need to get used to his style. It's not going to be the kind of style you necessarily want. You ever seen what's that film, The Dead Poets Society?
The Dead what Society?
Dead Poets Society.
I feel like I have, but can't put my finger on it.
It's Robin Williams is a teacher, and he gets a place at some very traditional private school in America. And I guess
I think I've heard of it.
On the English boarding schools, but he's like super unconventional and not private school like. So he does things in a very unusual way. He's very eccentric. He has the kids doing all kinds of shit that they never normally do. And just loads of people are like unapproving of him. They're like, this can't be how you teach. But the kids end up loving him. They learn a lot from him, and it's just kind of teaches that way. That, I mean, you can have a great teacher who's not conventional. And I just think it's kind of the case when it comes to this. There's a lot of people in here who can teach very well, but they're not necessarily your textbook teacher style of oration, and people can't get to it.
For me, about learning, you can learn from anyone.
Yeah.
I can even learn from globe earthers and flat earthers and anyone. Or so the thing that I put in my head, and I really know that it's the case and it's a fact. It's that no one is 100% correct. So you will always have to filter the information, the good from the bad. When you are listening to anyone, when you are reading any book, there is correct information there that you can use, and there is wrong information that you can just throw away, or even just keep it there in your head, in your mind, and for a future use, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. And that's a good student mindset and philosophy, right? You're recognizing that everyone has something to teach, and you always have something to learn from someone. I think that's something that Flat Earth definitely emphasizes. Yeah, a lot of the Globers, if they were less focused on trying to win a debate, a lot of them are quite intelligent. I mean, they could definitely, teach things. So you need to have that kind of humble mindset, I think, to be a good student and to learn a lot. But yeah, I would encourage everyone to think about it in the same way as you do, Necros.
Sincerely, just to be sincere, before the idea of Flat Earth, I was just bored from studying. I wasn't that engaged in learning and studying. But after learning about Flat Earth, and while learning about Flat Earth and reality and those things, I enjoyed learning. And it wasn't just Flat Earth, but every topic. I couldn't stop since that moment till today. I can't stop myself from just trying to find new information. If I don't have new information, if I don't learn something new in a while, I feel just bored, and like I couldn't do my objective, which is just having a new information or learning something new.
Yeah, I think I've had a similar experience. It definitely revives your curiosity if you've lost it, strengthens it if you already have it, and makes you want to learn pretty much everything. Yeah, it really is crazy.
We have to use the memes as well. I've noticed we were talking to this guy about the horizon. He was asking about why we get suns, large suns, that are chopped off sometimes at the horizon. And I posted the meme with the Fresnel lens with the candle, where the candle's moving away and it appears to be going down directly. And I don't know why, but that just hit him, and he was like, "Oh my god, I now get it." And we were trying to describe this effect to him for about 10 minutes. But as soon as he saw that, it was like click, and it's almost like you could feel the penny drop. And now all of a sudden he was asking the right questions, and it was just a nice moment.
Yeah, that moment when their mind is blocked, completely blocked, they can't imagine. They can't imagine how it can happen on a flat surface. When they see that it is possible, it clicks. They will just have to link the dots. They already have the damn information in their brain. They know how it works, but everyone know how it works on a flat plane. But I don't know if people forgot or something. So when you show them how it works on a flat surface and they see the abstraction from bottom up and the object completely disappear while it is on a flat surface, it will just help them link the dots in their mind and understand the thing.
What hit home for him was his exact words were, we observe the earth as flat. We treat it this way. And for him, that was the answer he was looking to hear.
Yeah, that was a nice moment as well. That line.
Yeah, I think that's the cool thing about flat Earth. You can, because there's so many different angles that you can approach it from, and you never really know what it is, what it's going to be for someone that makes it click. But you've got loads of options. You know, sometimes it can be the curvature, the observation of just a flat reality. Sometimes it's gas pressure. Sometimes it's NASA exposing. Like, it can be a million different things. And sometimes it just takes going through them till you find the one that's going to speak to this particular person. And then they're like, oh shit, yeah, that makes sense. And then they start getting into it.
For me, personally, it was water. I swear, when I learned about the water and how the surface of water lays flat, like just Roots just said with the guide example, the example of the guide where it clicked in his mind, it clicked in my mind, and I was able to imagine how it is. So I understood the thing. So everything were able to link to each other. Every idea were just like managed to form a general idea about the flat Earth. Because I couldn't understand it. I had that disk in space in my mind, even if I never saw it in internet. But I don't know if it was my cognitive dissonance. But I couldn't separate my mind from that image of the disk in space. But when I heard about the water, yeah, I just stopped imagining the disk in space as just like a pound, like a giant lake, and you have those islands, which is like mountains on the floor of that lake, forming those continents and islands, and it's just like a giant lake. That's how I started imagining it in that first moment.
Exactly. I mean, brother, to take on the idea of, and I go to this very often, is we could just be on land in the middle of a puddle. Because as you say, the expanse of water, and then we look.
There's like a 5-minute boat ride from a part of Alaska to Russia, like the tip of Alaska to Russia. It's like a 5-minute boat ride that takes you there. So how can you?
Can you post the map in the side chat that you're talking about?
Yeah, sure.
Right, thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to butt in.
Oh no, please take this one. Yeah, take it away.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's
I've only
asking
got,
questions. Yeah, Jing is asking questions. It's great. Keep going.
Yeah, I think we'll leave collapse on the sidelines for now because we've got someone who's actually having a conversation.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you put your map in there. So why would this not be possible?
No, I'm just saying. Like, if the Earth was flat, then if the Earth was flat, then how does that exist? Because like, if you look at a map, like if you look at a map of the Earth, right, and you see Russia, and you see like America and Alaska, like if the Earth was flat, then both sides wouldn't overlap each other, and like how do I explain? Like both sides wouldn't be that close to each other, because like it'd be pretty far away if the Earth was flat, because America's on one side, North America.
Well, let's address something.
Mhm.
Are they that close in reality?
I've been there before. They're pretty close. Like the Daimyo Islands are pretty close to
That's
one
right.
another.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so in reality, they are that close. So when you say, if the Earth was flat, how can they be that close? Now, they are that close, so let's go back to, is the Earth flat?
Mhm.
So if you can measure the surface of water to be flat, then you can say, okay, the known area that I'm measuring is flat, right? Would you agree
Mhm.
with that? If you measure
Mhm.
something to be flat, it's flat. Whether
Mhm.
Alaska and America are this far apart or that far apart, if you measure the surface to be flat, it's still going to be flat.
But water is buoyancy. Like if you put water in any shape, water would take that shape.
That's not. Yeah, that's not what I asked. Yeah, that's not the surface of water. You're talking about a container, right? You're talking about a cup. It takes the shape of the cup, but not the surface. The surface of the cup, flat, horizontal, always at rest.
Mhm.
Yeah. So if you have a surface that's flat and measured flat, then how would these two landlocked countries, how would these two countries that are there in a position that doesn't move, how would that change the property of the surface? Whether they're there or not, we both know they're there because I've been there. I've seen it myself. I know
That's
they're
a good
there.
question. I don't know.
It doesn't change the property of the surface of water. Would you agree
That's
with
true.
that?
I agree.
Yeah. So when you have these questions like, if the Earth was flat, it's like it's a funny question because it's saying that if you all of a sudden you woke up tomorrow and you believe the Earth was flat, then everything would change, and that's not the case. It's the explanation would change. So you have an explanation of a globe, right? And they say this, and it goes against all your experience and all your senses as well. That's a problem. Because you experience the Earth to be flat, you experience it to be motionless, and you practically use it every day as flat and motionless. So these things, that's what sensors are. So it makes sense that it's flat and motionless. It doesn't make sense that it's a globe and spinning. But they want to tell you, you don't trust your senses. Don't trust your senses, trust us. We know better. But they never actually told you why. Can you explain to me how you know the Earth to be a globe?
For it to be a globe, because if you look at like for example, like astronauts in space, even like gravity explains.
No. How do you know the surface we live on to be curved, matching the globe with 3959 miles radius? How do you know that?
Like how do you
First-hand
know?
evidence. Yeah, first-hand evidence. How do you know the Earth is a globe?
Like for me, like it's really hard for me like specifically to give
Yeah, it's because you've been told with no evidence, right?
I mean, the evidence is probably there somewhere, but like I wouldn't be the right person to ask
What
because I'm just a
evidence?
person.
What evidence have they given you for you to know the Earth is a globe?
Like, that is a good question.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
It makes me question, yeah.
Well, it should at least if it makes you question whether the Earth's flat or a globe, at least it'll make you think and say, maybe I shouldn't believe everything I'm told. That might be a better start than just going, okay, man, maybe the Earth's flat, because it's a pretty big jump. Go from, okay, all my life I've been told that the Earth's a globe, and I've believed it without any evidence. Now I don't have any evidence the Earth is flat. It's probably not a great thing to jump into. But if it teaches you to look at things a little bit better and a little bit more critical on claims, because people have claims. They go, the Earth is a globe. That's a claim. And then you go, okay, prove your claim. Oh, I can't. It's just what I've been told, and NASA showed me some photos from a place that shouldn't exist. But I just believe it. Maybe start looking at that. And go, why do I believe the Earth is a globe? Might be a good start. Anyway, I've got to jump out. Nice chat. I'll be listening in, though.
All right, sounds good.
Enjoy the sourdough.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jane, I thought that's a pretty good point he was making there about you've just been told this story of the globe, and I mean that's how most of us. It depends on if you're a person who is willing to follow the evidence where it leads, or if you're a person who holds an idea so closely emotionally and psychologically that you're not capable of letting go of it because it's just too scary. So people who have been able to let go of the globe, which often happened when they, for whatever reason, started to investigate it seriously, because they've been told there's these amazing proofs, it's definitely the case, and so on and so forth. But, have you ever experienced it, Jane? Have you ever experienced a globe?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Have you ever experienced a spinning globe?
A globe? No, I haven't physically felt it, but there is such thing as gravity and how the Earth rotates towards something. Because if the Earth rotates, it explains how the sun goes up and goes down, because the Earth orbits the sun, right? And if the Earth didn't orbit the sun, then we wouldn't have seasons, we wouldn't have days, we wouldn't have time, because time relies on gravity, right? Because gravity is essential to how the planets move.
You said right question mark as if you wanted me to confirm, so I'm not going to be able to allow you to go on, because that would imply by my silence that I do agree with the last statement you made, which I do not. These are all unverifiable statements that you've been taught, and you regurgitated them very well, which I do appreciate, because that's what's expected of you. You've been told the story and so on. But science relies on a natural observation and then empirical tests that can then be repeatable and verifiable. So a lot of times in education and the world, they will acknowledge this is true in certain areas where it's convenient for them, but then not in other areas. Like everything you just mentioned can't be verified by you personally, so you're relying on an authority source, and you're thinking that authority source is reliable. So, NASA's probably the big one who's telling us all those things you just said. So, Jane, what makes you think...
NASA is the one who tells us about gravity?
Okay, I'd be happy to talk to you in a minute. I'm talking to Jane right now. Jane, what makes you think that NASA is a reliable source?
Because NASA was the first people to send astronauts on the moon, the first people to send a rover on Mars, and people who sent the first images of space in their solar system.
They don't believe that. They think that humans spend billions of dollars just
Why
for the sake
Why are
of
you
it.
talking for Mary Mom? Shut up.
I'm not gonna shut up. Why
Because I just told you I'd be happy, or somebody else would be happy to talk to you when we're done talking to him. It's rude to interrupt my conversation with him to try to tell him what I'm going to say when I'm sitting right here and can perfectly well speak for myself. Thank you, Jawad. So, Jane.
Well, please, Jawad, this is the first Mary Mum flat smack I've heard in about 2 years, so please be quiet. Hello, Mary Mum.
Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you there, Wolfgang. Yeah. Jane, where were we? Yes. Okay, so many of those things are unverifiable, but let's just stick to the topic that we're trying to deal with, which is the actual measurements of the Earth. So before all these other people jumped in, you remember back when we started, I was telling you how these objects are hidden, should be hidden behind the curvature if we really lived on a globe of the dimensions claimed. All right, do you remember when we were talking about that? Okay.
Yes, like the radius and everything. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So are you able to access the side chat there, the text chat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So your rude friend there jumped in and asked me about Chicago, which is one of the observations. If you click on that link, that's like a compilation of many observations that have been done, each one of which would be impossible if the globe were really the dimensions that are claimed. So, and sometimes I know, you're new to this and so on and so forth. Sometimes people will say, oh, well, maybe it's just a bigger globe, maybe it's just a smaller globe, or whatever you want to say. No, I mean, the whole model is a disaster. So I'll just explain to you, a brief thing about scientific models is they're supposed to be predicting phenomena in reality. So when one's flawed, we don't just be like, oh yeah, that's okay, pat globe on the head. I know you kind of messed up on that part, but I'm sure you're really good anyway. No, we take the whole thing out. We start with a new observation. So in science, the scientific method, you make the natural observation, you develop a hypothesis, you test the hypothesis, and then sometimes you can modify the hypothesis and test the new hypothesis. But if that hypothesis is just way out there, has no connection to what we're observing at all, we have to start over. And that's what we're doing here. Mm-hmm. So I do think the Chicago observation is on here in this list. Oh, yeah, there it is. Chicago skyline, distance 53 miles. And observer height maximum 223 feet. Target height 1,453 feet. Globe predicted horizon distance 8.2 miles. Oh my gosh, Jang, it's not even close. It's not even close. We should only see that Chicago skyline if it were 8.2 miles away, but it's 53 miles away and we still see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Wow. I don't know what to say. I'm looking at the list right now, and all the miles and the distance are way different from one another. Like one's 16 miles, one's 325 miles, 22.6 miles, and a whole bunch of different miles. So it's
that's why I was trying to just focus on one for you. Let's click on that one and see if we can focus on just the Chicago skyline. Oh, and I see one of our little friends there is asking why we have to use the Wayback Machine. Great question. Ask Indio. He told me he had to migrate servers or something, and then he gave me the link to be able to go to the Wayback Machine. So, yeah, this is a Flat Earth wiki that we have to see there. I don't know. Go ask him. I asked him. He hasn't answered me. Why can't we go to this server anymore? Because a lot of the links don't work. So, can you see the Chicago?
I think they took it down. I think that was the problem. Sorry, just to let them know. Wonder why we have to use the Wayback Machine, because for some reason they censor Flat Earth. Even though it's a crazy conspiracy theory, they feel the need to make sure you can't research it. Maybe that should tell you something.
That told me something, Wolfgang. Do you think it will tell Jang something? Because, this little obscure Flat Earth wiki, why would anybody even care? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I can try screenshotting that line for you. I don't know. Can you scroll down to Chicago skyline?
Yes.
Jang? Okay. Okay, good. Because that's the one we're talking about. So I just explained to you what the numbers were. You can go back and stare at it some more if you want later, but it says the distance is 53 miles. It says, according to this particular test, the globe predicted horizon distance based on the geometry and numbers that they give us, your friend NASA, that we should not be able to see Chicago if it's past 8.2 miles, and nonetheless we do see it. I've personally seen it. Many people have seen it. I mean, but the thing about it is, Jing, I definitely wanted to get this out for you. You can see it. I mean, you don't necessarily have to go to see that one, but that's why I gave you the list, because there might be one closer to you. I did the test myself. I mean, when I first realized this, actually, that was one of the things that helped me the most, was because when I was reading the information about the predicted drop and so on and how it's not actually there, I had already seen the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan, like I told you, from when I was a child. And then I went later and I actually did my own observation, photographs, and so on and so forth after I actually understood the meaning of it. But when I went to Warren Dunes and was seeing it like that particular day, which I think was 2020, after I already knew, people were like so excited. They like everybody stands on the Lake Michigan shoreline. They're like, oh, there's Chicago. Look at it. I mean, it's just a common thing. Like, we see it all the time. That's one reason why they had to address it on the news propaganda, because they didn't want anyone to think that it meant anything when it actually does mean something. So, I mean, it's your choice, Jang, if you want to pursue the truth or if you'd prefer to stick with a comfortable lie. Which would you prefer?
I'm just curious, like, more about the flat Earth thing, because I've always thought of you guys as I'm gonna be honest, I've always thought of as like flat Earth community as like a joke, like a huge joke, like like people who are conspiracy theorists, like people who are like whack jobs. But like hearing all of this, like, really changes my perspective of how I see it and all. So it's quite interesting.
Good, because that's a good start. Like, I would, if you started saying, oh yeah, Mary Mom, the Earth's totally flat, like, I would be totally worried about you. Not only would I be worried, but I wouldn't even believe you. I'd be like, no way. You should not be convinced after Mary Mom talked to you for 5 minutes. But you should be convinced, because that's when I first looked into it. I was not convinced immediately, but I also knew that the memes and all that were complete nonsense. As soon as I even started looking into it, I'm like, oh, this is a distraction, so nobody actually hears any of the real information. I'm never going to think this is funny again. Because I thought, just like you, like back, like 10 years ago, if somebody talked about flat Earth, I'm like, oh, how could anybody think that? They must be stuck in the dark ages. Like, what are these, cavemen or something? Like, those were literally my thoughts, you know what I'm saying? Until I started looking into the information, and then I thought, oh, no. They're questioning this because there's a legitimate reason to question that. So if you go away with nothing else, that you went away with that you realize there's something to it, it's not just a joke, and flat earthers aren't stupid. Like, I've met some of the most intelligent people here in the flat earth community that I've met in my entire life, and I've met a lot of genuinely intelligent and allegedly intelligent people. So I think you should look into it. And if you're a young person, like, I'm sensing you're a young person, like you're probably under 30. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Yeah. So, like, you have even more of an opportunity to, like, if you're even younger, it would be even more fun. Like, in the old flat earth server we used to have, like, we had high school students that came in there, and once they understood, like, that the globe model was a disaster, like, they had the greatest time, like, challenging their teachers, messing with other kids. Like, I don't know, you might be a little bit past that stage, but you have a long way to go. So if you keep asking questions and trying to find out about your world, I guess what I'd want you to say, what I want you to understand, as a person myself who has been involved in science education for many years, is that they, like I said, on one hand, they tell you science is about questioning, but on the other hand, they give you this little story you just told me about NASA, and you're just supposed to take that on faith. Like, you've taken that on faith, right, Jane? You haven't observed any of these things. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And NASA has itself, there's an individual called Robert Simon. Have you ever heard of him?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so he's a NASA employee. It's been a long time since I've looked into him. He used to be like, I used to be really interested in his stories, because I was fascinated that he could put the truth out there on his little webpage. I'll check and see if it's still there. I think I saved it back in the day, because I couldn't even believe that Robert Simon could have all this stuff on his webpage and still get away with, deceiving everyone. So anyway, he called. Oh yeah, here he is. Yep, it's still on there. Oh, amazing. The article's written in June 12, 2012, and it's still here in April of 2025. His job title Jane, is data visualizer and designer. So, tell me what your thoughts are when you hear that a major employee of NASA who's putting out these images of the Earth, that his job title is data visualizer and designer. What do you think about that? Like, do you see any, any contradiction there? Like data, right? It's like usually hard, cold, hard facts that like you calculate them, like often from observations and measurements. Like, what do you usually think of when you hear the word data, Jane?
Data is it's like an analysis, like someone collects information and processes it it's just a collection of information, basically data. That is.
Yeah, but this guy doesn't do that. Yeah, absolutely, totally. Yes, He doesn't do that. He doesn't collect it. He doesn't analyze it. He doesn't measure it. He visualizes it and designs it. Okay, and he admits that basically. I mean, if you go back, you might not want to read it right now, but if you go back and look at that later, he basically admits that he puts together images, CGI images of Earth, layers them, and so on, and comes up with these images for people to look at to claim what the Earth is. So these images are highly suspect, Jay. So, I mean, if the measurements didn't get to you, and maybe they will, if you're thinking about it later, maybe those actual measurements that you could go out and do yourself and the observations that you could make and you could realize that you see too far. If those don't get you, just start taking a look at some of these images of the Earth. They contradict themselves. Some show more land, some show less. They're admitted to be CGI on NASA's own website, nasa.gov. It's just a questionable organization all around. So before, and Robert comes right out and tells us, I'm just making these images up, guys. So they're not a very reliable source. They're just not.
I've also noticed, if you look at the map, of Earth on a map, for example, Earth, for different continents, the actual size of the continents and the continents on the maps, the distortion of it, they don't make sense. They look, for example, if you look at Greenland, for example, they make Greenland on a map look all huge and stuff, but in actuality, it's not as big as people think it is. And it's same as other parts of the world as well. They distort the images as well. If you look at different parts of the Earth, I know sometimes the continents appear bigger and some of them appear smaller, for the same continent. So it's just interesting because I noticed that as well in the past. If you look at different Earth models, globe models, the size of the continents are different. Some are bigger and some are smaller. Yeah.
One thing I want to add in about the Robert Simmons thing that's very insightful is that when the Blue Marble 2.0 or Blue Marble the new generation rolled out, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Obama, all talked about this being another snapshot of Earth taken from space since 1972. The first time in nearly 50 years, we got another photo of Earth from space. And when people looked at it, they're like, this doesn't look right. There's something wrong with this photo. It's got all kinds of errors, and the dimensions aren't right. The atmosphere doesn't look right. The two photos look nothing alike. And at first, they doubled down. They said, oh, yeah, well, new technology, new cameras, new devices, new looks. And then people started looking at it more and more until eventually they said, well, after they got busted, well, it's photoshopped. But it has to be. So they got caught lying. They got caught straight up lying. They figured no one was going to look. No one was going to care. They said, NASA rolls out a photo. This is a photograph from space. Everyone's going to be like, ooh, ah, and they just kind of move on with their life. But they didn't do a very good job because it's government work, mind you. So then when they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, he just threw this Robert Simmons under the bus Oh, well, duh. Of course it's photoshopped. You thought it was something other than that? How silly. What gave you that impression? Like, who told you it was something other than Photoshop? Everybody said that?
I am so glad you brought that up, Crit. Yeah, I don't have that video at my fingertips, but if anybody else does, they could put it in the chat for Jang here. But yeah, Jang, what Crit said, that is a quote from our friend there, Robert Simon. He said, it's photoshopped because it has to be. He's admitting this globe image is photoshopped. Hello. I'm glad you also brought that up because I might have been giving him a little bit too much credit, like about his honesty, but he was like pushed into a corner, right? And then they threw him under the bus. He's really just a sacrificial lamb. I mean, you can see it in his little face there, right? It's like, oh yeah, they told me I had to come out and I had to say it was photoshopped. And I had to explain it because then they can just blame it on me. Yep. So I agree, Crit. That's a good point to bring up, Jake. What do you think?
Another quick bit.
Yeah, go ahead. Please do. Please do.
One more bit. Just to emphasize that he made the point that he was working on flat strips of data. So the raw data that he was working on was essentially of a flat Earth, which he then took these strips, worked on them, and then he says he wrapped them around a ball in Photoshop, and then added the colors and the textures to what he believed was an accurate representation of the Earth. Then he adds in the clouds and he does all the weather. And this is why you can see that certain parts of the clouds repeat themselves, because he's been using the clone tool on Photoshop. So just important to emphasize that he said he was working on flat strips of data, meaning what was probably going on was that they were using high altitude cameras or sensors, fly above the Earth and collect this data or these images, whichever he was using. And they were, in their raw form, just of a flat Earth, which they then wrapped around the ball in Photoshop.
Yeah, another key point, too, is that when they tried, he was on the NPR when he told this. They go, how come you didn't say anything at the time? Why did you come forward when you had Obama, Neil deGrasse Tyson, other people presenting this as a photo from space? It's like, oh, I didn't know. I was like on leave, and I didn't really realize that this photo had gotten out in the public. I didn't realize about it to myself until I bought a Galaxy phone, and I looked at it, and I'm like, damn, that's a photo I made. So he played dumb. So he played ignorance. They threw him under the bus. He was on the softball, interview at NPR, and the whole time he's working within a flat Earth cosmology.
I have a question, like another question. If like, how do you guys explain the core? Because then the Earth has a center in there, right? Like every single like planetary body in the universe has like a center. So how do you explain the Earth's center? If Earth is flat, then what's in the middle? What's in the center of the planet?
Well, you made a lot of big leaps and bounds with saying about about other planets. So how would you know about what other planets are?
Like other planets, like if you look in like how to explain like if you look into the sky, right? Like these stars, right? I'd say most of these stars you see in the sky, they're a mixture between planets, and they're a mixture between like distant planets from light years away, and like different suns and like in different like solar systems. Like so, like how do you explain that? Because
how would you justify that, like yourself?
Like what else could explain that much light from that far away? Like what could explain that in the universe?
How would you know those distances? Like,
I don't know those distances. I'm just using approximation. I'm just saying light years away because I don't know myself. That's why, yeah. Like I don't know like the approximate distance away, but I know it's light years.
Well, how do you know it's light years?
Because it's really far away. Like yeah. I don't know how to explain.
What was your question again?
like if the like I was gonna explain if the Earth is flat, how do you explain the core, like the center of?
There isn't a core.
So you don't think there's a core?
Well, no, the core is a globe concept, right? And they say that's down at the center of this ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. But the deepest hole that's ever been dug, according to public record, is less than 8 miles. Right? So if they've not managed to get beyond 8 miles, how could they know what is at 3,959 miles? So that's just part of the globe lore. But the globe doesn't exist, so consequently a core doesn't exist. We're not making a claim as to the overall size and shape of this place, so we wouldn't be speculating on a center point or anything like that.
How do you explain the magnetic field and like in gravity, for example? Like how would you explain that? Like the center of gravity in the magnetic field?
Well, so when you're asking these questions, think specifically about what phenomena you're referring to on Earth in your lived experience. So when you say gravity, what do you mean by that? Do you just mean if you drop a rock, it falls to the ground?
Yes.
Well, I mean, no one can really explain it. There's been attempts. There's been countless theories as to the mechanism that's causing a downward vector. What we can say is that the relationship can be predicted and determined based on the density of the object versus the medium that it's in and the density of that medium. So a rock is more dense than air, so it goes down. But something that's less dense than air, like helium, would go up. Right?
Does that also explain like how like if you drop like a feather, like it goes down slower than a rock because a rock is heavier in mass?
Well, with the feathers, you've got air resistance and things to think about as well. But yeah, I mean, it's like anything heavier than the medium it's in is going to go down. The trick that's been played is that they've made us link this observation of a rock falling to the ground or an apple falling with the idea that the Earth is a ball. Right? So when you think of gravity, you're thinking of a big ball Earth and things being pulled to the center of it. Right, but the only reason that's been taught at all is because they need to propose a mechanism for why we're not flying off this spinning ball. They have to have some attraction to the center of this spinning ball. Otherwise, this wouldn't all be going on. We wouldn't be here. We'd be flying off somewhere. Whereas on the flat Earth, we've just got an objective up and down. We're not flying around at millions of miles an hour, not spinning anywhere. So we've just got a level platform, essentially, that we're on. And there's a definite up and down. And things orient themselves relative to that based on their density and the medium that they're in.
I see. It's interesting. I'll do more research on this, but I have to go soon.
Yeah, that's all right.
Anytime. Yeah, there's lots of people here. Keep asking those good questions. You're definitely on the right track. I mean, I'm impressed with your mind. Just the fact that you're willing to ask these questions that a lot of people would be afraid to ask is a good sign. So hopefully we'll see you again.
All right, thank you. I have to go now. All right. It was nice talking to you guys. Bye. See you.
Too.
Peace, bro. Well, it's good to hear you back, Mary Mum.
Thanks. Yeah, good to hear you too. Yeah, it's good to be back. You told me you thought I would come back, and I'm like, oh no, Wolfgang, I thought I'd never come back. But anyway, life happens.
Even the people who hate us can't stay away from us.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. Good point. Good point. I mean, yeah, there's not too many signs of life out there, so get it where you can.
That's it. Amazingly, the flat Earth people end up becoming the only source of sanity left. What about that for an irony? But no, it's really nice to hear you. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you. I'm doing all right. Yeah, lots of stuff happened to me that made me realize, yeah, other things don't really matter that much.
Yeah,
I mean, things on Discord don't matter that much in the scheme of things, right?
That's right. Remember what's important.
That's right, absolutely.
But you do such a fantastic job, and it is such an important topic that it's great to have you back doing your thing. I mean, look at that. This 19-year-old boy is ready to throw all his NASA posters in the bin after 15 minutes.
That's right. Give us a video of the burning of the NASA poster. That's what we want to see.
I want to see you throw your globe in the bin.
Yep, that'll be the next TikTok sensation. Smash your globe.
Smash your globe.
I'm glad you brought up, the 10-mile dig thing. That's a good thing. Yeah, you just got to get them to question these models that they've just accepted as gospel truth.
Yeah, that's what I think is a way to do it for some of them, because, I mean, it's easy just to dismiss the question and say, no, think about the surface of the Earth, which really is where the crux of the whole issue is. But sometimes their curiosity is so strong on something like gravity that you've got to really unwind that for them. And even if you can just do that on a very surface level, like I generally try to do with them, because unless you spend some time looking into it, you can't really have a gravity discussion. But just to make them consider what they're actually saying when they say gravity, because it's been so propagandized, this word, that what they really are getting at is that because they see objects falling to the ground, it's a safe assumption that the Earth is a ball, which is the logic that you've really got to untangle in their mind to make them realize, okay, actually that's non sequitur, even if I'm interested in it.
Yeah.
And then they kind of let it go and then proceed to the more tangible areas of the discussion. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I totally agree with what you were saying. I mean, because sometimes, I mean, our tendency can be to dismiss some of these side issues, but as long as you get out those, hardcore, whatever your favorite thing to do or whatever the flavor of the day is, which in my mind is still long distance observations. But if you want to talk about sextants or whatever, yeah, we want to get that into them, but also you can't totally dismiss their ideas or they won't buy into the concept at all. I mean, that's the whole thing. If you want to actually get any new information across to anyone, you have to elicit their misconceptions, discuss why they actually think this way, and actually take them somewhat seriously. I mean, because I haven't been, hanging around the Discord for a long time. So my first, I get it. But I remember it from back in the day. It was like somebody would say, why would they lie? And then 20 people would laugh at them. Like, why would they lie? Oh, I can't believe you said that. It's like, hello, that's like a very natural question that someone new to the information would ask. But just according to the social dictates of society, if you just start laughing at them, then they're just going to shut down immediately, be like, oh, I guess I'm not in on the joke. See ya.
Yeah, totally. Exactly. Yeah, the why would they lie? The who's doing this? I mean, for us, it's something we try and kind of generally keep them away from, but I'll indulge it to a degree because I agree it is a natural question to have. And if you're not like a weathered, seasoned conspiracy theorist, quote unquote, with an eye patch and a chip on your shoulder, then you might not be so inured to the conspiring and evil of the governments that you're like, oh yeah, I know where they're lying.
These people totally believe the government, people. Like, hello.
Like fully.
Yeah. Also, I'm with you on long distance observations over the sextants. I do, as much as the CellNav argument is good. Most of these guys just can't handle it. Like it's beyond what they're understanding on a basic level. But even when they get into
yes.
it, it's like it's way too much for most of them. So just like distance to the horizon, very immediate, in your face. That's the quicker route in my mind.
Yes, because I'm here to tell you real world observation that teenagers can barely even use a ruler anymore, let alone talk about a sextant.
Yeah, you're going to explain the intricacies of celestial navigation to a teenager who's never even held a compass.
That's right.
It's like, nah, probably not going to happen. But yeah, that is the flavor at the moment.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, you got to keep things fresh for people that have been here forever. You got to come up with something new to talk about so you don't have to just keep talking about the same old things.
Yeah, true. I mean, that's it as well. It's always nice just to expand the argument base. But I agree, for new people, it's best to keep it pretty simple. Water, long distance observations, gas pressure, if they're feeling dangerous. So we got anyone new in here wanting to ask questions? Random guy? How random are you? On a scale of 0 to a random number.
I'm not new. You debated me like 3 days ago, dude.
I know. I'm summoning you. Back to the table.
I have been summoned. What do you want to know?
Do we have any proof that the Earth is a spinning ball yet?
Of course. You want live footage from space?
Great. Live footage from space.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Is that not good enough? Okay.
Well, how would you verify its authenticity would be my question.
Because it's done by a satellite that is taking live footage, and you can literally track it across the sky. Just like Skylink, Elon Musk's what's it called, the internet thing? You can
Starlink. Yeah.
Starlink. Yeah, my bad. Skylink is from a movie. Yeah. So you can look at the times and locations of said satellites and look up in the sky, and you can actually see them with your own eyes. So yeah.
You sure about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Because to my knowledge, it's not generally satellites that are doing some kind of live footage of the Earth.
So what is it then, if not satellites?
Well, I'm assuming you're thinking about the ISS.
Oh yeah, for example.
Yeah, well, is the only thing, really.
The ISS is not a satellite.
Well, not in the sense that people think about satellites in terms of this floating metal box just sending communications or whatever. It's a manned space station, according to the lore.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, I'll accept that.
Yeah, so we can see a light in the sky moving that we call the ISS. We can track as the ISS, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't tell you that the images and the videos that they're showing you that purport to come from this light in the sky is all accurate in terms of its distance and its size and what it's doing and what it's got on board. That could be anything, that light in the sky. Or an object in the sky.
Technically, I mean, if you use a telescope, you can see the said satellite.
Yeah, you can make out some grainy metal object-looking thing, at best. I mean, I've personally not seen this, but fair enough. Let's say we can see the metal-looking object.
Someone that filmed a satellite across the floating across the moon, and you can basically see the shutter speed was low, so you could see it like multiple times spread on the background of a moon.
Yeah,
Sorry, the moon was on the background of the satellite, so you can definitely see it. So if it's not a satellite, you'd have to answer like two questions. Why would they say it's a satellite if it's not? Like, why would they just make you think that there's a satellite flying and basically it was something else? And the second one is, what actually is it?
Yeah, good questions. Well, here you go, Mary Mum. We were just discussing it. Why would they lie? Why would they?
You can start with why would they lie about why they would lie about the shape of the Earth. This I didn't hear yet from flat earthers, but yeah.
Well, you've already debated with me. Maybe you want to talk to Mary Mum. She's nice. If she's still up
Yeah, I
for
mean, yeah, anything. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why, like, I was talking with Cyclone there, that oftentimes people understand that the globe model is a complete and utter failure that has no mathematical or scientific basis to it. Sometimes people get frustrated with that question because, like, for example, we can't give a motivation necessarily for why these people are lying about it. We just know they are because there's no verifiable evidence for this globe. So if you want me to just make up reasons, I mean, many people have come up with many reasons. I mean, hidden land, profit, controlling people's mindset. Like, have you ever seen The Truman Show, random guy?
Yeah, of course. One of my favorite movies.
Okay. One of your favorite movies. Watch it again, please. Like, hello. The guy. Great. Okay. So that's why they would lie, because they can, I mean, that's just a metaphor, of course, but they've got this guy, Truman. He's trapped in this world where they've dictated certain boundaries. Really?
I assume you watched the movie.
I watched
this
it
whole purpose for
times,
trapping him inside this imaginary world was for entertainment. So you're saying they're doing this for entertainment?
Well, I don't know. It's a possible reason. I mean, yeah, I saw it in the theater.
An elitist group are just sitting in their offices laughing at us dumbasses believing the world is round. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm laughing at you, so I don't see why not.
Thank you, Heretic.
Well, they absolutely could be, but just because that's the motivation of the movie, that doesn't change the fact that their control of Truman's world was so absolute that he didn't even know he was being controlled. Right?
Yeah,
that's why they called it the true man. They're saying that you, the true man, this is how you are controlled, down to the very environment.
It all falls apart when if you're doing this to a single person, maybe. But how do you control an entire population where everyone's working at these government offices such as NASA and all this stuff, and they're all
the vast majority of people aren't doing that. The vast majority of people are educated into it, right? Indoctrinated into it, just like you have been, just like we were.
I'm talking about the scientists and people who are working at NASA. Are you saying they're all into this conspiracy?
No. Very few of them are even in a position to do anything that would even tell them one way or another. Right?
Well,
You're building a widget. You're building a widget as an engineer. You build this widget you're told to build. You give it to some guy, and he's like, "All right, thank you. This will go on the next space station." You're never seeing that thing again. You don't know where it's going. You don't know what it's doing. But you're doing your job. You're making the thing you're told to make.
Let's assume what you said is correct. All the okay. So, do you concede that physics and math in general is not fiction?
It's a very broad question. Why don't you try and be more specific?
Yeah, I'm asking. Do you think? Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry, I have to take care of something. 2 seconds. Be right back.
Hey, your dogs are barking. Sounds like you have a neighbor snooping around.
Hey, what's up, Alpha? Sorry, Mary Mom, I didn't mean to jump back in there.
Dude?
Should have.
No, that's good.
But I feel like
this guy
likes to
caught
argue.
this is peaking right now.
Yeah, this guy's gonna argue for sure.
Yeah, he's it's classic, right? They ask questions and then they go on a tangent from a burden of proof reversal. It's a very classic move. And then what they do is they ask continuous burden of proof questions that's going to keep you like as answering them, and they're going to keep denying while you answer. So the burden of proof reversal is a very classic move.
Yeah.
They're not going to, nothing will satisfy him. He'll just keep hand wave dismissing every answer and keep asking more questions. So what it does, it gives a look to the audience that you're not answering a satisfactory answer or a question or answer. Just depends. Whatever he's going to ask from you or, put to you, even if you ask him something, he's just going to turn it right back around to you.
Yeah. Well, that's how he's going. He's going from the satellites in space. It's the ISS. Now it's everyone at NASA, and now it's the mathematicians and the physicists. I'm just letting him wade deeper into the quicksand.
What do you
till
mean?
he gets up to his
Physics and
waist.
math are fake? Or physics and math fake? And then you'll be like,
Yeah.
well, that's not the case. Well, that is the case, because that's what you're saying.
Well,
I could argue for. I could be exactly like that guy. Like,
Yeah. Because now we'll get him to point out where in physics and maths the globe is, and then where in reality that is. And at that point, he's right in the middle of all the quicksand. It's up to his waist, and he's stuck with us for at least an hour.
we'd hope his dogs are going to pull him away again.
If possible.
Then he's going to jump into how this doesn't work on a flat Earth, and then you provide evidence that it's working like that on a flat Earth, and it's just going to be
Yeah, but he's going to try. At least he's got some I'm going to try energy. It's the satellites, it's the physicists and the mathematicians.
That's one of their oldest moves, is to go to like, what do you mean everybody's in on it? And then
Yeah, they need it to be that everyone's in on it. They don't like it that everyone could be so fooled. Because they could never be fooled.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah, that's definitely the problem with anyone who, from the start, is not willing to discard their core beliefs and even consider the possibility that there could be something else out there. I mean, yeah, you're right, Alpha. You're never going to really get anywhere because they're trying to convince us, I guess, or like you said, convince the audience. I don't even know what they're trying to do, but they're not trying to find the truth. That's very obvious.
I feel like they're trying to convince themselves mainly, but random guy, you're back.
We could pick up where you said math and physics prove anything. Yeah, you were asking.
No, I
Jackal and
asked.
Marimo.
I asked, does he concede that physics and math are how do you say valid tools of measuring
Well, I
things,
feel like this is getting away
calculating
from
things?
the people at NASA and stuff. Like, I mean, what do you think some physicist or mathematician is doing that is proving the globe? And
No,
then
I'm not talking
how's
about
that
proving the
linking?
globe. I'm asking specifically about math and math,
Well,
science,
I didn't say
physics.
that.
this
I
whole
didn't say
field,
that math
chemistry.
and physics. Well, I didn't say or even imply that mathematics or physics as fields are invalid.
Okay.
We were
That's a
strictly
start.
talking about the nature of the Earth.
Yeah, I know. I'll get to that. So math, physics, science, all valid.
Yeah, they're all
Astrophysics.
real things. Well, that's not science, if that's what you're implying.
Okay, so astrophysics not a real thing.
Well, no. When you say a real thing, people do it.
A valid
Field.
method of
What do you mean by
examination.
valid? Are they? If you're
Well,
asking me, are they coming up with truthful conclusions? I'd say no. They're fantasizing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a common. I mean, it's not just us that are saying that. I've
Really?
see. Oh, for sure. Yeah. What is that, guys? I'll find him for you. Is it Harriman? I think it's Harriman. Yeah, there's a lot of physicists. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'll find the sources. Don't worry. But yeah, physicists have been classical physicists have been critiquing so-called astrophysicists for many years, ever since they came on the scene, because they're not making natural observations and they're not following the accepted methods of science. There's many things called science. They're definitely not science. And you can find many classical scientists who will agree with that.
Okay, so someone like Isaac Newton, for example, his laws of gravity. Is that a valid class of?
It's kind of strange that you went from NASA to Isaac Newton, but I think you're building a case. Is that correct?
I'm trying to. I'm getting there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean,
You said you
he
believe
was
in
superseded
physics.
over 100 years ago when it comes to Isaac Newton.
Sorry?
Mathematical genius, maybe, but his theories of gravity were superseded over 100 years ago. So that's not even considered to be the case in the modern rhetoric.
But physics did not go. Physics did not neglect this idea of gravity, as far as I'm aware.
No, it changed the theory from Newtonian to Einsteinian.
Well, yeah, but theories do change over time. You're aware of that, correct?
Yeah, and Newton is no longer the current theory. So when you ask, do you accept Newton? They don't accept Newton.
Well, his laws of gravity you can still apply them on certain things inside our world.
No, it was
maybe outside
superseded.
the world.
No, it was superseded by Einstein. They threw it all out.
Yeah, they didn't throw it all out. They still teach Newtonian gravity in.
Yeah, they'll teach it as an idea to high schoolers, but then when you get into higher levels, they'll say, "No, that's bullshit." It's actually
not that it's
Einsteinian.
bullshit. It's just it doesn't apply on everything in the universe. It applies on our.
No, it's not. The theories of gravity don't contend that there's a small scale theory and a large scale theory. It has to be complete.
Correct.
Within the theory. So they're not using. They've superseded Newton. He's no longer the current thing. So
Okay, we'll go with that then. So gravity as a whole, you're saying that it's superseded by Einstein's general relativity, special relativity. You think that's all a hoax as well, or do you think there's some truth
no, that's
to it?
just a concept. That's just a conceptual theory. There's no truth to it. But
Do you know what a theory is in science, by the way?
yeah, well, it's not a scientific theory. I'm saying a colloquial theory.
But it is a scientific theory, though.
No, that would mean that there's been scientific experiment conducted involving manipulation of an assumed
So you're
cause of
saying,
gravity.
so you're saying the entire Earth, all the scientists saying that general relativity is a theory in science, are just what, lying?
Well, if they're saying
that's Einstein.
They're just not smart
If
enough to
they're
know it's
saying-
not a theory.
If they're saying, well, I mean, if they're saying it's a scientific theory, then they'd be saying it's backed by experiment, but it's not.
Was he
It's
talking about
conceptual.
Newton or Einstein? Because he switched over. That's Einstein's general relativity.
I thought
It's
we
not
had
Newton.
moved. I thought we'd moved past Newton. Did he say Newton?
No, I
No,
said
he's
Einstein.
yeah, he said Einstein right now.
Yeah, because we moved to Einstein. Maybe you weren't following Alpha.
Oh, so you moved to Einstein, but you said that they're still using Newton. So according to you,
I said
Newton's
they're still teaching Newton.
So Newton's not. Yeah, he's not thrown out yet. According to you, you said that it's still applicable. Yep.
Yeah, it's still applicable in our scale on Earth. 100%.
Our scale on Earth.
Yes.
What kind of Earth do we live on? That's our scale.
Well, the shape of the Earth is irrelevant here because it applies.
It's
regardless.
irrelevant. Well, why would you say it applies to Earth if it's irrelevant?
Well, because we know that if we conduct experiments in physics,
Like what? Like what? According to the
kinematics,
Earth,
for example.
According to the Earth, what would we be using that for?
What do you mean according to the Earth? I'm talking about just
Yeah.
physics as a general idea. Like
Well, me too. Like, what would be? You said it's used for the Earth. You said that.
Yeah,
What in
kinematics
regards to what? So not about the shape. We're not. It's not concerning the shape at all, right?
No, I'm not talking about the shape. I'm talking about physics as a general idea.
Nothing that you're saying is concerning the shape at all, right? Nothing.
Correct.
So why would we be discussing something that's not concerning the shape
Because
when
it's
the
concerning
shape
gravity.
is what? Like you see the forum that you're in right now. We're really concerned with how the shape, and you maybe are involving science involved, like with what the shape is like being utilized for in any practical means. And so, if it's being utilized in some way, we want to know how. And I think this tangent is not going to give us that answer.
Well, we
Just
know
going
how
to get you.
we know how physics and science and math are all being used, right? This isn't something
What
new,
for
like-
the shape of the Earth?
Well, we.
I think you're losing your way every now and again, Random. So I'm kind of bringing you back to the premise.
Yeah,
it's going to help us clarify.
I'm saying physics and calculus and math and all of these things, all of these practices are being used to invent new technology and to predict things.
That's great. You can build a toaster. Now, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
So all of these scientists that are applying these what you say practices are under the idea using these practices and know that the shape of the Earth is round, and they can use these tools.
Okay, how do they know that?
How do they know that? Checking this.
How do they know that?
How do they know that? Well, you should ask scientists and physicists how they do that.
So you don't know that. But you don't know that, right?
Personally, I can tell you this. Let's say we were living in the
you don't know
very
that, right?
ancient time.
Is this the long way around where you say you don't know that? Because it's easier for you just to admit that you don't know that.
That's like me saying you don't know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but are you going to admit that you don't know that and stop going or beating around the bush? I think that would be quicker if we get to the answer faster.
I can say that I don't have the tools to explain to you why I think the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, excellent. So we've got to the point where you've admitted. Yeah, that's great, Random. Thank you. We've got to the point where you've admitted you don't know how science in any way has proven that the Earth is a globe. It's amazing, right? That you've said that. The forum is designed. Thanks. Hold on, Random. Let me just get to the point. So the forum is designed so that people can come to terms with the fact that they don't know how the Earth has been known as a globe. And so everything that you provided us with was kind of like a long-winded way around of you saying that you don't know that they've proven that the Earth is a globe. So it's kind of like we let you explain a little bit about what you think science is, and then moved on to like the people who are purporting to say they know what science is. You don't know how they know that the Earth is proven to be a globe. Not by any means that you know it right now.
I won't claim that I know every single calculation of how they calculated every single thing. I know that these people have I know that these people have they. One second, I'm looking for the word. I know that they invested a whole lot of time in studying these things. They dedicated their whole lives.
Like what? The Earth as a globe?
Yeah, of course.
Really? What in what way have they invested any time doing that?
That's why I said I don't have the means to explain to you this. What I do know. So
you don't know how, but you're making it up like a story of how.
So when
that's kind of weird, dude. That you're saying that they've done it, but yet you don't know how they've done it.
Well, I know that I have two options to choose from. It could be flat, it could be a sphere. And when I look at the phenomena around me, and when I look at the observations around me, it doesn't make sense that it's a flat Earth. Now you can say it's flat, but you'd have to prove to me you have to explain to me why you think it's flat and show me the calculations and the math to prove it.
Random guy, that's cool.
Also,
and I would just like to say here, random guy,
provide me explanations for all of the phenomena we witness. If you can show me, if you can show me all of these, a model or something that can prove why all of this phenomena is happening simultaneously, not individually, then I'll say, you know what? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the Earth could be flat, and then I'll concede.
That's great, random guy. Listen, we're not here to make you concede anything. We're not here to make you change your beliefs. That's not what we're interested in. We're just talking about the bare facts, what the nature of this reality is. I was only jumping in because I wanted to commend you for being honest enough to say, yeah, I don't have that information. I don't have that. So it's a difficult thing for people to do, to admit they don't know something. But it actually is a sign of intelligence more than ignorance at this point, because the vast majority of people will just.
It's obvious. If you're not a scientist or a physicist who works at NASA, it's really hard to prove mathematically why it's.
You'd be amazed how You'd be amazed how many people will just carry on, never admitting that they don't know, waffling on, saying whatever shit they think they need to say, rather than just simply saying, "I'm not sure. Could you tell me?" So. It's a good sign. I understand that you're incredulous and you're like, what are these guys talking about? These people must be crazy. We were all like that. But the fact that you've been able to say, listen, I don't know for sure, I don't have this information, at least gives you a next step where you can say, right, I'm sure of this, but let me go and get the information, read into it, understand it. And then when I'm in these discussions, I can present it and say, well, this is how we know it. This is the guy that did it. This is what he did. This is when he did it. This is how you can repeat it, verify it.
I can
That's
do
your-
that.
that's
but
your
for me,
steps.
but for me, the observations to me is enough to believe. Again, I'm saying believe, not know, because obviously I can't prove it to you mathematically. I'm not wise enough or experienced enough to do these things. But there are people who certainly can.
Why are you hooked
Why
on
aren't you
having
Why aren't
to
you
prove
asking the
everything
people who certainly
mathematically?
can prove it to you
Well, listen.
mathematically,
Well,
physically?
listen, we
why
can
it's
get to the observations. No, because this isn't the case, because the observations are that it's flat. The measurements are that it's flat. We can go out and do it. And there's no one to ask when it comes to a horizon being too far away for the globe model. There's no
What do you mean there's no one
globe
to ask?
Well,
prove it.
I think you had somebody
I
in
have yet to
mind.
see a
Cyclone.
single experiment that you conducted over
Yeah, Random.
over
Who did you
the
have in
horizon
mind?
that is done on the Earth. Usually,
Yeah,
you
who
do it
did you
over
have in
like-
mind? You were before you were telling Cyclone. Why don't you ask the? And I want to know who were you referring him to? Can you give us like
I
an
didn't
example
refer
of
to
somebody?
anyone. I said if you know
Who
someone
do you think would
who's,
know? Yeah, who do you think would know this information?
a scientist who works at one of these places at NASA.
Okay,
for
scientist is kind of a broad term for somebody that might be in the academia.
Physicist, a physicist.
Specifically, a physicist.
spoken
They
to
would
these
know.
guys.
I'm
We've
not
spoken to
aware
these
of any
guys.
They would
physicist or
hold on,
scientist
hold on, Cyclone. What
who believe Earth
physicist
is
would?
flat.
Yeah, so Random. What physicist would know this? Do you know of
physicist
any?
works in the field. Yeah, of
I know,
like
but do you know of any that you could like maybe look up, or perhaps somebody that would be more in tune with the Earth being a globe? Because it's often at times people, and it's fine that you defer, right? You're deferring to somebody else, but want to know what person in academia would have this kind of information to ask.
anybody in academia that's like a professor in physics or science. That
Okay,
should be
I don't.
enough.
I don't think I've met a person that can actually answer these questions. But I mean, do
Did
you know
ever
of anyone?
try to ask them?
Yeah,
Yeah,
most
we've
people with
spoken to
PhDs.
So
And,
you walked up to a guy with a PhD in a university and you said, "Look, I'm not convinced the Earth is a globe."
No,
And he
they've
said, "I
come
don't have
here.
the answers for you."
They've come to us, random
they come over
guy.
here.
We've spoken
People
to
who
them.
claim they had PhDs.
Yeah,
Yes.
PhDs,
Well, I said,
astrophysicists.
what I'll say
spoken
to that
them.
is that they wasted their time in university if they don't know how to prove the Earth is a sphere.
Well, you'd be
well, that,
surprised.
we can. Yeah, we can pull up a number of people that are legitimately and went through academia and weren't able to sufficiently answer. Basically, what they
who
what
have
they
PhDs in physics come debate.
Random, you have a lot of energy when someone's talking. I think you don't know how to like just be reserved when someone's finished, and then you can go.
I
So
don't have enough energy. I just answered your question.
Yeah, you like
Go
to
ahead.
interrupt, dude. I don't understand the need to incessantly interrupt. Like there is such a thing as
There's no
mannerisms,
need.
right? When people are
No,
talking, you can just hold on. So essentially, these guys who come through here, they've been given questions, and what they would say is that their best guess is such a thing as what they would claim. So they don't say it's a knowledge base. They don't say they know. So in accordance to like when we ask these questions, they don't come with these absolutes or conclusions. They say that it's just what they have, the information that they have sufficiently at the current time. So they don't make these claims that maybe you think they already have. These are not just like known things. These are best guesses, estimations, calculations.
Sorry, you can't build technology that goes out into space and do all this stuff with guessing. That
Well,
doesn't-
I'm
it's
not the. Yeah, that's the. What I'm trying to lay to you, man, is like these guys aren't making these, positive claims. They're not doing that. They're making estimations and calculations and best guesses. That's what they're doing.
Physics and math, there's no estimations and guessings. Everything is precise.
See, this is all estimation. and
Okay,
guessing.
well, yeah.
What?
I want
Physics
to know
is not
if you're thinking it's.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have this kind of like view on these individuals, right? That they have a direct information that would lead to the conclusion, and I'm telling you, there is no such person that has that. But I want to know who you think does.
Physicists on the planet. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
academia, the individuals from academia, including Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, and any of the scientific communicators, they don't talk in absolutes like the way you're saying. Nobody's speaking like that in academia.
So they absolutely do. I've seen Neil deGrasse Tyson himself
Yeah.
say he won't debate flat earthers because it's simply ludicrous, the idea of having a flat earth, and that it's absolutely provable.
Yeah, and that convinced you that we were wrong and he was right because he
No,
refuses
that's not what
to
convinced me
debate
that
us?
he's wrong or he's right. They didn't convince me of anything. But
Well,
saying that they
listen,
don't have the
random
knowledge,
guy.
but saying that they don't possess the knowledge to prove it is absolutely absurd.
Okay, well then show us that they've proven it. Show us that they've done it. Like that would all be all that you needed to do.
Again, I didn't go into Neil deGrasse Tyson's work to
Yeah,
know
so I
what
was going to
he's
say,
doing
random guy. You
about it.
can't, on the one hand, concede that you don't know what the hell they've done to prove any of this, and on the other hand, say, no, what they've done is entirely legit. You can't just say it's estimate. You don't know what they did. So until you've actually done that research, don't try and argue with us about what they've done, because we actually do know, and you don't, and you've already
So
conceded that.
you know his work. You know what he's absolutely. You know all of Neil deGrasse Tyson work. You know what he does for
apparently you don't.
The thesis.
Yeah, apparently,
you know what he wrote about.
apparently
you
you
know all
don't,
his
Random.
articles. You know about all
I
of his
know.
experiments.
Apparently you don't,
I know
Random.
that he's
all of his calculations.
Yeah, random.
You see,
I know
that's
that
what
he's
you're
never
claiming, and that's absolutely absurd.
Random. I know that he's never proven the Earth's a globe.
Well,
Yep, he's never done that.
Maybe he didn't prove it, but he did the calculations to show that it is.
So then, what does it matter if he hasn't proven it? Why would we even be talking about him?
What you're saying is you need. It's fine. I understand your claim. You're saying you want an actual physicist with a PhD to walk up to you, say, "Here are the calculations. This is what you can do."
No,
Would that be enough
PhD.
evidence for you to believe it's
No,
real?
I said that's what they have.
No. What we
I
would
told you
like
they have
is the
calculations. Sorry, Ben.
calculations to match reality. So
Yeah.
any physicist, any scientist to bring forth calculations, and then we walk outside and go, let's compare your numbers with reality. And that's the problem, mate. The numbers we're given don't match what's going on outside. This is where you're falling down. Calculations. We want it to match reality. It doesn't. So who's wrong? Your numbers, guys,
where do you see
or
that it
us out in
doesn't?
the real world?
Where do you see that it doesn't?
Testing the
Let's
claim
just
that the
post
Earth
up a
is
little
a.
picture.
No, he
Testing
said,
the claim.
we see in our experiments that it
Yeah,
doesn't.
he's talking
Can you
about.
show
Yeah,
me
he's talking
experiment where
about
it doesn't?
testing. Random. He's talking about testing the claim of long distance observations that include the size of the Earth, which you would say would be what they would claim is the value for what the size of the Earth is, like radius, diameter, and circumference. So we're testing that, and what he just put in the text chat is an image of a long distance observation.
This is an image of a oil rig above the ocean.
No.
Again.
Yeah, but those are demarcation lines. So you're going to say that from where the observer is to those oil rigs is a distance. Yeah, hold on, Random. It's a distance marker, so people can know the distance between an observation being made off into the distance. But what the actual observation is of the horizon. So that long distance observation is of the horizon because according to the Earth as a globe, the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere. And so that's what we're testing is the size of the Earth being what it is with the predictable amount of curvature that should be at a far distance away from the observer. And according to the distance, it doesn't match up to reality. So that's the important thing, right?
So two things about this. The first thing would be the experiment, I believe. It really depends where you're conducting the experiment because the horizon could change. I think I had this discussion with Cyclone last time I was on. Since the Earth is not a perfect sphere, it's what's called an oblate spheroid. The horizon can change in certain locations. But even given if the location was constant, I don't think this is a good experiment to do over an ocean where obviously you have stuff taken into account such as refraction and other things that can mess up with these calculations and observations. Since you don't do these observations over an ocean where the
So where can we do this test, Random, to test the claim that the size of the Earth?
Take a far enough place on Earth that you believe to be flat and do it there, for example.
Yeah, well, it can be done almost anywhere over water because water doesn't have any elevation change. So water doesn't display like mountains.
Elevation change.
Yeah, mountains or valleys or anything like that. So we're not having to deal with the elevation changes that land would have if you're looking horizontally across the surface.
Well, there are places.
So water would be the perfect way that we're going to level across the surface. That's what we would use is water. And that's the thing. We're using water in this instance so that we can see across the surface that doesn't have, mountains, hills, or valleys.
I understand.
Right?
I understand. That's a valid point. I'm saying that the two things I referred to were refraction because of water and the effects of the atmosphere. And the second thing is there are certain differences in elevation since there are waves and the oil rigs are not planted in oil rigs also float, some of them at least. They're not planted into the ground. So
that's why they're used.
Yeah, they're.
What do you mean? What's
I-
there is? No,
they're
I'm saying
just distant-
because they float, they change in elevation.
No, no, they're at a
Those two are
distance.
fixed.
They're
That's
fixed,
why
dude.
they
They're not.
are
They're not
used.
floating. They're not floating. They're fixed.
I don't know. The oil rigs that at least that I know of, not all of them are connected to the
These are.
surface of the ocean. But even if
These
they
are.
are, again, you'd have to take into account refraction and other things like that. I would like to
Okay,
see.
well,
the
let's-
example
Excellent.
of
let's
this
take it-
Okay, let's
let's
take that into consideration. Awesome. Let's take that into consideration. The formula at the moment is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Extreme refraction will take you up to 1.29.
No. Refraction can literally show you stuff that have disappeared across the horizon. That's why sometimes you can see the sun.
a bold
even though-
claim, sir.
And the numbers
Not-
for
not a
it,
bold
the
claim, it's reality.
calculations,
calm
which
down,
you
dude.
so much adhere to, is 1.29 times the square root of the observer's
Well,
height in feet,
I have no way of actually
which
confirming this.
still does not get you to 10 miles.
One thing.
Your horizon still does not land beyond 9.41 miles. Do you understand that?
Two things. One, I don't know where the guy that was doing this experiment, so to speak, was. I don't know if he was
It's not an
standing on a hill
experiment.
doing it, standing at sea level. If it's not an experiment, then it's not even valid. And the second thing is, I can't.
It's not,
confirm any
it's
of the
not an
things you show me in this
experiment.
GIF.
It's an observation. That's all. It's
Yeah,
an
but
observation
observations need to
pointing
be-
out
Observations.
what observations need to what?
Need to be done correctly.
Observations are done incorrectly. It's video